come back again, you may not see me that often. Maybe daytime I'll be here. But daytime I'll be here. And then play politics, daytime I'll be here. I'm not going to set up all the, I'm not going to set up my desktop or laptop outside of this place. Because in the end of the day, I don't want to waste money carrying and this monitor spoil. Whatever it is, they'll try and get rid of me. And they will also receive the same question. See everything. They think they know. And nothing less will receive the same content. Whoever try to say all this, whatever they try to do to me, they all will receive the same content. Because my house will be here to year 2035. I can set up my bills here. I may not be in Singapore, I rent. I still will travel. Even after year 2035, I still will travel. Try to get one viewers. Just that I don't want to, because in the end of the day it's not very possible. I find all this is nonsense. Because I know how to adapt. I'm not saying get used to it. I know how to adapt to different environments. I've already went through the experience to self-train, to get ready for the experience. Even the eating one food a day, no problem. After my this noodle, alright, I go outside. I eat a little bit, or eat the seaweed. I can eat like my hand on my coffee or after that, then I go to the internet. I can rent the whole month. Every month I can rent. But then there's still the Wi-Fi. I can still use the Wi-Fi. I can use the Wi-Fi. After you take out the receipt, I can still use there are so many internet I can use to I can find out somewhere. I will search for something. I'm not going to PC part, it's very nice. I'm going to find some internet going cafe. I can also go to other towns. I'm not going to stay there for 1 year. I'm not going to stay there for 1 year. I come back here again. Here, there, everywhere. So I said, I hope that wait until then we see. As it progress, I see the situation. To me, traveling is, I think, even the oil increase, there's not much from here to the next time I hang careful about not traveling because all my luggage there. I leave my luggage there. But I doubt so about doing that. Because I can leave my luggage there, but I can put some clothes. But then in the end of the day, I'll do that. And I go to the south. I don't go to work. I can stay in the Indian cafe or something. I'm not going to. I'm going to stay in Singapore first. Because they want to get rid of me. Because they don't want to be the hunter. They don't want to be the hunter, become the hunted. So now, I'll stay here. I stay here. Because my parents are all masters and my parents are siblings. They want me to be in Singapore. So on and off, I will come back to Singapore. On and off, I'll come back. They want me to be also with them. On and off, I'll come back. Whenever try to destroy me, they will be destroyed. Then you better be gay. You want to fight, you better be gay. You not going to come and disturb you. So they try to play my mind. And from another year score, still got many other countries to play. But then I look back now. Because even I want to go for But sometime October I will come back to Singapore, come back to this place, and then we service office. If you get all the resources you need, yes, you can get the resources you need. Sometimes I just buy everything as a buy. I buy the important things first, what I need to buy and buy. Because at the end of the day, I have to still do more. Except that I don't do so much of it in this PC. But it's okay. I come back to the daytime. I do. After my fitness first, they want to swap between the arm and self. Then for me, I can come back in the daytime. But that one later because I have to go to see the clients. I go there for 1 month. Macam dia orang semua able to orang yang stay in the hotel. Jadi they try to live in that. Because I don't know. You don't disturb me, I can say I don't want to spend. I still can get sleep better. You don't want. You always will stress. Not stress, I need to manage my stress. I try many times when I was in Europe, when I was in Europe, that time I alive, when they try me in this service office, they give me stress. They know I ran the service office and then they give me stress. And then when I'm in this uh, this you can see the internet games that they run in Vietnam, right? You can see in Coffee Bean in Singapore, right? People are there only there are many Coffee Bean are really not down. You see I'm a vendor one, it's not true. Look at go famous food. At night, I can walk. Why cannot walk? I can walk to Bedok North from the Coffee Bean in Bedok Central. I can walk to Bedok North. Why I cannot? They want to work on me. They keep trying to work on me. I will continue to challenge them since they want to work on me. If they think that in the end I have no place to go, and many places to go, I just want to come up with my strategies. I can work from Coffee Bean to Bedok during the daytime. I can go up and down to the fitness first. I can go further up. I can go tampines. I can go more tampines. Then we have one thing I do. Then I go to the fitness first. I can order things. I cannot order clothes. I'm always ready. I'm not bad reading. Not bad reading. I just carry a house, maybe a bigger house, and my bag. That's simple. I can come back here. I go here. What's wrong? Every day I can come back here. Reverse. Right? In the daytime I can do it, I can say it. Okay, the daytime I stay here. That's not. I cannot. Right? Many people don't have enough rest. They also went to McDonald's, Starbucks, coffee. So nobody is never alone. Every night I can go there. Every night I can go all over the place. I'm only bicycle. I know how to walk. They think I know how to walk. I know how to walk. When I went to the this cinema, I know how to walk already. I train myself already. Hmm? I can go to Bugis. After Bugis, I walk. I can go to Bugis, the cinema. I don't walk outside the country. I'm not proud of it. The police come and see me or whatever. It's no. They want to see me. They want to be busy. I want to be busy. I train myself where I said all the way to Dhoby Ghaut, to this Orchard Road. I got MRT. I go to Dhoby. I can stay at this bird paradise. I can stay one night. I can stay all the place. I got this theme parks. It's the most accurate. I can go all over the place. I can go in the middle of the night. I can go across. I wish the wooden board like that. You don't want to play politics. You don't want to play the difficult way. Then you don't yourself there the concept. Everybody will pay money. Yes, they are making that. They found the 55 years. They also have one more money. They want to be exciting the operation. They want to use the English. They want to use the Chinese. Continue to foreign them. I go passport every time, every way I go, I passport. They have vehicle to go across. I have many places to go. I even can run a service office in JB. The area is very big. I can go across the area anywhere. If I say don't try to go over this, I'm not going to be disturbed. But permanent stable in any place. I always say I'm going to be here permanent stable, they can't be stable. They think, oh, they cannot live without me. Or they must need the salary every day and they go so desperate. But they really can't. Because I'm stay here actually I haven't stayed long enough because I'm going to experience a little bit of the place. But since at night there's nobody, good. Then I can go out. I can come from Bedok Central to go around the street. I know to cycle, find cycle. I walk, I learn, I go all over the place. I go all over the place. I got washing machine, self laundry, all over the place. We go and communicate, the Chinese will communicate, everybody will communicate. I know. I want to see where the Atlantic river is. I go all over the place and identify where are the Atlantic rivers. That's how the Chinese speak. What do you want to do? Every 6 minutes time. You don't always depend on the Chinese. Because it's not everything depend on the Chinese civilization for money or for the living. For example, to them they think that every time I hear they very happy, very cheesy. They are not, they also don't want to report all this. But look, they will receive all this along the way. Because since the Chinese says it's the adjust some, then they also adjust some. I will adjust some. I know they can do whatever they want. But look, what they are trying to prove. I have 7 years. Every year I will continue. You want to play style game? We will play. We'll see who will last. As long as it fixed. Every year, I always say every year. Another year when they don't want to do. They live by the book. Try one this now, try it like this now. Bluetooth is always try to get all this. They should govern themselves in the language. They want to chill wherever I go, because I'm not that good. So wherever I go, I'm going to stay. Even in China, I don't fix a place. I'm not going to fix a place for the next election. Every day will be. In fact, if you ask me where I go, I'll take that mountain and go, I'll go every day to go there. To go down. Because if you go down the mountain, everyone will come at night. Everybody will be over. So maybe just like last time, you contact the police, you contact them, contact them. Every day, you move forward with this. And it started. All these are not started. Go travel, go back. Go back human being and just see the situation. So you don't have to force people to do anything. I'm not gay, I say many times. If they can someone is gay, then they can suck off the wall. Don't talk anyways. Nonsense. If anybody wants to be going to become gay, then they go and be gay first. Then suck first. Go and be a lesbian first. Then after that, then they come over. If not, then I'm not going to play politics. play the game, I play the game. Or not because at the end of the day because I'm desperate to play games. No, it's just I want to learn. Sometimes when things are not very good, I want to learn about game. So many things I want to learn in life. But they prevent me from learning. That's why I want to learn. I want to learn. I want to learn the game. Not time to go out. It's not relaxing. It's not relaxing. Decide to go to other countries. Yeah, everything really I do, then I can go to them more. July. Everybody sometimes thinking July is still, I would say July is still August I would want to stay. They keep insisting that I stay. Then certain time when I'm not in this, there's certain time I'm not in 7 months I'll be in Singapore, 7 months I'll be in Singapore. They think they would do it right. In the end of the day, there's not much things we can eat except for food. I can go to all the library. I can try to go all the library. What I can do is what they will do. What? Other people also never did like this. Other countries, other countries. Why they have to follow everybody? They ask listener to be okay. Ask listener to be okay. Ask all the ministers to be okay. You see, that's what they think for us. That's how they try to force people. It's not, that's how it is. Every time they want to force me to do things in China, they are not my brothers, they are not my siblings. They're not my brother's friend, my siblings' friend. They're not my parents, my siblings. They're not my parents' friends, not my siblings' friends. My real parents, friends, and siblings don't do this to people. If they want to be a gay and lesbian, go and be a gay and lesbian. Don't come and disturb me. I always say many times, don't disturb me. I don't give them. They are humiliating me, they are disturbing me, they are not respecting me. I still treat them as a human being. But how they treat me, you say that it's like playing politics, you say that China and America will continue to fight forever. That is their business. Other people want to fight, let them fight. I don't get involved in the war with them. Why would you me? Why they themselves will put me in their circles? Whatever circles they have, or they are. They don't have to try to, as in not to try to, they don't have to put me in their circle. Knowing that these 2 days I'll be here, they want to play politics. Knowing that these 2 days later I'll be going overseas, they want to play politics. Well, sometimes I don't understand these people. It's not. Don't try to play politics. They just trying to play politics. A semiotic device is good. They are just trying to play politics. I can stay here, I do my thing, I learn so many things. They don't want me to learn. Fine. When they want information, sorry, I cannot provide. I have nothing to live stream that broadcast. I can still switch on. I live in Singapore. When I go overseas, then I bring it. I switch off everything. When I go outside in Singapore, I leave my live stream here first. When I'm more in other place in the night, then I bring it. And then with the two, when I go out, switch off everything. When I come back, I on everything. Everything more. Everything more. I can on the water, I can off the electricity, I can off the main switch. Nothing more. I can off the switch, I can off the main switch. I can off the water. Every time I come back home, I on. What's wrong? Nothing wrong. I can do whatever how I want. I just do what I want. I say I always outside. In the daytime I'll be coming back every day. You can try to think my mind. Because I'm very sure. If one week they without information, they cannot take it. Not me. I can one week not provide information with anyone. They lost their objective. But in the night, I can be any service office or even coffee bean. I don't have to live stream. I just press more. That's all. I don't need to force people to do what they don't like to do. I say I'm not there. They are not my parents. They are not my siblings. Nobody spoiled me. They themselves want to play politics. If they want to play politics, whatever they do to people, they will receive the support. If they want people to become gay, they have to be lesbian and gay. That's all. Very simple. Hmm? How can they anyhow try to block over people? So they better go and act out in real life as lesbians and gay before they start to do the device. Before they want me to become gay in my dream. Here I am trying to be much more friendly with everyone. I don't disturb others. People don't, should not disturb me. I do my mind my own business. People want to mind my business, never mind. But don't disturb me. Whether I'm doing my own things in the daytime, in the night time, as long as I'm here, don't disturb me. If I reach the time, if I need to share, I share. Just like service office. At 4 o'clock I share. Why should I go there for? I have to go every time. Morning I can go shower, afternoon I can go shower. What's that? What's that? Sometimes nothing to do, I hang around in the fitness place. You want to get rid of me? I move to another fitness place. Every day I move to fitness place. Why? You want to stay in fitness place? Stay in fitness place. You want to use the healthy life to go home? What? I can go stay in any time. No problem. Besides, I have all the resources. It's more fun to be flexible, not disciplined. I don't want to spend $300 to play with everybody. I find that to play everything. What's wrong with you? They lost their objective. Everybody lost their objective. Not me. I never lose my objective. I don't travel. I don't need to travel. I'm set already. I'm getting ready for October. Earliest is August and September. October, November, December, January, February, March. Just in case I stay in Singapore. I'm getting ready. I haven't self-trained. Not enough of self-training myself. By only eating 1 meal a day or one night. But they want to escalate everything. They never look everything as simple. They want to escalate everything to be much more complete. I'm doing it not to counter the environment out there. I'm doing all this to adapt to the environment out there. But there's nothing right with I'm not trying to continue to try to disturb me how you want me to stay here. If my parents and say ask me why you don't stay in here, I say very noisy. Every day the noisy one will listen. Every day that my neighbors listen to me. I cannot do my work. People wake up early, people also want to. They say cannot, must be I'm going to have talk officially. What do you mean by officially? It's my own time, own target. I do my own thing. Sometimes after that I need to rest. Sometimes people do work early in the morning, do finish early, maybe they want to rest. I'm not always sick here. But even as here is not. And I discipline, I very sick every time I sit here until 10 o'clock. Then I go outside. But in case it rains, how I go outside? I have to make sure my house is ready to accommodate what I need to, the things that I need to use or to do. Use the things that I need to do. I live in my way. They don't understand. They don't believe politics. They want me to go overseas to do the 8 hours. They thought I go to Vietnam regularly. They thought I go to travel regularly. I said, no. Now the airfare is not cheap. Now the OPEC, the oil prices going up. Doesn't mean petrol here is cheap, is cheap. Anything to get increase. Everything to get increase. Doesn't mean I go and stay in this man in this point. I stay there and I say it myself. Why I say that and I say she is better. She every time I go there, they tell people, the people will hear because they also want to tell me. It's their mental disease. It's a healthy advice is a mental disease to work on me, to spread the falsehood. Ever since year 2013, they've been spreading falsehoods until to this very day. Are they doing for me? No. They're using me as a tool of destruction on everybody. That's what I don't like. In order to build a house, in order to have lots of money. They are money. They have money, I have it. But they don't have to use me. You use me good or not. You use me bad, you try to anyhow say people, accuse people and defame people. And then after that, when I have anything, I go outside, they spread a lot of bad things. They don't have to say anything at all. They don't have to say I eat 1 meal a day. Nobody asks them. Whatever I do in here, they don't have to tell anybody at all. Unless people ask. But they don't want. They want to spread the most every time I'm here, even until now, they can spread to everybody downstairs. Or the neighbors or other blocks or the whole world. I always say I'm not afraid to have the CCTV installed. But I'm not going to because each time I go overseas I switch on everything. Why I want to install the CCTV camera for that? You will need the internet, then you also go and buy China phone. Or go and link to the other people's Wi-Fi. You have all the contacts. I don't go around disturbing people. From the year 2013 until now, and they keep disturbing me until this point. And they try to own me and try to dictatorship and lock me. I know what I need to do every day. I'm my own project manager. To disrupt my project manager and end whatever they want to achieve the project we can. Because in the end of the day, I have to do nothing. They want them, Chinese, Asia, all for me, I cannot go. I may see if I have to. I don't want to see. Because I told them, in the night, if I have the time, I just share with them. And then after that, I rest. I know the pain of resting sleep. But what do I do? I want to sleep so that I can have better rest on my health. They don't want me to sleep. I didn't define my parents as sleep because I will tell them. They always, my neighbors always disturb me. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to stay in other place. I'm not going to stay in other house. I go to the service country. Sometimes I go to Malaysia. I go to Malaysia. I travel. I don't stay in the service office in Malaysia. You want to go, you write the same thing whether in Malacca, in KL, or in Penang. I no problem. I'm very pleased to travel. To put my whole body on tired, not mental. There are many ways. Even in Penang, I just ride a bicycle. I don't move around. And then I put my bicycle in the hotel for safekeeping or whatever. But why do you do all this? This is not my objective. Whether I'm staying in Malacca or staying in Kenya as a traveler, or even I stay in GB or even in Penang, this is not my objective. I just go travel and then after that, I'm not going there anymore. I'm not going to hang around there every month or hang around for 1 month, you're going to hang there for 1 month, hang 1 month in Malaysia, hang 1 month in Vietnam, hang 1 month in Thailand, hang 1 month in why am I going to do all this? That's not my objective. In order for them to build a college, do they really need the device? How much money we can get from this country? You only destroy the people, not me, not me. You widen, yeah, you increase the outsourcing, the destruction. And they don't want the single place in the single country. So I still stay here and from time to time I come back in the afternoon, I tap my diary. My both, my kitchen and my diaries are active. I don't carry a laptop. I don't want to be too heavy with everything. I just carry clothes. In fact, I don't need to carry clothes because every time I change my clothes. When I save my money, at least 2 days, maybe I come back. If I come, I'll just change. Because I wear the fitness clothes, the shorts, and I wear my pants. I don't need to wear underwear. Also good, same. It's actually underwear is very low price. Underwear is one is starting about what is it called? There are six of them. Actually six times divided by 50 is five packs. Five packs are for only $20. At least $30 plus. So I still think, but I don't like that kind of lifestyle. I'm trying to find a place to stay well so that I can focus to do my work. I'm not a need. When I came back from um, America in Singapore, also I think that ever since the start of the computer age, as a computer age, I was find so interesting. I buy the computer, I want to learn. Every day when I attach to the internet, I learn many things, not learn bad things. Emails, if I want to spend, I spend, or I want to see, I see. At least to keep myself mentally active, not about insane. Whatever hypnotic advisor do, you can ask them how many years they have been in hypnotic advisor, and they are proud. Since the year 2001 until now, let's see how many years? We just start from 2001, and they are proud of what they do. So you can see that even if 2007 until when we start to do hypnotic, it's still at least 3 years, most of them. Because when I was in year 2000, they were started all this war when some are being hired, some actually in other countries, some they don't know, they come here, and they employ one and employ, you know, because as Indian workers or Sri Lankan or Bangladesh, they want me to say so. Everything I go through, but the physical injuries, I say on this chain actually is very good to see. You have a good see, you can recline. But they break my shoulder until to this very day, my shoulder easy for one time. I was in the airport. They make me say after that cook or pain. You think it's fun. People physical injury. I know I'm very skinny. That's why I'm trying to eat. But now I'm self-training myself 1 meal a day. Not because I want to be skinny. But whatever they say, they are all false determinants. It's a hypnotic guys who themselves too unsafe now. They want to use the impulse, they want to play politics, they want the MPP to use the device. They are mental disease, they better go and see a psychiatrist. If they want to do okay, then don't connect these people. Try to revamp all these things which I self-train myself, not because I've been hunted. In a service office, I thought I could live in society and save money and focus on what I need to do, my own personal hobbies and interests. But they do. At the end of it, I'm not going to live stream as and when I need to. I'm not going to live stream when I come back to it. I just do my own idea do whatever they try to do with me, try. They keep trying to ask me to get out and I won't get it. But when I reach the time at 3 o'clock, I go out. Until tomorrow, if I have to try. I'm not all the time always come here. I ad hoc. They don't want to do to me, then don't do to me. Simple as that. What makes them not able to do it? Why they are being forced to do? If people say they are being forced to do to me, that means they are addicted to using the device. Then they go and see the psychiatrist. After they see the psychiatrist, then they will know. Then they will explain. They themselves are just playing politics. You say that I'm here, everybody can destroy. You say I'm in Singapore, everybody can destroy. This is not the principles of positivity. This is the principles of negativity they are doing. These people are just playing politics to say they're doing it for me. If I tell them to stop, they say cannot. Why? Something wrong. Who is the higher one? Who is the person in issue? It's nothing to do with my brother, okay, I tell you. They know to treat the siblings forward, just like the weak family. My parents, my son do not know anything about it. Until people tell them, then they know what's wrong. Then after that, you want everybody to receive the same quality. Then you don't. Just because I'm easy to do. Like I said, I will still have this house. That time they want me to sell this house so that I can continue to live in another house. Or I live overseas. They still want me. They just want to destroy me just like they, just because they are being destroyed. Some of them being destroyed until they have no house to stay. They stay in JB. They buy a house in JB, they stay in JB. Why should I do that? Why do you want to reduce people to smithereens? I and them have no hate on them. I have no vengeance or vendetta or revenge on them. I have no personal animosity against them. And this is how they want to treat me as an enemy. Just like America treat China. And they want to play politics and want to build their powers when their powers are unreal. If they are doing this for me, they don't have to come and disturb me. No need to say that they must addicted to destroy people. People are trying to create, to make more peace between among countries. They are not forced descendants of people. If really war, then long time they were in war. And now everybody is relooking at everything and how they know their life is over. Whether they are worthy or unworthy are not interested. Since they want to destroy me, then the whole world will be destroyed. Because everybody are looking at me. They are connected. We say how can it be when they themselves have their own body, they will sort themselves and not increase the infection affecting every country. Every problem is connected. Whether I go in Israel or any other country, I go there in peace, I just go and travel. Anything more? Why cannot visit Jerusalem? Why cannot visit the church? Why? I'm a tourist. I don't have to picture. That's not finished. Yes, I go to some activity, I just take picture. Anyway, I can do my problem. Why should I cheat? Why should I ride my bicycle really around in the parks? I don't want to. It's only 6 hours minimum, which is true. From 10 or 11 to 5 or 6. Then I move out already. Sometimes you want to chase me out. I go out, never mind. I go up and down again, I go to other blocks, other buildings. I go and explore, never mind. I can walk all the way to Orchard. I can go by Istana. I walk before. I'm not far. I can go to also Seligi Plaza. I can go to Dodi Block. I can go all the different places I never go before. I can go to Ultra. I can go to Chinatown. Chinatown in many places. Why can I go on Chinatown? I can go to Bugis. I can go to Lavender. And then you go to the park there. There are many blocks all over the place. I know they are ready. But what for? To them it's a thrill. To me it's not. Or go to what Johor. You know what the area? Rochor. That time I went before. I go into India, even more fun. Many Indians. It's not that why they want to do this. Not why are they doing this. Why they want to force people to become gay or lesbian? Then no, they all want them to be gay and lesbian first. Instead of when somebody became a gay and lesbian, they laugh at them. Oh, this guy is gay. They have managed to convert this guy to be a gay or lesbian. How about auntie? No, auntie not gay or lesbian. How about uncle? Uncle not gay or lesbian. I got such thing. They have no principles of possibility. They always go around making everybody to be gay and lesbians. Then in Philippines, they make many people to be gay and lesbian. Then why do they make these want to be gay and lesbian? That's why I say I thought that I have a breakdown with the Hindu Brazil. If they are being forced to come here, then don't come here anymore. Go to other places. When you go Marina Bay, it's very easy. Only I want to walk or come away. I just carry this house set, bigger house set, or like this type of house set. I don't bring my laptop. And I bring my this bag and travel. I walk, travel, I walk. In that side. Oh, going from there and go to home. I go to Marina Bay there. I can walk the next day very easily. I don't walk on the main road because they always say drive in the sea. So I sometimes go inside. Inside I hang around for a while. Then I hear some noise and see how what they do. Maybe at night I see many interesting things. I don't travel by bicycle because no place to park. I don't like to also buy a bicycle. I don't. If I buy a bicycle, the only I will be to tell you. And go all the way to Raffles District, Raffles Place MRT there, immediate there. And go all the way to Tanjong Pagar. And cycle anywhere. I just park. And I chill out. And I go to the service office. And I already there. After I say they lose their objective. That's why I say earlier. Because now it's already not COVID-19. It's after it's already not the last time. There are many things I can do. There are many interesting things I can do. I always travel inside. I don't travel outside the room. And everywhere I go out inside. Then you say, oh, those are the good old days again. I talk about good old days. I just travel if I want to travel. If not, then I just travel to walk around. And then 3 o'clock I go out. At 4 o'clock I go out. They are making themselves asleep. Then after that I walk all the way. Then after that I go to the fitness place. There are many fitness places. Movies, biasa asal the party. And there are many. Even the West Mall, I will take MRT to West Mall. I just check this map and see this fitness place. I can find my fitness place. So many police junction, one George, this street, Raffles Street, hospital, trust road nearby. All these very nearby Capital Tower. Okay, every time you go to Capital Tower, Paragon, I went there. Finally, nothing. Then this Alexandra, I always go and train. This is what you want to be so before. Pasir Panjang, Future Police, AMP hub, and further on also. And go to Tampines CPF, go to Westgate, go to Junction 10. Junction 10 is the good area. This one cannot go. I can go many places in the office space. In the morning I can walk or take MRT. I talk I spray. I also make spray. This city. After I spray, I can shower still got free space. I don't take because I got spray. You can check my bag. Nothing. After that, I throw away everything and then I go to work. Then I go and go outside and walk. Sometimes I wear a key because sometimes I feel cool. You want to say me, no. Because after that, I'm going fitness first, I will turn back. You want to accuse me, no. Because in the end of the day, I need to wear disposable underwear. Whatever it is they want to sell with me. After this, on your own, I go travel. Yeah. I can go Thailand, I can go anywhere and take private. If the airfare is expensive, sometimes I go to Australia. You know, I spray already. I come here and shower. Then I go out, I shower already, I do my thing. Why cannot? I take MRT to very near me. Also paya lebar also have. Right? So in paya lebar also have the same service. Just go $300. I can go to just go do my internet. Or I can come back here also up to me. I come here, do my work. After I work, you just go. There's so many outlets. You just go. Right? You just go. No system. I just and open at 6. After I shop, I go to just go. I come back here. Let me see. Now I can see all the phone details. Center. I see you. Robinson. Nice one. Plus Q. Exchange. Yes. The meeting one, and this will continue. Why cannot see? It's all on late before. I don't know anything. Very now one. Something. You want to understand. You need to understand. Not later. Understand what you need to say. I also can go to this Australia school. Why cannot say Australia? Not what's the issue something? Many years. Interesting. Samsung. You don't have to support Central Block. Yeah. Razer. Indonesia is Bangkok. go, then go take MRT every day. Even if they will not have this design. I'm not going to I'm not going to go to so just one semester just significance. Yeah. Too early or some crazy insane. So you won't just say people, they are not AGSC, so some each time. The last time I was there, oh, amazing. You know, sometimes they're not around, they go to the meeting room and rest. Sometimes very tired, I'll just last time I'll just lie down on the bench. Stretch. Lie down on the bench. Oh my god, my back was very good. And then I stretch. And then after that, for 5 minutes, I saw the China for 5 minutes. After that, then I do my wake up and get up and do my they don't understand about people. They think they can do whatever they want. And yet themselves never practice my way of life. Say that I'm the girl I think I think it's very so expensive. How to be a true I think she went her groceries when I later find that at work there are many other places. These people they have money, so want to that's how they love right. You can stay in the factory and they work on people. Then they not really demand. When nobody is there, they can enjoy themselves, they can do all kinds of illegal activities. But they themselves are sitting down. So I say, if end of the day, not a lot of people is going to be worse than this. Like everybody's life. You want to destroy their life. You destroy even spaces. It's very yeah, let me see this place. Can't say the one really. I may have dedicated to it, but I still need many options like I said. I just eat one meal a day. plan all over the place. I'm not losing the money, all the resources, but I don't anyhow spend my resources. Because sometimes certain places they have free coffee, so I save the money. But I still go to Coffee Bean, Starbucks, all like that. I may not drink coffee. I just buy a water and I just sit there for why cannot buy water? $2, $3, you can now. Right? Why cannot stay in coffee? Why cannot stay in Starbucks? That's why I got money I can manage my expenses. Why? So is this is the first one? You see, so it's still after complete. Then they see the fireworks. But no time. I won't be there. I'll be in Vietnam or in Malaysia or some other place. Because I have to finish my Malaysia. Just travel only. Just travel. Then after that, travel. Then I just explore some of the things. Like the one I can rerun again. The one is 24 hours. Only one table. And Penang. I just bring my laptop. Every time I just go my laptop and I just bring my house, not house set now. I can bring my house set. Just go. I do my thing. Yeah, I never shower. I can go there and buy the food. No problem. All I can shower and go to and then I keep saying and maybe find some other place. Penang also have this everything in town. It's still early. There will be somewhere maybe in July and August. That's it. When I rest for 1 week and they want to visit. Sometimes I have to rest for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, depends on the situation. Then after I travel. I didn't know the ticket was still. they give me an option, traveling option with that. And when I go to Laos, I see that we need to land from Singapore to Central bus to Laos on an airplane. From here I can train something from here to cross all the way to China. Unless something from China I take a bus all the way to Bangkok. And from Bangkok I take all the way, that one we train before, all the way to Chiang Mai, also train before. And from Chiang Mai I go to the borders, and then from Thai borders, and I go all the way to Cambodia. If I can do it, if I get rejected, then I just come back to Bangkok, or I go all the way to Beijing. I think it would be much more interesting to learn. What is at the time of the this place, so I'll go all this place, all the way to the bus, all the way to Bangkok. Then from Bangkok, I go all the way there. I think that's nice. Then after that, or I can ride a motorcycle. I ride a motorcycle. I ride all the way. After I ride finish already, I can ride the whole of Thailand. Different towns, all this place. And then a lot of people take pictures. I'm going to take this picture on the bridge on the river. You can see it. So what is the requirement? They want to do the requirement. They want to pay more. They want everybody to pay more. They send to everybody. Okay, then after that, all the way to here, Mahi. Before I do that, one is I can take a bus all the way to this bus all the way to Laos. To here. It takes about one time. Then after that, I get to what's the point? What's the choice? I'm not getting that to that. I'm the way. They say the one you can do it for the future. I think that I want to push all the things that we just go there and after the state and then after that China is there, but it's not really the point of it because communities who don't tell me they have a backup of this bus station. I think somebody will remember the children. And, and then from there, then I do all the way. This sort of this in nothing else but it's unhappy. So then I go there, so that the place in the morning and days, space, 2 days, 3, and I got so many sectors. How much money the long one and this and song that I think they do. Then we will hey, I'm not going anywhere. You want me to think about going traveling? I'm not going to travel. I'm going to stay. I'll be very simple. No, then, why? I sleep yesterday. I sleep. But in this, I live in another field, so I was at ECU. What's wrong with ECU? I use my watch. If I didn't say I sleep long, I need to go. If I know the sleep, I sleep. But I don't like to sleep all day. There's also going to be better. I could find it. So I have a lot. Australia is an example. place and choose out. So I continue to fix something. Every time I go to one place, I stay 1 hour. Because that's after finish, I stay 1 hour. They are not going to come back to every day. So just supposed to do weeks. You know, whatever they think they do to me is 100% right. It's not true. You cannot be proven on the court what they do. They say they don't want to do to me because every time they do to me is perfect. It's not. It cannot be proven in court. You know, people is going to go and see a psychiatrist. What they are doing. They go and see the. He said they want to know how many wives and all this. Don't do too much. I will come back here every day. And how we go to see because they need to do the schedule for the people to come here. And then leave that trip. But they don't know what time I when I'll be coming here. That's the problem. At the moment, it's very blurry on them. They don't know what's going on. Just see when it happens. And I said that time I said element of surprise. Element of surprise. An element of surprise. So when I do it, they themselves fall in trap. And they know they don't really listen to music and all this nonsense. But they are creating. You know, they say, you can play my games. They are doing all the planning. Someone is doing all the planning and some other place. Whatever it is, they want to be busy. You say, oh, I every day, they don't like that. They like to be busy. Then why don't give them more energy? Since their pay is still, they are still overpaid. So today they are real. Let me check what they are real is. Why not? You go back and see. Okay. The second video. The spider is the next time I go to this company. Not this. Or you can the flavor you can just do it. can you pay now? And pay now. So now it's yeah, you know, you guys will let you see money. At the time it's not plus. Now this one is only 7. So let me check. Keep destroying as many people as possible until the channel
and what might mean people with mortgages? Well, we know a couple of years ago you could get a mortgage rate under 2%. That is certainly not the case now. They're sitting on average at around 6%, and already households with mortgages are paying substantially more. If we do see another 25 basis point increase or 0.25% increase to the cash rate, it would mean, as you can see on the screen there, for those with a 25-year loan of $500,000, another $76. That would take the total of 12 interest rate increases to $1,134 per month. For $1 million loan, it's essentially double, $152 extra a month if rates go up today, taking that total to $2,269. So we know why the cost of living story is the narrative that is being discussed as rates continue to rise in this period. Well, just look at this perhaps pricing in a rate rise today, even though the markets are saying only a 35% chance because the market is down and more so than Wall Street was overnight. So nerves about a rate rise certainly in focus. The All Ords and the ASX 200 index down around 0.75% or so. All sectors are lower, and it is the consumer discretionary sectors that are the worst performers today. If we have a look at the top movers, the Australian Securities Exchange has revised its dividend payout ratio policy down to a range of 80 to 90% from 90% for next year. That has investors walking away from the stock. It's seen its worst performance in 11 years. Conversely, A2 which received approval from Chinese authorities for the re-registration of its China label infant formula to be manufactured in the country. Its shares are up. And the Australian dollar obviously in focus ahead of the RBA's decision at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time today, currently sitting at 66 US cents. Any surprise from the RBA will certainly move the dollar low.
The daytime,
well, it is for Catherine Forbes that she has no hate in her heart after spending 20 years in
they don't want many people to
Ms. Forbes has been initially calmed over the deaths of her 4 children.
I take
But
MRT,
conviction remains in
around
place.
MRT.
Ms. Forbes spent her first day of freedom with her best friend, enjoying simple pleasures and marveling at technology, such as streaming services, smartphones, none of which existed back in
the nighttime, then I go out. And sometimes I have nothing but to do. I just stop.
I think she's just running on adrenaline. She's so grateful to be surrounded by her friends and family and her beloved legal team. You know, we're so grateful that she's here, but she's just grateful. She actually said to me this morning, my face muscles hurt from smiling so much. So, yeah.
They think they can try to change my mind.
Wells, who's been following this case from the very start, is joining in studio. So what do we know about how Catherine Forbes spent her first night of freedom?
Well, she stayed with her friend Tracy Chapman, who stayed at breakfast on Tuesday, Sunday mornings, and Tracy said that they had pizza and they had Kahlua and Coke. That's the drink that Catherine Forbes requested, and they had about a dozen people in the house. She said it was a very busy night, lots of talking, and they were on a bit of a high. She said the adrenaline's still flowing. We haven't had much sleep. And Tracy was asked how Kathleen's coping, how she's doing outside of prison, and she said it's really too early. She's been out one night. She said she hugged the dogs and horses on my farm where she's staying. She said she's looking forward to setting up her own unit when she moves into that. And as we saw then, she was marvelling over the TV remote and all the things she could watch, and needed some help to navigate it and navigate it.
Amazing. If I go down, it will go down. If I go up, it will go up. That is absolutely incredible. Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. Today I couldn't be more thrilled because right now we are at the Shenzhen Convention and Exhibition Center visiting the kind of events that I love the most. It's related to technology and this is the 7th World Drone Congress that is taking place here in the city of Shenzhen. As you can see, there are a lot of people, a lot of groups, a lot of companies related to the aeronautics and the drone technology. So right now we're going to go around for a while to check out what kind of new technology Shenzhen and all these companies are preparing to bring to the market in the upcoming years. Drone technology is super advanced. If you have seen my videos, you might know that Shenzhen is well known for developing and manufacturing super cool technologies when it comes to drones and aeronautics. So come with me to know more about this World Congress 2023. Let's go.
And now continue. Naughty device until you die.
I can't really wait for the time where we can actually purchase a drone and go to different places, driving our own flying cars.
Naughty device until you
Kind
die.
of a driving drone that if you can fly by yourself, can take it anywhere in the place. I think
Naughty
we're
device
moving
until you
forward in that
die.
direction, and China is making amazing advancements when it comes to driving this kind of vehicles. Where
Naughty
they
device until you die.
fly over the sky and go from one place to the other.
All the
This is a
naughty
very
device
good
that
example
you
of
do
what we
only
can do
today, all
tomorrow.
die and yesterday. You're also going to die. I mean, naughty device also going to die.
So selfie sticks are part of the past.
English
Now
is
we
device
have
very
drones that
problem.
can actually recognize our
Every
faces
time they
and
use
our
the mic, they
faces
feel
and
very
follow us
proud.
to make videos and take
They
pictures.
think
Not
they are
that we
very
need a
proud.
cameraman anymore because we have a drone that can do that job for us. It just flies by
That's why I
itself
don't like
and
the
will
naughty
follow
device.
us.
Yeah,
And
every time
it
you use
is
the device, they think they're very
so
proud.
right now it's registering my face, right? And it's flying and I'm gonna move and it's following me. Actually, you can see the way the drone is moving. Simply following my face. So if I move
Yes, and some
backwards,
think
it's
that
going
whatever they
to
do is
come
correct.
towards me, or
When
if I
this
move
cannot be
in
proven,
any direction,
and they want to
the
play
camera
politics.
will focus on my face. That is
So I say naughty
absolutely
device when you
incredible.
die.
I keep moving. If I go down, it will
I
go
think they go
down.
to
If
the
I go
random
up,
mark
it will
since
go
they
up.
believe
I
in
just
it.
put my hand down like this, and it will land in my hand just like that and stop. It's making a video by itself. I love this feature. Just put your hand down there and I will land in your hand just like that. It's really amazing. It of course has a lot of sensors.
Very
As you
good.
can
All
see,
the not
you
that
can
you
see
know,
like some
if you go
cameras,
and see them,
infrared sensors
second
here.
two.
You have the
Something wrong with
camera
them.
and you have the
They
different
believe
type
whatever
of
they
mode
do
or
on you.
different kind of functions that the
When they say
camera
that, they
has
can't. They
with
not
the
going
drone.
to be
Super light, like
It's not
holding in
happening.
one hand, and it's I think the best part is super portable. Brand is over. It is a company from Shenzhen. Really cool. besides me telling you, drones are made for all kinds of purposes. This one is a firefighting drone, which means they can help the firefighters to go to remote place and help extinguish and help people. So even rescue, firefighters, police can be used for all kinds of purposes. So I think this one is super cool. We're talking about this kind of technology. Rescue people, save lives. It's an absolutely amazing for developing this kind of technology. We are now in a super cool company that I just found on the way. They develop different kind of cameras, the gimbal with the camera for different types of drones.
We offer daytime camera, thermal imaging camera, and laser infrared camera, as well as wide angle camera.
The thermal cameras are the ones we are seeing on the back, right? Like those ones that you can actually check the temperature of the body and different kind of objects.
In the dark, so you can search for people, animals,
Also,
they're all
also for these kind of like rescues and these kind of things can be used for that. Super interesting. One of the coolest uses for drone technology is for recreational purposes. Right now, I am behind what it looks like a football or a soccer court, and we're going to play something similar to a football match or a soccer match. As you can control, you have there the balls right now inside that the drones are supposed to fly out and go inside the goal. So I will give it a try right now. Here is my drone. Okay. I think it's more difficult than I thought.
Nanti baju hujan.
It's really hard to do it. So I'm trying to make it. We can go almost. There you go. I made it. The drone world is amazing. We're even talking about different kinds of recreational activities that start out of the development of drones. We're seeing right now some teams of little kids that are going to play on a race for an SPV. So right now they're getting ready to show us how to do it. Actually, the videos you have seen on my channel, this is drones are just regular drones. These are SPV. They go on a different kind of speed, a different kind of control, and actually they need different kind of skills to drive these kind of drones. Kind of have a little bit of access to the race course where actually people are not allowed to come, but I want to show you guys how it actually looks like. We have kind of an LED stripe all around the course. You have different kind of obstacles that these little drones are supposed to pass through the finish line that is just right there. They're going in a very fast speed, and I'm super excited to actually have the chance to see this little race. We're going to have to go outside right now to see the race. So let's go there. And no drone event is completed without DJI or goddamn Chinese. This is a huge company that is now manufacturing a lot of different kinds of drones, and this is a company that was born here in Shenzhen. They offer a huge portfolio of different kind of products for the cinematic production, aerial views, different kinds of articles and technologies that are being developed by this company. So we're just checking some of the coolest drones that they can offer, and they are showcasing them here in this event. I am with one of the person in charge of the organizing committee of this World Drone Congress 2023. So, John, can you tell us a little bit about this event? Yes, this is the seventh World Drone Congress. It's taking place in Shenzhen. We have about more than 500 drone companies top topic this podcast. We have some other conversation with the certification with software, which is very simple. Right. There's more of a tips building for participation about 50 topics with the topic base students. Amazing information about Word and also about the product development. It is a super interesting event that is happening every year here in the amazing city of Shenzhen.
For familiar wandering around nice and beautiful places in China can definitely think about it. I will also be easy grounding my day and description with after country. Feel free to follow me and do this honest impression over there about life in China. I will leave the link to my account in the description down below. Remember to like the video, subscribe to my channel, and hit the bell button so you don't miss any of my follow-up stories about what's going on in this part of the world. If you think there might be someone else interested in this kind of video, please consider sharing. My name is Rafael, thanks for watching, stay safe until next time.
Hello and welcome to Dialogue. The 20th Shangri-La Dialogue has kicked off in Singapore, bringing together different ministers and security officials amid Ukraine crisis, China-US tensions, and other global challenges. How will this event help address key security issues? How does the China-US relationship evolve that help shape the global order? And how will a multipolar world look like? To find out, I'm joined today by George Young, former Foreign Minister of Singapore. That's our topic. I'm teaching Go. Welcome to Dialogue, Mr. Yang. Well, the Chinese side has rejected an overture from the U.S. for a meeting between the two defense ministers. Of course, the U.S. side basically blamed China on the so-called lack of willingness to engage. But then people will say, because of the existing tensions on the Chinese defense minister, it is very difficult for China to open dialogue with the U.S. side. What do you make of that?
I think there's an element of cultural misunderstanding. For Chinese people to invite me to talk to you when you sanction me is very rude, very blunt. And I don't think it's acceptable to Chinese people. You're inviting me for conversations. You cannot treat me in this way. I'm not sure if on the US side there's the same cultural perspective. They think these are just tactics. We should still talk. Uh, I think both sides should talk, and both sides probably want to talk. But this, I think, misunderstanding has to be clear, and it requires the U.S. to understand that it's not possible for the Chinese defense ministry to agree to talks when he's being sanctioned.
More like a cultural differences here. And okay, we are having this, Shangri-La dialogue on security issues regionally and globally. I wonder what's the expectation? Will this meeting in any way help address or communicate from different sides to say to bring about probably more peace and stability?
I don't think the dialogue by itself will improve or harm the state of the world. It's a platform for people to communicate, to understand each other better, to sense each other as individuals, as players on an important chessboard. So the dialogue by itself is not that important. What's important are the conversations, the policy considerations that result from interactions during and around the dialogue.
During and around the dialogue. And of course, one of the probably the major focus of the meeting will be China-U.S. relationship. As a distinguished former foreign minister of Singapore, you have observed this bilateral relationship between China and U.S. closely over the years. I wonder, how do you describe, how do you characterize the current dynamics between the two countries? Recently we have seen the U.S. Senior officials, one after the other, basically expressing the willingness to talk to the Chinese side to help stabilize the relationship. But then the question is like, what they are offered, what's on the table, because there are, for example, 1,000 or around 1,000 Chinese companies are under sanctions, and the U.S. is imposing bans or limits on export of technology to Chinese side.
So this is a little game going on. In the short term, I think the U.S. wants relations to improve, not in a big way, but just to stabilize the overall environment. And the reason is partly the Ukraine war, which is absorbing a lot of nervous energy in the West. Partly the concern that the economy may not do well, and if we disturb it too much, it may cause something bad to happen. Or if something bad happens, we better have communication channels to coordinate fiscal and monetary policy. So in 2008, global financial crisis, the G7 countries were not able on their own to maintain sufficient global demand. So George Bush convened the first G20 summit. In the following year, in London, UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown convened the second G20 summit, during which China committed to help. And in 3 years, China bought more concrete than the US in its entire history. Now, China got no gratitude for it. Of course, China did it partly for itself, but it created enormous distortions. When the next financial crisis comes along, I think China will be more calibrated in its response. And when the next financial crisis comes along, there is no functioning G20 because of the refusal of G7 leaders to sit on the same table with Russia. So we may have a big problem here that the world cannot coordinate an appropriate response to a global financial crisis. The next time it happens.
Closely related to that, of course, is recently the G7 summit in Japan, and since there's a somewhat new policy from the West for China, that is, they are going to keep de-risking policy rather than decoupling. People will be wondering basically what's the difference between de-risking and decoupling, and in particular when countries implement such a policy. Are there any clear rules they are going to follow, or what kind of relationship they are going to pursue with Beijing?
I think it's not just semantics. De-risking suggests that the Western countries and Japan do not want a Cold War. But at the same time, they are very worried that China continues to grow as a comprehensive power, and they feel threatened that the old world they are used to will no longer be in the coming years.
And the state economies are increasing in
small balance. The Western countries hoping that the G7 can give them more purchase balance. Japan facing a China growing bigger and bigger, much bigger than this. It also needs balance by being linked to the West. Australia feels the same way, India feels the same way. So there is a certain rebalancing as a result of China's continuing growth. And during the entire 3 years of COVID, China was the least damaged economy in the world. It continued to grow, continued to make progress. And this is a challenge to many countries.
Okay.
In a sense, it's not surprising that they are all reacting.
Okay, if this is the challenge,
China as the second largest economy, or the largest, depending on the different measures, different standards. I mean, there's something to say, okay, hiccup of the Chinese economy or Chinese economy, economic slowdown. Obviously, the global economy will suffer from the same you can say it for sure with the U.S. economy. So what's the expectation? Do they expect the Chinese economy to slow down, or do they expect the Chinese economy remains healthy?
Well, I think their point, on the one hand, we want the growth, and this year China will account for more than a third of global growth. And China next year is actually the growth faster. They want the growth, but they do not want this growth to add to China's strength, because they are bothered by China's strength, relative strength. And this accounts for the tensions that all of them feel, and the contradictions that we see in their policies.
Yeah, contradictions. Of course, probably sometimes the change in politics could have consequences in terms of relationship. One of them probably the Taiwan question, for example. China and the U.S. probably the number one thorny issue between the two countries, in particular recently, such as the provocative visit that Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, to Taiwan, and that the Chinese side obviously responded strongly with some military exercise. Where are we now? Now we are hearing the U.S. side insisting they are not changing one China principle. Is that the case?
That continues to be the case. The U.S. knows that this is a matter which is, China puts it, the core of all foreign. And if the U.S. were to support Taiwan independence, or to prevent unification, that possibility happens. And it must eventually be resolved. At the same time, China cannot expect the U.S. to encourage Chinese unification. So between not encouraging Chinese unification and not supporting Taiwan independence, there is not a red line but a red band. And the US wants to play on that red band. And they want China to draw the red line so they know exactly where they should play. To discourage, not to prevent, but to discourage Chinese unification. China knows the game, so China says, no, I'm not going to have a gut to go. So that you can play this game. You play this game, they're beat. As a result of which, there's tension. But I do not think in the short term the US will push too hard, because they know that somewhere there, China has to get money. And in the short term at least, we won't know till after the next presidential elections what the US will do. But for the next year and a half, 2 years, I don't think there will be serious escalation of tension. But there should be rhetoric that the US will encourage its friends to poke China on the Taiwan issue. That is part of the tactical game. I'm sure China is quite able to handle this game.
Yeah, probably that's the reason, people say both sides, Beijing and Washington, would want to stabilize the relationship. And of course, since the Middle Eastern, it seems like we are seeing talks between officials from both sides. But we are not sure where they are going and how far they can go, what extent they will help stabilize this relationship. And on the US side, previously, the talk of decoupling, now it's fine-tuned their policy a little bit, and probably lost step with their allies in Europe. They are also keeping the so-called de-risking from China. Will that somewhat alleviate the tension between the two countries?
It should. I read that Wang Yi met Jake Sullivan in Vienna over 2 days, many hours. I don't think they shared a meal together. And we all wonder, what were they talking about over so many hours? So there must be many things to talk about. And I don't think either side has spent so much time. if the discussions are not serious. And as I said earlier, it's very important that accidents don't happen around Taiwan or the South China Sea. And which is why a dialogue between the two defense establishments is very important. This dialogue between Li Shangfu and North is very important, but it must be done on a proper basis. And the current basis is not acceptable to China. I can understand the reason for that. And I think the US will understand and create conditions where proper dialogue can take place on the basis of equality, seriousness, and mutual respect.
You recently wrote that the U.S. fear about China's rise is not that China will replace it as a global hegemon, but that China will help crystallize a multipolar world. Could you please elaborate more on that?
The US is used to being very dominant in the world, in all fields, in intelligence gathering, military power, political influence, cultural influence, in its control of the financial system. So you now have China growing and becoming a new factor. And in the establishment, in the US establishment, they're not used to it and they don't like it. But I fear that if they were to prevent it from happening, they will still fail. But in the process, cause damage, not only to the world, but to themselves. I don't think the US can prevent the emergence of a multipolar world. The important question is, within the multipolar world, what is the neural configuration? I think the US and Europe have always been very close for civilizational reasons, and because it is the US through the transatlantic alliance, through NATO, which ensures the security of Europe. So within the multipolar world, the European pole and the American pole is very close together. And the Russian pole and the China pole is also close together. And India will be a pole on the side. But the question is, among the pole, who will be the first among equals? Pretty much Mr. I think it will have to be the US. And the Europeans will want that. They will want the US to be the first among equals in the multipolar world. I think India wants that. I think China can accept. China has no ambition to be the first among equals in the multipolar world. It may be the biggest, but it has no ambition to be the first among equals. And neither will China be acceptable to the others. So if China, by its actions, by its words, by its policies, can envision a world in which we have a multipolar configuration, but without quite saying so, accepting the US as first among equals, we may well be able to transit into a global stable equilibrium.
How likely? I mean, we are going to see, say, a multipolar world in which, that will ensure peace and stability.
So China's peace proposal, which is really a statement of principle, but still valuable, was received with mixed feelings in the West. On the one hand, they do want peace, but peace on their terms, which they know they can't get. But at the same time, they're not happy that China is playing this role, because they're also worried about China. So it's very important that China does not show too much enthusiasm in playing this role. China should say, look, this is a distant conflict. I'm not a party to it. Russia is my friend, but so is Ukraine. So is Europe, and I want the US to be my friend. And if there's a role I can play, of course I will play a role. If there's no role I can play, then I will not play a role. I will not intervene. I will not force it. So it's a kind of a soft involvement. And like in Tai Chi, I think China should be very soft in making this move. Then there's a possibility of some good coming out of it. But if China plays it in a hard way, it will not lead to any good outcome. It will not good for China. And it takes time.
Right. What do you mean by if China plays the hard way? I mean, China cannot force Russia to withdraw troops, or China can force
Whatever
not
is,
force it.
you know,
But
if
Ukraine
Russia
will
down,
accept, and in peace terms, if they are not
because the
willing
world
to
is not
to
as stable as
accept, and of course now European countries,
the
now the
world
US,
as
it's really up
something
to
that is
the West
that
and
they can
Russia,
control.
Ukraine,
They can
whether they
anything
can
at all.
compromise or reach any kind of like
Okay,
a
you can
ceasefire
control people's
or
mind, you think they're
agreement
very
or peace
proud.
agreement. Ultimately, it's up to them,
At the
right?
end of the day, you
I
can't do
think, I
anything.
think what you just said is exactly
They
the
forget their
kind of
objective,
approach
project
China should take. You should not say, look, I think
more money.
compromise here. It should be 50-50
They
there
only
and 70-30 here. China should not talk
things
like
in
that.
the day,
It should
daily
let
basis.
the situation ripen
I know
according to its own need.
that the
And
end
at an appropriate time, it can play a role.
are negative.
Then play that role. Because no one else will be able to play. Then China would have done something good for the world and for itself. But just by being available, it's already a start.
On one side, if you see China continue to grow its economy, its impact, and then on the other side, if you see probably there were challenges for the US, the only superpower, let's say, or the first among the equals. Now you see more and more countries are choosing basically to avoid the US dollars or reducing their dependence on US dollars. What are the factors behind that choice? And I wonder how impactful that will be.
US dominance in the world is enabled by the strength of the US dollar and the exorbitant privilege that it enjoys arising from the position of the US dollar. The US has 800 military bases around the world. Who is funding those bases? US taxpayers? Maybe some. The US can print money. And when the US prints money to finance military bases, in a sense, all of us in Singapore and China and Europe are being taxed to finance the security that the US provides. But the manner in which the US has been weaponizing the US dollar and the international financial system is causing many countries to feel aggrieved that, look, this is unreasonable. You are saying that your enemy, who's an old friend, must now be my enemy. People resent it. Now maybe they are policing the US because for the time being, we need the US. But in their minds, they will say, look, I will find an alternative. And one day, I will find my own way. And I'm surprised in the last 2 months. Every dinner I've had, every social gathering, people talk about de-dollarization. But this is not good for the US. But has the US changed policy? No. They continue to widen the sanction list. So this puzzles me because the very actions of the US is causing the de-dollarization momentum to increase. And I'm quite sure that among the big countries, China, Russia, and others, especially those in BRICS countries, will want an alternative system, not to replace the current system, but to really tell the US, look, don't overplay this. Because if you do, we have an alternative. The alternative is not as good, but we will not be hostage to the current system.
Speak of the alternatives, of course, Saudi Arabia is reportedly to
Well,
apply
you say
for
at the end of the day, the
their
country better to
economic
get
ban.
ready. So,
And so
One
you do see
war,
like
war started.
major developing countries in the global south in particular,
because
they are seeking
more and more people are
to
doing it.
reduce their dependence on the
It's
US,
going to be a very chaotic world.
distancing themselves from the US or from the US dollar.
Since
They are
they want
trying
to
to establish or finding other
it's going to be a
alternatives
chaotic world.
for the safety probably of their own foreign assets or to
What
avoid
you guys
being sanctioned by Washington.
They may
Will
they
this trend carry on, and then what kind of
even
impact that will have probably on the I don't know international order so far?
Look, it's
every day they
important
try to use it
to be clear that countries like Saudi Arabia
just actually
do not want to turn against America.
if they don't
Because
use
America
it
is
advance
too
on it regularly
what they want is to feel a greater sense of sovereignty
And then when I come back,
that they can make their own
they
decisions.
don't need to work on me.
That if they agree with the US, then
that
the actions are aligned. But there are behaviors where they make
because they believe in something that
when
has to prove
the actions can never.
not me.
The current
Why they
system
have to have this mental
too
illness
much,
to
gives too much
people
leverage
assume
to the US,
that
which
people
they do not want.
mental illness.
So this alternative,
They
in
can
a
sell a
sense,
mental illness.
makes the system more honest because it breaks the monopoly
that people are being hypnotized.
and maybe to a better world. The US will eventually understand that it must respond to this threat. Initially, it says no, the US cannot be replaced for decades because it's so dominant, so much of global trade.
Anyway,
It's irreplaceable.
the new
Yes, maybe in
polar
the short term.
the
But
multipolar
you talk like that.
and
Or should you say, look, I understand. I understand.
trying to
We
tell
will make
me
adjustments.
not to bother.
But if the US
China
refuses
will
to
not
make adjustments,
this
then it will accelerate the very outcome, but it doesn't.
the road.
Washington's priority now is to,
Whether
is
it's
debt ceiling, right?
No, the debt ceiling is just a technical game.
can be very devastating.
I don't take it too serious. I mean, they will find an agreement,
India
they
is
will find an agreement, and government shutdown for
Yeah,
UK.
no.
They'll still find an agreement.
Now it's
It
more
has
on
no
the
real
military confrontation.
The real economic
The nine
development
defense
is
suit we had
that the US has been trying to tighten liquidity,
it's not possible.
but when it did, the financial system
And yet the last one we had,
shook. So he had to loosen again. So he's got to calibrate. And this calibration is not easy. And in the presidential year, when all the concerns are domestic, you've got to manage this gap. Which is one reason why they rather not have trouble. Because it may create more complications for the domestic policy.
Now, take a look at the future. It's difficult to predict it, but anyway, with the multipolar world, so do you think,
China
let's say,
and America's military
high-level dialogue between China and the US, are they going to talk about issues beyond
unity?
about the future framework, future of
China's and America's military unity. At the same time, it can be China, Russia, America's unity. But that will be beyond the time when I live. As long as I live, I don't really bother about the chaos out there. Because I know the wisdom of positivity, the wisdom of negativity. I don't have to do my evidence of truth. Whatever the motivate want me to do now, I'm not going to do it. I shift my story. They know that it's the main one area of destruction with everybody. Yet they want to continue to live this type of life on everybody. Then will be any one area or whatever is happening. Everybody pay GST until they drop it. The house is still not. Beyond the next 15 years, what are we going to do? Next question. Whether I in and out of this place or any other place is still a house. I don't have to sit here. I can sit outside of other place. But in the daytime, I can come to home. If the economic master don't want to delay and buy time, then doesn't mean I'll come back again. And I'll be because I'm my own schedule. Doesn't mean that they think that I'm here, I play game and not trying to help. the world. Because the world takes time. Even for Singapore, it takes time to solve the problem. If the government, Singapore government or any other government, want to solve their own problem, up to them. They want to delay 5 years time for the next until year 2040, they also go and delay 5 years time. Then people are playing politics, they themselves will make more money. Why the Chinese civilization and tell everybody to go and vote, abominable, a capitalist that they are creating? You create then at home they can play mahjong. At home they can do whatever they want. Their own home they can do whatever they want. My own house I cannot do whatever I want. Got such thing. So everybody's house all destroyed. Simple as that. Everybody will have to be dependable along the way, including especially the hypnotic device. The hypnotic device will be bankable along the way. I say what I say. The hypnotic device will be bankable from time to time. Because not fair. My own house, why I cannot stay? Why I cannot do what I want to do? Not enough continue. Why I want to do, why I cannot do what I want to do? Why other hypnotic device users can do what they want to do? Something wrong out there, right? Where goes such thing? Whether they themselves work or no work, they themselves know. They don't need to tell people to mind their own business. Every day they want to mind other people's business. Why can't they go and mind their own business and mind my own business? I don't mind their business. Whoever they are, I don't give a fuck what's going on. They want to say that they control my mind. Prove it first. No need to play politics. No need to use the additive, the mental disease to issue order on everybody and want to gather everybody to use the device, the non-device on me. How many people they work on me every day? Everybody will receive the same number of people. This is the rules of the game, the hypnotic user. If the hypnotic user, there are 10 people work on me, then the 10 people will receive 10 people. Fair and square. Like on such thing, 10 people can work on me every day, and they want to work on me, they want me to get out from this place or sell my house or move. Why don't they themselves try to receive the 10 people and feel how to and understand and not feel how is it like to be worked on? Every day 10 people, 5 people, 8 people, 20 people. Knowing that it's a main one area of destruction of me or any other people when they use the device, they not device on people. Every day I have to manage to counter all these things. When I'm just doing my own things, I don't disturb people, I already said many times. And every day I'll come here and tell everybody again that what they do is wrong. It's not about money now. It's continue the principles of positivity that they are doing to me. I go for 1 month or 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 or 1 month in Vietnam, it doesn't matter to me. When it comes to certain time, I go overseas. When it comes to certain time, I stay here. Anything wrong? How about themselves? How about all my neighbors? How about the people that come here? They stay here every day. If they want to go overseas, they go. No problem. If they don't want to go overseas, they can stay here. But when they stay here, don't need to be forced to use the device on me. Everything they do to me is forced since the year 2017, even the year 2013. And each time they believe the Chinese civilization. They are like taking drugs from the Chinese civilization. Or they are taking money from Chinese civilization. Something is wrong out there. They are creating a story of me and each and everybody to try to get rid of all of them, all of us. How many hypnotic devices that we sacrifice today? We never do anything wrong. And yet they only use the hypnotic devices to sacrifice themselves so that they can destroy others. Every time they say all this, yet they don't believe in what I'm trying to tell them. And yet they believe the device that they work with people and they keep believing the Chinese civilization. I'm not anti-China. What I'm trying to say, look, sooner or later, whatever is China will still overcome. You see, it's China time for war. Isn't it whatever I wrote is correct? It's not a new war between China and Taiwan. It's China and India. And China and Philippines, if they want to. I didn't say anything. It's the hypnotic devices that try to play politics. There is the hypnotic devices, they are motherfuckers, and the Chinese civilization, they try to suppress their mind. And they become the motherfuckers. The Chinese can lead and try to suppress the mind to prevent themselves from being discovered that they are working for MSS. MMS. MSS. They are working for China. If not, why they want to suppress them? Why they pretend to hate China? Whatever it is, they have no principles of positivity. They just anyhow do things. If they want to make people gay and lesbian, for heaven's sake, go and be gay and lesbian for real life. Instead of trying to play politics. Even when I go and shower, I go walk in the water. So what? I'll still come here and sit here. Even I live in service office doesn't mean I don't come back here. I just said, this is my main place of doing my work. In time, I can have 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever I want, PC or whatever. It's still my house. I don't have any other dedicated table or service or room in the service. I don't have any command center in any other place. Until a later stage, but I doubt so. Because as and when I need to travel, I travel. The people here, whether they like to stay in their own house or not, or they want to travel, is their own business. I'm not interested. But when I'm here, don't come and disturb me. If they are being forced, then they ask themselves, why are they being forced? Why they have to come to this type of stage to work on people? In Philippines, many people know they use the device, but they don't want to use the device. Not because they are fearful that they will receive the same quality. They know, they are wise, that this is a delay by wasting time. Whoever do all this to me or plan or plotted the scripts and everything is benefiting the lesser than the have not. Benefiting themselves than the rest of their soldiers. The soldiers, all these people are also have not. They think they are benefiting for themselves, but actually they are not benefiting for themselves. So I find it so ridiculous. I'm doing my own things. Whether I'm sometimes watching, you are very tired, sometimes I listen to the news, at the same time I do my own things. I try to do multitask. Doesn't mean that if I go to a service office, if I do my work, means that I can do my work. They'll still do the same thing to me. Now, why I cannot do my work? Why they want to destroy my way of life? When I was in last time in the year 2003, I also after work I come back, I still do my work. Even many people go to work, they come back, they also been destroyed and restricted in doing their own daily activities. When they come back home, they have free time, they want to do their thing, they are not allowed to do. Now apply to all the minority voices in Singapore. That when they finish their work, they come back, they are not allowed to do their work. Their only work is to destroy people. That's all. Other free time they have, they will be chased out of the house or they will be worked on. That's all. Very simple. It's not a revenge. Because I find that it's an unfair level playing field. What the minority voices in Singapore are saying, including in Philippines, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, anywhere in the world, especially the country I live. They think it's not possible. Who is the one that laugh? Work on her, increase a few levels. Who they think they are? Thinking that they use the device they have will that got more power, the immense power, the unreal power, and they think it's the real power to try to destroy people, to try to destroy people's way of life, and try to tell people they control my mind. Now, whoever laughed just now that girl, go and work on her and control her mind, and then see whether she like it or not. I never admit that my mind is controlled. But since she believes in it, then her mind will be controlled, including the hypnotic voices that works on me. Whoever works on me, they believe that my mind is controlled, they also, their mind will be controlled. I have to say what I have to say because my time may not be here but in other place. After that, I come back on, but not now. Look, everybody is having problems. I raise it last time, so I said many times. Everybody is facing problems. Why don't we solve the problem together instead of always trying to destroy between ourselves? That is not the right way. My parents, my siblings do not know what is going on. They only hear rumors. They don't want to involve in whatever they do to me. So if people work on me, when they're free time, they will be work on and chase out the house or them making their daily activities. They cannot do their daily activities. Simple as that. They're not going to affect. I come here next time I come here for only 6 hours. They want to make my not my life difficult, my not to want me to make my do my daily activities. And they can do their daily activities as much as they want, or as many as they want. I got such thing. Sometimes from 7 to 9 o'clock, I want to do my own things. Yeah, it's timely one. Yeah, the hypnotic should receive the same voice like this. From 7 to 9, I want to do my things. They don't want me to do my things. Then now, when they have the free time, they want to do that, they cannot do that. They'll be always disturbed by the hypnotic. Fair one. You know, that's what you want to do to people. You want to do they're being forced. Also the same. They have to understand why they are being forced. If they are being forced to do on others, then they are being forced not to do their daily activities. Unless they go out and they go and work or go and make money or go and do their own things. If they have nothing better to do, they work on it, then they'll be worked on until they themselves go outside and do their own things outside. Fair. If not, nobody work on me except people who are being hired. Those hired will work on me when they are free time or when they go, they are not allowed to do anything until they being forced to go out. Don't come back here when they are having a rest. They won't be staying here 24/7, 365 days. Some people very happy, they come from very far, they come there, they go after they go out, go back home. Means what? They can do their own things. They will not be able to do their own things. The hypnotic device will also work them and prevent them from doing their own things and see what is it like. All the hypnotic devices in Singapore or in Philippines, whoever they work on them, when they are free, they will be worked on to be disturbed and see for themselves whether they like it. We are talking about disturb. We are not talking about playing for this or that. Every day, people got things to do. Why want to disturb people's daily activities? Just the basic daily activity they want to disturb. And then after they want to do politics. And they'll be champion. They will not be able to defeat each other because they know how to play the game. They'll be much one level higher and see who is the champion. So they will work until they cannot tahan, they cannot do their daily activities. They will have to go. Then they will see for themselves. What is it like when they want to cook, they cannot cook? What is it like when they want to wash do the laundry, they cannot do laundry? Now, what is it? Is it their urge? Or something that they have to finish their work due to brainwash program condition every day? I already said everybody is in brainwash program condition every day. Certain time they must do their household work. Certain time they must do their housework or whatever. They always want people to drink water. Now they don't want people to drink water. They do want the device to do. Can everything all reverse. Whatever the device doesn't want to do, whatever, no more. Their minds have been controlled. Their daily activities have been controlled. Simple as that. If now what? They want people later, they're nothing better to do than you, they're not allowed to. If not, they go on. If not, they go off and do whatever they do. And see what is it like. But they're not hold on to stay inside. Then see how long they can do. Then they will understand when you walk on people. Whether it should be much more harsher or much more gentler. Then you understand when you walk on people. You will always constantly remind because of the experience. The experience. The point that pneumatic life leader right now, they never experience what the victims are experiencing. So when they never experience, they talk, wow, they are beyond human, they forget, they're blind, they have no whatever. They're just a spirit or guru or whatever it is. Or ghost. But at the end of the day, receive the same poison first and feel for themselves how is it like this before they start to do until they forget. Then they never receive the same poison, then they keep forgetting. They'll be better. I see many times when young people display themselves with the book on it. Regardless of Chinese or anything, everybody super believe the power and its power. Yeah, power at all. I just try to control and do my own thing. But I don't like the way we do this for so many years. For more than 2 and they are proud of it. But he not give up. Since year 2017 until now, my daily appeal and affected. 2017, when I'm in Singapore, they don't know to go. Last time I played football, they don't allow me to play football. Now they play soccer, they don't say boys or people. All kinds of nonsense. And then they maybe, anyone can investigate me. They know I'm a good person. I don't anyhow do things. Sometimes I get the intel from YouTube, from news, all this. But I didn't do anything bigger. It's very common for anybody learned man to get the intel or knowledge or wisdom from the news or from the internet. And sometimes when you're tired, you decided to check your emails or play your games. My life is like that. Why would you compare yourself? Compare others, compare oneself and others. They should also continue to do life streaming, that purpose. Everything they do to me, they should also receive the same purpose. It should be live streaming like that. And then someone wrote on the live streaming. Whether they will see the camera or not, it's not okay. But they will doing the live streaming. Everybody should be receiving the same content instead of trying to say, oh, they want to focus and destroy. What's the purpose? Thinking I'm nothing better to do, or thinking that just because they have the ability to destroy, or just because they're doing focus. You see, they themselves deny to receive the same poison. That shows they are very subjective, dictator, and authoritarian. They hate themselves for being caught in the weakness of system, and they want to destroy other people. There's no such thing. We're not living in the old world, we're living in Singapore. I'm trying to create a story on me on many people. They try to cycle them, oh, this and that, and then they believe me. Like I say, everybody's talking about de-dollarization. Yeah, it's true. Nobody wants to use US dollar even for Singapore. Because at the end of the day, it makes no sense. Why America wants to do so many things at the negative expenses of consequences? It only benefit them more than any other people. At the end of the day, everybody has to suffer so much with the high cost of living everything. Because this is not the way. As far as our country, the currencies are strong. All the rest, you see the currency are weaker. Then what are you going to do? Use BRICS because now Saudi Arabia, let's say, sooner or later, China will unite the world through BRICS. So sometimes I don't understand. They think that I go and set up a base in elsewhere, then I can the people here will be excused, and the people will not work on me but work on other people. And then after that, I go there and hire the locals, the Indians. Like in Malaysia, they hire the Indians to work on me. And then I can know a lot of shopping center, and then maybe I hang around there for 1 year, on and off. There for most of the time most of the time in Malaysia. And then they never receive any poisoning. And then they can they're very relaxed, very strong. They have a good time, a wonderful time. They can do their daily things, but they interfere with my daily activities, which I do not like to live in Malaysia. And I don't like to be forced to live in Malaysia. And why I must be forced to live in Malaysia? I still have many countries to go. Like I said, when the time comes, I will go. But at the same time, those who work on me, if they disturb my daily activities, then they themselves will have to be disturbed. And they have to do live stream or whatever. That'd be fair. If not, then don't do it on me. Yeah, well, a lot of fun. If they told me I'm fair level playing cute, then now you say I give them a lot of conditions. Something wrong with them. At the end of the day, see how many Indian workers can earn so much. You see? It's not about racism. It's like in the end of the day, whether India is having wars with China or China having wars with India, that will themselves get nothing with them. But I always say things are getting bad between India and other cities joining force. It shouldn't have. You enjoy living on the I'm not. Because later 3 o'clock then I have my always 3 o'clock I take my lunch and my dinner. I eat very simple. The coffee really beer. If not you go there those the place is dirty and the plate they may not wash clean. And then they want me to tap on. Why they want me to tap on? They say the plate is not clean. They want to isolate me. They cannot isolate me here. But my sibling says I supposed to stay here. They cannot isolate me here and then they try to get rid of me. They don't want to receive the fact, they don't want to receive, they don't want to have back history. Yet they can work on people. Yes, they are being forced, but why they are being forced? being formed, then you Singapore, they also being formed to receive the same form. And not even more people. You cannot using people free. If they don't use their own people, they use other people. Because I still don't. I say, hey, we are good friends. Everybody's every Singaporean good friend. All the Singaporean don't know me. Now we use the Indians, the foreign workers to know me. Because I still then when I go overseas, or even better, like we can use foreigners and cheaper some. And everybody is going outside. So that's how they plan to build the big house. They want me to gather the intel every day when I go outside. They want to know, let's say I stay in JB, they want to know the whole JB. And then from there, they want to control everything and to benefit for themselves. But anyway, can they control the whole JB? They can't. I think they're doing for this year a long time now. They say we want to connect all these people. But connect all these people, okay, you didn't connect. But you never, why do you want to use that power? I mean, territory power, the power, and then after that, when you want to increase the money power, the other resource power. China continue. See, they always want to eat the beef and kill voluntarily. Something wrong with them. But now they really see the same point of view. Well, in China, there's also a freedom. Why want to disturb people? In China also they are not being disturbed. They just do their own thing. Whatever they like to do. They stay in village, they also very happy. But ever since um, the inactive didn't come to China, they start to destroy everybody. Every day going to think of smart. Because that's not the way to govern people. Every day going people. They want me to get up. No, they're going to get up. I'm sure they will. I just continue to do my things. In the daytime, I continue to do my things. Not much to do. Every day they want me to later what time do this, later what time do that, later what time do that, later what time do this. And then they don't want me to stay at home. They want me to be a vagabond. When you're not a vagabond, you know like go outside and travel. They're not happy with my way of life, that's their problem. Nothing to do with it. Right? That's their way of life. That's not the right way to do to disturb people. I have my own way of life, they have their own way of life. That's not the right way to disturb people. I don't disturb them. Why they want to disturb me more? Everybody trying to say they always bully me, always bully me. I want to tell them what to do, you take me what to do. Why do you want to control me like that? I'm not their children. Even children also not control like that. Then there's some people accept that nobody can do it, we all have to that with people. whatever they do, I don't do can. What you can. You can what you do. You know, just keep saying about something all this, whether you imagine and tell something about something wrong, but you whatever you do, you're going to get better. Whatever you do, you know, you got to do it. Try to hide it and cover like that, you need to follow. You know why they always say that something wrong and you're going to see it like that too. I say a lot of money, but I'm not fool. I think I spend a lot of money on the food. I can see every time from Vietnam, the 1 year, no problem. And they keep thinking, what in the end of it, they think I'm not, they thought I won't be doing it. So, my parents are around, I stay in Singapore, my parents are students. Whenever sometimes I want to do my things in Singapore, me, I like to stay in Singapore. Not that I don't want to do it. I want to things to do, but if I'm on my own schedule, you can't go around trying to think that it is how they want to do their schedule. I say for 10 years, the next 10 years, when you want to run from that for run, they cannot go anywhere. They have a bright future ahead. They can go overseas, you know. It's true. They have a bright future. They can go overseas, you know. They can go overseas, they can go overseas, you know. And they want these people out of there. And I think they can do it, you know. And they want these people out of there. Whatever it is, they just harden their mind to cover their secrets, whatever secrets they have. And people, you see, so many people still stay in the HDB. Whether HDB or at the physical economy or the other, the still physical economy. But see, everybody get up from there. Every day you see there are people, they are in and out. Every day there are people moving around and in and out. You see, whether it's NRM, you see PHM. You see NRM, the red one, you see, white one, you see, the taxi, the white one, another white one, you see. Every day there are vehicles coming in and out. You are going to get rid of them. Even those that are no physical economy around here. You want to get rid of all the vehicles parked at the physical economy? That's not the right way to try to get rid of everybody and the leadership authority for my activities, Mr. A activities, Mr. C activities. Everybody got their own things to do, don't disturb them. They have nothing to do, they better go and find something more interesting to do. Right. And try to always disturb people. I'm no bills, all these are already paid already. I know you go and check. I don't like people to tell me what to do. Why don't auntie go and check, do her own thing, and mind her own business? They themselves trying to say I'm stubborn. They have their own life to live. They don't want to live. They want to live in other people's life. My own life is my own life. They don't have to come and disturb me or torture me. Go and prove the letter to say that they are here to govern or manage me. They just using as co-defendants a busy anti-busybody. For more than 50 years, they have been anti-busybody ever since 1965 Independence Day. And Singapore National Day. On Singapore Independence Day. I got my own self-training. Every day is my self-training. I thought they know that. When the time right, I go out see every day. When the time to stay at home, I stay at home. Not because I'm afraid of going outside. I want to do what I want. It's my own business. I don't break the law. If you want to use the Chinese society observing for 100 years, no problem. But don't use the device to destroy people, to disturb their way of life. That is unethical, immoral, and without principles of positivity. Since they know the answer, then don't come and disturb me. If they disturb me, how many hours, day or whatever, and how they disturb me, they will also be disturbed. When I was in service office, they never disturb me. But why should I live in the service office? Just because they want to isolate me and don't want people to know what I'm doing, or they want to hear the news or whatever. Now I don't want to share any news with anybody. On and off I just share. Because there are more problems out there. I already anticipate the event and counter event what is going to happen. And they cannot solve the problem. And let it be. Just pass the time. If the war happens between China and Taiwan, China and Philippines, China and India, let it happen. Just like the Russian-Ukraine war. America just support me. If there's no war, no war. If there's no war, simple as that. Why auntie want to be so psyched up to try to reverse this, reverse that? If there's no war, they want war. If there's war, they don't want war. What kind of politics aunties are playing? Hmm? I do my own things. Maybe really something wrong. I want to do my own things. Sometimes they tell me what to do my own things. I know how to take care of myself. I know how to do my own things ever since I was young until now. They themselves are jealous. If not, why they want to come and disturb me? Hmm? I don't know. Even if I'm Jack LB, I don't disturb them. Then who are they? Worse than me? To disturb me? Next time, don't always think of other people when they disturb people. If they not disturb people, then they will disturb. Go and do their something important, something interesting. Not go outside and walk here, walk there, and go treatment center, go anytime for center. I'm not going to do it all the time. You say at night I can go anytime. Then I stay there. What for? And people downstairs walk in. Then come back and shower. Then people say we stay outside. We stay outside. I say no. Now I change the place for you. You want a game, then we play the game. You want to play more, they want to play more, play more. So they want to play politics. Nobody know anything, I come here every time. I know you come here, I just come to the work central and I walk here now. What's wrong? You're waiting for me, not for you. You can wait here forever and sit here. Enjoy themselves, be gay and lesbian, no problem. They like that kind of life. 24 hours anything, nothing to do. And wait for me until I come here. They miss me, and so what? Sometimes people also want to hear some interesting news, whatever. And they want to isolate me so that everybody here will not know what's going on. And then they have to report to everybody. Why they have to report to everybody? Why they have to spread the false news? I do my own thing. Every day is always happening. That's my life. And then they are jealous. What have to do with jealous? I'm jealous. I'm old already, I'm not young anymore. I kind of, you can say I'm a bit retired. But I do my own thing, I don't disturb people. They always come and disturb me. Yeah, listen to music, they're not happy. They say I ain't it. This is my lifestyle. Sometimes I need to rest a while. It's not I play a little bit of game, I rest tired, I rest a while. Because sometimes I want to watch the news later. I got my own schedule. Then no, later you must watch all the news. After you watch all the news, then uh, uh, you can leave the place. What do you mean? If I come back here, first I'll be watching seeing my emails, and then I see my YouTube, and then meantime and then if those I cannot receive so much information, I continue to do my game and everything until 3 o'clock. I go off here. Every day I'll be coming back here, but I don't shower. I shower outside. I don't come here to shower. Also good, safe there. I said I want to go anywhere to shower. If I don't shower, I just spray. Then I come back. If I want to shower, I shower. I'll decide myself what I will do. Whether I will shower here or whether I will shower here. Because it's too early. I have to go to the campus. I sit there, I have to go back now. I have to do my thing. That really crazy insane. Everything they're talking about is they're talking to themselves. I'm always thinking about ass and pussies and lust and everything. Then now they're going to be a lesbian or be gay. You say that there's a lot of life out there. Go and enjoy, go and do whatever. I say already, I'm self-trained. Every day I do whatever I do here or I do outdoors, I don't enjoy myself. I do my self-training. And sometimes I want to relax a little bit. I just go my own entertainment, my own lifestyle. People, they have no computers, nothing, they go downstairs talk to talk. That is their lifestyle, that is their hobbies, their interests. They are not delayed by anything. They're just doing their own things. The same for me. I'm doing my own thing. Why must I follow them? Why must I go and join them? Why must I sit outside to talk? I have my own taste. They have their own taste. Everyone are different. They can be retired. They could be also working. I'm not interested. But whatever it is, sometimes they also very relaxed. They have their own time for them to work, time for them to work. Same for me. I have my own things to do. Whether I'm working or not, I have my own things to do. They have no even simple, the basic of respecting people's way of life. I'm trying to say they want to control me, control this. It's their personal achievement. What they do. No reason.
Então, em 5 segundos você recupera todo o escudo. Por 5 você recupera um pequeno pedacinho de escudo só e 2 entendeu?
Thank you. These guys, a bit crazy. Everything is different. There's something wrong with it. It's my own time. I cannot do what I want. I never go outside. I never break the law. There's nobody. How can I kill people? The Chinese can observe, no problem. Although I now say bad things about me. I do my things every day the same. Like in China, the same. Every day I do the same. I live a very simple life. You can look down on me, you can laugh at me. They say I'm not eating McDonald's, all this. So what? In the end, many of them have bad past, end up having bad life. It's a problem. When they say people, they may look on me at the time I eat very like Chinese TV food or Chinese freezer food and all this. So what? As long as I'm happy, why I want to bother about other people? To look on people, to disturb people. How people they live, even they want to eat peanuts or whatever, nuts or chips or whatever. That's their life. If they think they are eating side, then just imagine they are eating side, that's all. If they think they are eating side, then let them imagine if they want to. Why the Chinese civilization? Why you anyhow accuse people when it can be proven? And then they tell me to imagine eating sun. And now they have to imagine eating sun. I don't know. I got something they can get away from it. Every time want to bully people. In the way of what is now they say. That's nice.
What would you practice your English? I want to know exactly what it is you're up to.
I'm on a quest to try and stop anyone in his uprising against the Jews.
And naturally, this quest led you to a high school on Earth.
I know it seems crazy, but I had a dream. A crane appeared and told me the guide will help me find Force World. All I have to do is take a leap of faith.
You said you heard it from a crane,
Yes,
as in a big bird.
pretty great.
And did this crane also tell you to steal Jingle Bang, the father's star?
No, that was my idea. I needed it to unlock the scroll.
Are you keeping it safe?
Yeah,
This is not to be taken lightly. The limit of his powers are unknown, and dark forces will be looking for it. Trust me. Also, find a better hiding place. Why is it you and your father always insist on hiding things in your ears?
Do you think I'm making a mistake pursuing a dream?
Do you?
No, I don't.
Then I support you. I want you to know it will be difficult and dangerous. Tell me more about this guide who will successfully lead you to the performance floor.
His name is Wang Jing, but he doesn't know he's my guide yet.
And how do you know he's your guide?
Just a feeling.
Then you will have to find ways to gain his trust. Not many mortals will follow a monkey on a quest.
How do I gain his trust?
Try becoming his friend. And remember, the fate of your world hangs in the balance.
Randy-san, I'm ready to go back.
Go back. We never left. I just needed to make sure this is what you really wanted.
What is this?
Welcome to your new home.
Huh.
Oh, sorry, it's pizza boat day today, actually.
A boat of pizza?
No, it's, actually, I'm not sure what I apologize. It is just pizza.
Okay, go eat your boat. Don't worry, eat my food, huh?
Thanks, Mom. Morning, Dad.
Jin, about your soccer. Maybe you should try it out again. See if they'll give you another chance.
It's not really how it works.
Well, you could at least say something instead of just accept the decision. We'll talk to the boss.
Coach.
Yeah, I meant coach. If you don't speak up, nothing's ever gonna change.
Hey, Wei Chen.
Hi, Jin.
How are things?
Yeah, good. Just getting used to my new apartment. Actually, I just found all those Cougar comics I told you about.
No way, that's awesome. Actually, speaking of which, this is a really nice gift, but I feel kind of weird taking it because you don't tell my dad.
Jin, you're my new friend. I want you to have it. You should come over after school. I can show you all the comics.
Actually, I don't really have much time for comics and stuff right now. It's just, I got a lot of other stuff I gotta focus on.
Oh, okay.
Plus, last week was kind of rough. I just gotta make things right. But we should definitely hang. Thanks again, and I think it's like really cool with the secret compartment and everything. See you later.
Bye.
Hey. Is that the new Swamp Thing? I read it too. I wasn't like a super huge fan of character design.
You're kidding, right? Before DC handed over the reins to Mike Perkins, Swamp Thing was the Grinch with a bad comb over.
Yeah, I think I get you. Taste.
Screw you, dude.
Okay, I'm really sorry.
Mm-hmm. Didn't make it onto the team, huh?
Screw you. No. Oh, no, I did not make it onto the team, but I just miss hanging out with you, dude. I'm just talking comics, and you disagree with all my opinions.
It's easy when you're wrong about everything. How you holding up after last week?
I'm fine. I feel like people are just gonna get over this thing eventually, right?
Depends on a couple of factors.
Like what?
Apparently, Cedar Valley vandalized one of the hallways over the weekend, so people might be talking about that today.
I hope so.
Also, some things just move quicker through social media than others. For example, Baby Yoda still trending,
That's the shit.
but nobody's talking about Vin Diesel's dance song. Feel like I do. Exactly.
Okay. Well, I hope I'm freaking Vin Diesel and not Baby Yoda, because I'm gonna talk to the coach and try to get his, like, I'm gonna prove to him that I deserve a spot. You know, tell him that I'm not gonna be a distraction. Whatever.
What do we want? Justice! Who does it start with?
Yeah, you're Baby Yoda.
Jim, so glad to see you. Please know that you have the full support of the Culture Club. And as president, I can assure you, we will not stop until we find out who did this.
Yeah, no, that's not necessary.
What do we want? Justice! Who does it start with? What do we want?
It's crazy, right?
What do we want? Who does it start with?
It's beautiful.
What do we want? Justice! Who does it start with? Justice! What do we want? Justice! Who does it start with? Justice! What do we want? Justice! Who does it start with? Justice!
I don't know, actually. Just having fun at work. So listen, the boss is in the break room doing small talk. We should go. I have work to do. Come on, man. Come on. You said you wanted more FaceTime with him, right? Now's your chance. Plus, you gotta get in there before Bozo McDoodle does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's Bozo McDoodle?
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, if you're talking meat boss, I'm your guy.
Okay, let's hear it.
2 words. Reverse sear. Slow and low for 6 minutes, then blast it for 3. Thunder.
Wow. Maybe I should just hire you. Anyone watching NFL football?
What?
I am, Simon. I saw the Niners game. How's your fantasy?
Fantasy football. Let's talk about fantasy football.
All right.
I'm in first place. Won it last year, too. Took home 12. No big deal.
Wow, that is a big deal.
Actually, in 2 leagues this year.
Well, maybe you can give me some points. My QB might be up for the season.
Okay, so don't even worry about that.
I'll put things on.
That's a movie about school.
Hey, Jim, can I have a word?
Hey, Susie, sure.
So people are really rallying around this maintenance mandate. We're starting a movement. I even have an in with the editor of the school paper.
Are you the editor of the school paper?
Yes, perhaps I go through the proper channels. I realized what we truly need is a statement from you.
Statement from me.
Look, this is an important issue to the Culture Club. So we can't do anything unless you lead the way.
Sorry, Susie.
Hi, Susie. It's Wei Shen from school.
Hey, Jin, how have you been?
Hey, good. What's up?
Not much. Did you do anything this weekend?
Yeah, my dad was gonna teach me how to drive, but he was busy, so he didn't. So, no, actually, I'm not sure why I was yes.
Well, I just want to apologize.
For what?
Well, you sort of asked to hang out, and I felt kind of bad, like maybe our conversation distracted you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine, and I don't want you to feel bad about anything, ever.
She totally does, though. By the way, we think whoever posted that meme was so messed up. Also, BTS is like my favorite band in the whole world. Okay, that is true.
Thank you. But yeah, it's fine. Like, I think this whole thing's just gonna blow up any minute, right?
Attention, everyone! Culture Club would like to make an announcement. Representation. represent Asian. I don't speak for my race. I speak for my face. I didn't ask to be Japanese, but look at me, please. Time to spare, time to speak. Silence is complicity, shaking my head weak. Now, I'd like to bring up someone to make a comment about the recent online attack. Wei Chen-san!
Fellow students, I'm Wei Chen. Today, I want to speak to you about my friend, Jing Wang. He's a smart and a special boy. Also, he has good humor and athletic body for sports. Like Jin, I am Chinese, so an attack on him is an attack on me. That's why I fight for him. Now is the time for justice. And justice start with just us. Just us, just us, just
One
us.
more thing! Not only is Wei Chen defending his friends, he has also helped us identify the perpetrator. See it for yourselves! Pause the video at 6 seconds and zoom in on the reflection in the trophy case. It is clear as day! It's Greg Wallace! It's Greg! Greg must be instituted!
John, hi. I normally park over there. This something you do often? I usually work for lunch, but today I have to do something. Listening to Bon Jovi at full blast? Yeah. Here, I want to show you something. I'm sorry for the disturbance, John. I just found this in an old box of photos. You look good. Thank you. I think so too. My wife begs to differ. This was the Slippery Tour '87. I went 3 nights in a row. 3 times. Jeff Beck solo. Turn it up. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Jim.
Hey, Greg?
Where to?
Just PE.
Cool. Look, I'll let you know. You're a good guy.
Thanks.
Yeah, and you know I'm a good guy too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's just, hey, it really sucks you didn't make JV this year.
Oh, yeah. It is what it is.
I mean, actually, I'm pretty close with Coach G being team captain and all. If you want, I can talk to him for you.
But seriously, would you do that?
Yeah, why not? Like I said, you're a good guy.
Yeah. Well, that'd be awesome.
Consider it done. Oh, hey, by the way,
What's up?
Principal Kenny, she thinks the whole meme thing, it violates the school's anti-bullying code. Yeah, I might miss a few games this season. Can you believe that?
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. Honestly, I only did it to make the other varsity guys laugh. You should hear the kind of stuff they say. Way worse. Hey, I just thought of something. Since I'm going to talk to Coach G for you, what if you talk to the principal for me? Just let her know that we're friends, and I'm a good guy.
Listen, I should probably, I don't want to be late, so talk to you later.
Yeah, sure. See you, Jim.
Man,
Hey, Coach G, do you have a minute?
I heard about the raccoon in the storage unit. I'm on it.
No, it's about the talk to you.
Jen, hey, come on in.
I wanted to apologize about what happened at Trina's last week.
You tap the track?
Right, yeah. I think I just wanted it so much that I kind of lost my cool.
Jim, I'm the coach of the side. But you know who the real coach in life is?
Hey, you're gonna say Jesus?
No, I was gonna say I'm mistakes.
Yeah.
Right. Look, I know you're going through a tough time right now. Saw that whole protest thing out there, and I do feel for you. My only question is, can you take that frustration and turn it into motivation?
Yes, coach, yes, I can. 100%. Whatever you need, I can carry the weight.
So you mentioned weight. I asked the school board for a new equipment room, and I think they misunderstood me because they gave me a new room but didn't actually buy any new equipment. You think you can help me set things up in here?
Yeah, yes, sir, coach. I'll get started for you right now. So, what I'm gonna start with the lighter ones, and I'll move my way up to the heavier ones over there. That's gonna sort of be my plan.
Great. If you're motivated enough to get things done by this afternoon, maybe we can chat about the last spot on the team. Go praying.
八戒，他是在找电话。
Favorite album? Blaze of Glory. New Jersey. Favorite song? Lay Your Hands on Me. Santa Fe. Interesting. When I was younger, my friend had a bootleg CD. That song sounded like America. How many times have you seen him live? Son, really? It wasn't so easy where I'm from. But it's okay. I have my car. What a shame. The shows back then were really something. Young, alive, you felt like a god. Young enough to dream big. That's right. Speaking of dreaming big, as you know, I've been with this company for. Before I forget, you have to hear this cover band I found online. They're called You Give Love a Band Name. They're genius. Yeah, great. But I've been wanting to ask you. I'm glad we made this connection, son, before it was too late. Too late. I mean, before I'm not around anymore. You know that I'm retiring next month, right? No, I did not. Yep. Have to admit, I'm pretty excited about it. Congratulations. Thank you.
Jin, hi. I've been looking for you.
Look, you haven't noticed I'm a little busy here.
Yeah, okay, but I just want you to have this.
Dude, I already told you I don't want that.
Jin, just take it. It's important.
Why are you so upset at me? I don't know, dude. Maybe I'm not super into being called out in front of the entire school.
I don't understand that people in Coastal Club says you like it, but
Yeah, of course they did, because they're using you, dude. Everyone else is laughing at you, so you don't mind. I got this. No, dude, I think you've helped enough. How are you doing that? Seriously?
you talk to your coach today?
You do another trial next year.
Yeah, just stop it straight.
You use your voice, Jin. That's all that matters. It's how you get what you want.
We're Paris. Next year.
I'm ready to make my statement. Oh, wow, sorry.
When do you want to say something?
Right now.
Clear the table.
Excuse me, everyone, I'd like to make an announcement. I'd like to make a statement. So, you guys probably already know me, right? There was that video of me going around last week with me and the meme from that old TV show, Young Repair. I know a lot of people felt like it was offensive, so wanted to kind of address that. I don't want to tell anyone else how to feel, but personally, I thought it was just a harmless statement.
What the hell's he doing?
Trying to be Vin Diesel sounds
It
true.
didn't really bother me at all. Again, I don't want to tell someone else how to feel, but I think that we should all just move on to more important things like saving the polar bears, or we only get pizza boats twice a month together, we can overcome. Oh, and one more thing. Greg Wallace is a good guy. He's a friend of mine, and I honestly don't believe he was trying to offend anybody. Yeah, that's it. That's all. Thanks for listening. Go back to your protein shakes or excuse me.
Mm. 没有话跟我说吗？
我也猜不到昨天发生什么事。
有没有要猜哦？
那老板让，他比我还喜欢文哲伟。
给。
我跟他工作了这么多年，从来没有在他办公室里来进去。
你有跟他说你为什么这么多年都没有升职加薪吗？
他帮不了我，他下个月就退休了，不谈辞了。
你真的没有把它当做一个机会来看哦。
什么？
这么笨呐！你老板退休就表示说你的公司有个职位空出来，那就是你的机会呀。很奇怪，你什么没有机会？
我管了整个部门。
对呀。
没想过。
有，你有想过，你只是没有说出来而已啊。对，我帮你说，我可以当主管，我是公司资历最高的，我可以的，加油。嗯。
这碗是什么？我帮你。
Hey, Coach, do you want to listen?
Let me find it. AJ. So it turns out the fire extinguisher was found in the wrong place, which the insurance company says is the district's fault, not ours. In other words, you lucked out. Also, thank you because now they have the ability to get rid of it.
That's amazing. Cool. Do you want me to help set it up? It's not.
The real reason I wanted to talk to you is to tell you I appreciate you coming to me to ask for a job. It sure does. Yeah. Also, one of my varsity captains said you showed a lot of promise at tryouts. He seems to really believe it. Tomorrow, 3:30. Don't be late.
Yes, sir. You got it.
How does it feel?
What?
To take your whole community 3 steps backwards.
Susie, I did everything you asked, right? I made my statement, so what more do you want?
You sure that was a statement? Or was it a soccer trial?
Susie, I know I'm not the brave, heroic spokesperson that you want me to be. But honestly, I just want to be a regular guy who does regular things like hang out with my friends. But it's hard.
Look, it's hard to speak up, Jim. I know that. But there are a lot of people out there who don't have a voice. So it's up to people like us to speak for them. I disagree with your decision today, but I respect your honesty. And by the way, why would you want to be a regular guy?
花剑，
畜生，哪敢狂瞎！看着收拾！
如果我爸都处置不了我，那你就更告诉他，等我找到我要找的东西，自己回去。见你。
You're right, the rules, then you break the rules, you right.
fairy tale about the princess waiting for some brave prince to come and save her? Yeah, this is not that kind of story. Meet Samantha. She's the second-born daughter of the royal family of Illyria, the smallest country in Europe. See? That one. Right. Sam here has never been a typical princess. Unlike her older sister Eleanor, who always seemed perfectly regal in every way, Sam wasn't. Things got even tougher when, at age 5, she found out her father, the king, had died in a plane crash with his brother. After that, Sam's mom took over the throne and the job of running the country. But in a few weeks, Eleanor, the rightful heir, will turn 18 and she'll become the queen of Illyria. As for Sam, she's just never fit into this royal world. She's like so many second-borns, just searching for her place. You see, Sam's destined for great things, she just doesn't know it yet. That's where I come in. But we'll get there soon enough.
We're almost there.
Good. This is here not late.
Tell me about it.
Hey, are you sure you want to do this? Last chance to turn back.
Of course I'm sure. You sound like my mom.
Come on. Do you know how many people would kill to be royalty? I would.
You so do not mean that. You can do whatever you want with your life. You can just be yourself. My entire future is without her. Second words are supposed to host cocktail parties and cut ribbons and smile silently in the background. It's not me. We will do something that matters.
Makes sense to me.
Illyria! We are here because we want change. Down with the monarchy. Give us freedom. We demand a voice, a choice. If you agree with us, make some noise. Hit it! We are the pressure to change it forever. Go on and say what you want and what you need. Oh yeah, it's time that everybody speak. You don't need eyes to see what we see. A better way than this hierarchy. To change it forever. Do you hear that? What? Speed up some. You get the ear of tractor box.
Hey, Mom. Again, something? We're in here playing Eleanor's coronation, but out there, people are unhappy.
Some people, about 30 of them. It's a flash mob, not a majority. The rest are content. Really? Hate it or not, you are the princess. And if you could just stop rebelling against that, you might realize that it's actually a pretty cool opportunity.
Whatever. I gotta go to school. Forget to wash your face. I'm 15. I don't need to be told. Thanks.
Good morning, young royal. Summer break is almost here, but not quite yet. Get your class.
So, when 24 asked me why I was spending my summer vacation in Haiti, and it's because I saw this video of these
adorable, unfortunate orphans. They were caught in a mudslide, and I just knew I had to do something, you know? I was going mudslide. It wasn't a mudslide. It was 7.0 earthquake followed by Category 4 hurricane. A hurricane that caused a mudslide. Besides, I don't think it really matters why the Haitians are suffering. The point is that I'm there to do something about it. Such as what exactly? Oh, I'm building an orphanage. Will you be carrying bricks? Or in Colorado? I'm a princess. I'm bringing awareness. To Haiti? Or to yourself? This is more than you've ever done for anyone. You just walk around, hating on the monarchy and embarrassing your family. Your sister must be so ashamed to be ready to do. That's why I have 106 million friends and you have none.
Level 4 is the worst of the worst. The most notorious criminals in the world. Inmates ordinary prisons aren't equipped to handle.
What's on level 5?
We call them inmate 34.
All this for one guy. Who is he?
Don't know. Not sure I want to.
That was good. Still think we can do better.
Well, now that it's summer, we've got one more time to practice. No more school, no more Roxana, Princess of Selfie.
So cool she's going to Haiti.
I'm followed.
Thank you.
Look, the point is, we have our first paid gig coming up, and for us to be ready, we need focus.
Oh, I am focused. It is going to be the highlight of my summer.
Not necessarily. To celebrate your release from Strathmore School from the incredibly entitled and mind-formulated Republic, I got us tickets to Brambleton tonight.
I'm not worried. Your dad's gonna let you go?
Well, he's working all night. Luckily, in coordinations keep groundskeeper very busy.
I will see you there. Oh, and you might want to brush your teeth. I can smell the garlic on after lunch.
That was 2 days ago.
Did you know that every snowflake is unique? Each with its imperfections and flaws. That's what makes it so special. You're my snowflake, Steve.
Samantha?
you ready. You're gonna be late.
Late for what? Thank you, Amiri, for prep. Thank you for coming.
I apologize for being late.
It's not your fault. You know, the Queen does have the authority to imprison someone for tardiness.
Well, you're not the Queen yet.
4 weeks.
I can hardly wait. And it being in a dungeon means I don't have to wear the
A
stress.
photo of Her Majesty?
I gotta go. I have a huge headache and a massive history of that tomorrow.
Your Highness. Take care, sir.
Straight from study and sleep.
Thank you.
Have a good draw.
Finally, I thought you ghosted me.
Scramble though, nothing in the world could stop me.
IDs?
I can't believe this. It's a new rule. How was I supposed to know a big card now?
Come on. I have an idea.
What? How did you do that?
I saw the guy into the code.
Right, yeah, that totally makes sense. You could see those tiny numbers from super far away. Which brings me back to how did you do that?
I don't know. Let's go. We're playing a new song.
Too slow.
I love this song.
Until I'm moving on, I won't look back. I take back my vibe and I'm free right now for the very first time. This is where all the counts are.
What's wrong?
I'm fine. You just don't know. Here come me. Here come me.
You okay? I need to make it stop.
What was that? Did the bringle be?
I don't know. It was like I was hearing every single sound in the club all at once. Even though it was quiet.
Sounds crazy. Well, not coming from the girl who can make up numbers on a keypad across the street. Didn't smell what I had for lunch 2 days ago.
Maybe I have a brain tumor.
No, I have brain tumors. You know what I thought when I first saw you tonight?
Why is she hot behind my dad's tractor?
That you're gonna be my best friend. Although the hot one is pretty sick. I'm here for you. Everything's gonna be okay. It's really fine. Hey, Dad! Mr. History Final.
Professor Blake will let me make it up.
No one will know anything about what happened last night, especially not me. Oh. You knew, and you let me spend the night in jail.
Actions have consequences.
The miracle, the only casualty was the bank account system, which is coming out of your allowance. You've got to confess the grade for which you make up the final by attending from school.
No way.
Very much way. You live on campus. Any distractions. Am I clear?
Good. Go pack. School starts
Tomorrow?
I know.
I hope you got it. What's her first week?
We'll find a way to escape. Oh, I gotta go. Which the year just walked into my room. Bye.
I came to say goodbye. You mean good riddance? The next time we see each other, it will be queen, like you've always wanted. I wish you could be happy for me. I want to. I don't understand how any of this can make you happy. Always being on display, being told exactly how to be. We're royals. That's our job. I know it makes sense to you. It just never has for me.
And now continue. A revenge one of these days.
Hello?
You might not be like very good in
I'm
theory.
afraid. Apple is very clever at it. Stick to the plan. Phase 1 begins tomorrow.
Report to room 203.
So there's a hit on me. I think I better do something at once. Which one is the person?
Hi, Dad. Heard you the first time.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I'm January. I'm in high school back in Luxembourg, just getting the extra credits. You must be Sam. Our royal families go way back. My dad was meant to be your uncle. I heard about Mortgage no best.
It sucks. I love it.
Thanks, I guess.
Look, Jan,
January.
whatever. You seem like a perfect and typical princess who's genuinely excited to be here.
I just figured since we were the only two people in the class. Oh, hi! I didn't notice you. I'm January. This is
Sam.
Mateo? Nice to.
Well, stop breakfast club. So this is breakfast. Of course, school in 3 months. Bad news, you're stuck here. Good news, you're stuck here with me.
How exactly is that good news?
What are you talking about?
Drop dead questions.
It's a hike. Just come around. To the wrong people.
Life fungus?
Yeah.
It's so good to see you guys. What 108 million of you? Thank you, evil kitten. And no, I'm not looking forward to summer school either. As I am a survivor, just like Beyonce. Survivors of fun laughs. I can't believe this is happening. 14 days of unexpected absence. I mean, I skyped in every day from Coachella. But I didn't know you could be sent to some school for having no fashion sense. Go move yourself. Ouch. Hi, Montana. I'm a really big fan. I'm January, and I can't wait to get to know all of you better. Well, I'll give you the cliff notes. She's the most annoying person in school, and it's Tura over here is a total jerk. He dated my BFF and all he cares about is himself.
All you care about is what filter.
I've always been no filter, and everyone knows that. Where's the rest of the class? There can't only be 4 of us.
5. Good morning, class. My name's Mr. Morrow. You can call me James. Yep, this is me, your loyal narrator. Bet you were wondering when I'd show up. A little bit about me. I have a boyfriend named Henry, a Juana named Jeff, and a severe food allergy. Seriously, give me a bagel and I'm straight to death. We are going to have fun.
Oh, God.
No one's gonna call me cool before.
This ain't my first rodeo. You guys are in good hands.
He definitely wasn't a cool teacher.
Quick question for you.
Why do you think you're here? Oh, well, I threw the party.
That doesn't sound bad.
And the chem lab burned out after school. It wasn't my fault. Incorrect. Prince Mateo, same question.
My parents got the letter from school. My social skills are a bit lacking. The principal thought this small class might help.
Also incorrect. Princess Samantha.
It's Sarah. I'm never going to show anything I say is going to be wrong.
That is correct. The reasons all of you were sent to summer school were cover-up stories to get you all here without arousing suspicion.
I get it. I'm on a reality TV show. Are you the host?
Oh, no, gosh, that's the dream. But alas, I'm a prince. A second-born royal, just like you guys. Our siblings are the heirs. We, the spares. Powerless, without purpose. Or so everyone thinks.
Dude, you're a hologram. They had one of Celine Dion performing at my cousin's knighting ceremony.
Maybe it's a twin brother?
Okay, here's the deal. There's a special gene exclusive to second-borns of royal bloodlines. A gene that gives some of us extraordinary abilities that manifest at your age. You guys have superpowers. Your abilities are unique to you alone. That is why you're here. To harness your untapped potential, which you will use as members of the Secret Society of Second-Born Royals. It's a mouthful, we know.
So, we're superheroes?
That's correct. There is one catch, though. Nobody, even your family, can know we exist.
I've had the superpower for years.
It was sad. Now, to protect our secrecy, I'm going to have to take all of your phones. I'm so sorry to confiscate your phones for the immediate and not so temporary future.
When you say the immediate and not so temporary future, you don't mean like
The pain you're experiencing right now will make you stronger.
So, James, are you the head of the society?
Not exactly.
Hi. Mom, welcome to the Secret Society training program. For thousands of years, second-borns like you and myself have protected our kingdoms from threats, assassins, and international criminals. We work in secret. Our rewards? Lives saved, order restored. The next 6 weeks will be challenging. You may doubt our loyalty. Whatever obstacles you face, nothing is impossible. Those of you who make the cut will join the society. Those who don't will return to your kingdoms, will be stripped of your powers, and your memories will be modified to erase any recollection of history. I wish you the best of luck.
You lied to me.
I will tell the truth. There's a difference.
Did Dad know? Does Elle?
No, and she'll never know. That's how we protect those we love. How? You don't have to be more than a princess. Meaning that you were born with, this is your choice. Until you know this, you figure out.
What did you tell him?
What you needed to hear?
Any news on the prison break?
You have to help. Every society around the world is that situation.
You have something for me? I rotted in that cell Catherine put me in for 10 years, waiting to escape. The world forgot I existed. Now I'm going to take everything from her. 10 years. Now you're probably all wondering, what are my powers? I'm wondering that myself, but we will get to that. First, however, a little secret society tradition for new trainees. You're gonna like it. Actually, you may not like it. What's that?
Does that involve push-ups? I have a doctor's note for that.
Yeah, you're definitely.
No way. This is amazing.
Super basic. All you gotta do is get from here to there. First person who gets the pyramid wins the prize. That's it. Piece of cake. Lesson 1. Expect the unexpected. Well, what do you wait for? A royal invitation? Let's go! FYI, the laser's hurt. Look.
I'm there to beat you. Wish.
Oh, you kids are really athletic.
Ow. It's just a nail. Guys, I just lost my thumb. I touched with my thumb. Oh my god, I'm melting. That's your power. Invisibility.
A+.
Guys, my leg's back now. That was second most commented on fiction. You just lost your bottom. Right? That's it. I'm out.
And forget her, help me up!
Coming.
So demanding. Figure out this course and take you to the pyramid.
Why do I suddenly care so much about helping you?
Because I'm charming.
Not to anyone with a pulse. Maybe that's his power. He tells people what to do and they listen.
Fine. Tell me your most embarrassing secret.
I've never kissed anyone. I never admit that. Maybe you can do whatever he said.
Greatest power ever. Lesson 2. Be aware of your surroundings.
It would be really useful if you gave us the lessons beforehand.
That could be the whole purpose, wouldn't it? Word of warning, the lasers are still shooting.
How'd you know? I heard it. I have super senses. Oh! How did you do that?
The laser bounced off the patty.
Ow. Can I have my sensor back, please?
Well, that was a great success.
Does anyone want to trade powers? Super senses for kind of invisibility? I'm good. What about you, Mateo? Kind of invisible anyway.
Sure. We can let powers beam upward. That's all I have.
Maybe we're late movements. We just have to be patient. Like that story about the torches.
Not problem. I just want to see if it'll work. January was annoying me.
Can you order yourself to be less obnoxious?
Hey, that was a joke. Come on. Not much to freak out about anyway. I'm the boss. Yeah, no matter what.
Seriously overestimate my relationship with my mother.
Oh my god. Guys, you can see me, right?
Everything except your face.
What's wrong with my face? Where'd January go?
Don't know. That was your face.
Doesn't make sense. James said our powers are unique and we already have them still going all.
Ow! Oh, January, you slapped me!
You deserved it. Oh, I can talk again.
Slap yourself.
No, you slap yourself.
Ow!
Why did you do that?
She told me to do it.
I said it confused. When January touched Roxana, she became invisible. And when she touched Tuma, he did exactly what she told him to.
So whoever I touch last
can take away your power and it becomes yours.
Great. Now I'm the only person without power.
Hey,
going to find your part too. It's going to be awesome.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Totally.
I hope it's X-rated. Or fly.
Well, flying is involved.
You do. If I were being a bug man, you're a bug man.
There are like 100 rooms in here. Why do we all have to share the same one?
I guess they want us to bond.
Oh, great. Let me know how that goes, yeah? Later.
Not too bad. Hey, we can work with this.
Guess we should choose our beds, right?
Hey, give me that bit.
Okay.
Love this power.
Did you have any idea you were different? Before today?
Yeah. About a year ago, I started doing the craziest things with ass. I always thought because I was super charming, but not all makes sense. How about you?
I don't know. The last few months, I've been getting a lot of bug bites. I didn't think much of it, and no one else noticed, of course. One of the benefits of being invisible.
You're not invisible, that invisible girl. I saw that butterfly she gave you.
She'd never go for a guy like me.
Never say never. Hey, you can use bed if you want to. I should have just.
It's okay, this one's fine. But maybe next time don't do that power scheme on me?
Fair enough. As long as you keep your bugs to yourself.
Yep.
Mind if I take the top? My twin brother always took the top on when we were kids. He's the worst. He cheated on all of his finals. I'm genuinely worried about our country if he's the one who's ruling it. Who's won first by a minute so he gets the throne? Is your sister horrible too?
Com Radio has been creating beautiful classical channels for over 12 years. From our very first classical piano channel to the ever-popular, easy-listening light classical channel, Com Radio has the world's largest collection of classical.
Immerse yourself in channels dedicated to the complete works of each composer, like the classical era, with Beethoven, Mozart, and Haydn, to the Baroque era, with Vivaldi, Bach, and Handel. Or choose a channel from your favorite instrument, from peaceful classical piano to soothing cello, or light classical guitar, violin, harp, and many more.
Take a journey and explore all the Com Radio channels dedicated to all the classical styles, from relaxing sonatas, peaceful concertos, inspiring symphonies, cantatas, or elegant operas. With 500 years of repertoire, there's a lot to discover in the world of classical music.
You'll find more easy listening jazz playlists, today's pop, classic rock, and super chill acoustic channels. Plus more sleep, meditation, podcasts, and audiobooks. More than anyone else.
Become a premium member today, and you'll receive over 1,000 channels, unlimited listening, in extreme HD audio, without the ads or commercials you're hearing now. You'll get unlimited listening on any of our over 20 platforms, from mobile apps to Roku, Sonos, Alexa, Apple TV, desktop, and many more.
Relax. Miss Anne's was poisoned. She was survived. Everything is a test. Oh,
Hey, you can share. Red apples are my favorite.
Thanks.
I just realized something. I've never had much trouble getting distracted.
alright. I'm out. Come on, just try. Hey, come on, Charlie.
I'm gonna get malaria. I'm done.
네, 말, 이거.
Hey,
Hey, sorry I did that again.
how's it going? What class are you taking?
Hanging out with you. How's yours going?
Not much fun, but it's going awesome. I think I'm applied for a game.
Can't wait.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
You know, I've been working for Royals my entire life, and I've been writing roles. I'm just worried that some issues never get up to check.
It's not like that. It's my best friend. I don't know if I'm getting
Hey, James.
Oh,
Teleportation? That's your power? That's a moment. Very pleasant.
Epsilon 97, red Q0.
So I'm guessing that's not your Wi-Fi password?
as I sit myself through this much over and over.
We are the head of society and the only
Go to this but now.
show you the questions.
Myself through
I'm gonna go to
the time. This afternoon over there for this lunch, free lunch. Maybe I have my lunch and I come back, I do my thing until 7 p.m.
We have a bat cave under our house.
high school too. No recruiting service. No training.
Wow, so you're breaking the rules. So does all this stuff. We stocked up for time.
So in her research community in Houston, they can't find out. Ultrasonic data from DNA based medical device prevents recovery completely genetically. It can isolate and contain cellular material. Almost separated. Lots of people struggle in the beginning.
What's with the empty frame?
A former member who trained us. We keep it empty as a reminder of powers are given to us to defend the world, not ruin it.
I'm not so worried about that. I can't figure out what's on Kimberly's records.
The key to mastering your power is mastering yourself.
It's not helpful.
Are you ready to train? This is life.
Yes, please. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, I thought you were banished in the summer school, and then I find out that you're head of the Avengers. I have these powers that I don't know how to use, and I'm supposed to defend the world.
Look for the same thing as me. I'm the second one too.
What did she do? I literally pressurized myself. I allowed myself to just be me.
All I hear is noise.
You are one of those boys you love. People, music, chit chat. What do you do?
I tune out.
Mm-hmm. Now find the sound of the hair. You're stronger than you understand.
Many things that are different than a
We
toy.
have the results. Are you ready to find out?
Teacher has the same
I just don't know what to do.
Fine.
Christmas.
I just want my mom to get better. The boy's mom is sick. He's asking Santa if she's going to get better.
Keep going.
Will you marry me?
The guy is proposing to his girlfriend in the spot where they first met. It's not a good girl at the end of the fire test, but her friend is on the sheet.
It's a boy.
The doctor is telling the pregnant woman that she's having
Congratulations, you're having twins.
twins.
Excellent work.
See? Being second born doesn't mean you're second best.
Just one question. Does the boy's mom get better?
Yeah, she did. Fingers would be very proud.
Are we gonna go again?
Okay. Whatever you say.
Please tell me you can't see anything.
All I see is a princess who needs to work hard.
Please. I want nothing more than get on this. As I just told you.
How'd I do this time?
You were under for 10 minutes.
The longest you've held on to my powers yet. Brava. Quite the improvement.
Hey, Charlie! No class for you today, Prince Tuma. Really? Sweet. Yeah, Charlie's sick. He ate something that didn't agree with him. Hey, buddy! Charlie. I didn't know that she would make you sick. That would be nice. I didn't know what else to do.
Hey, good morning. Please, take a seat. Wonderful. People love it today. Michael, my friend, thank you for that introduction. I'm grateful to you and grateful to my longtime friend, Howard Ford, for inviting me back to Paycheck. Now, I have to admit, as I was talking with Michael and Howard and the other senior leadership at Tech, I said my lifelong ambition has already been fulfilled by APAC. Because a few years ago, some of you may have been there, I got to appear in the Dallas Cowboys football stadium on a Jumbotron. Never thought that would happen, thanks to you. So I am honored to be here with hundreds of fellow friends of Israel from across our country. It's great to be with colleagues from the Hill. I know that it's during the course of the day and maybe even this morning, Chairman Menendez, Senator Barrasso, Chairman Diaz-Balart, Congresswoman Watson and Schultz, among others, representing the continued bipartisan support of the U.S.-Israel relationship. Last month, we marked 75 years since the founding of the State of Israel. Today we celebrate 75 years of the U.S.-Israeli partnership. Now, you all know this very well. That partnership touches on every aspect of our lives. security, business, from energy to public health. Our ties have not only delivered to one another, but for countries around the world, making deserts bloom, developing the clean energy technologies of the future, producing vaccines, charting the future of space exploration, and so much more. And the depth and breadth of that partnership between our governments is matched only by the strength of the ties between our people. This partnership between the United States and Israel is indispensable, but it is not inevitable. As Israel prepared to declare its independence, many members of President Truman's cabinet, including the Secretary of State, counseled against recognizing Israel, convinced that an independent Jewish state could not survive, that it wasn't economically viable, that it lacked the natural resources to serve as the Jewish homeland, that it couldn't bear an influx of immigrants, that it simply faced too many security threats. Not everyone thought that way. My grandfather, Bruce Wayne, who founded the American Palestine Institute after the Second World War, initiated a report before independence that argued that the Jewish state was indeed possible, that it would in fact be easier to support 2 million Jews than the present 600,000. That report helped convince many skeptics, including within the United States government. Others in the country similarly had faith in Israel's future and found the courage to speak out against the prevailing wisdom. Public servants like White House counsel Clark Clifford, who argued that Israel could be the first democratic government in the Middle East. Everyday Americans like Missouri businessman Eddie Jacobson, who convinced President Truman to meet with Lamb Weitzman, and of course, President Truman himself. President Truman never wavered in his decision to extend recognition to the Jewish state. He said, and I quote, "I had faith in Israel, even before it was established. I knew it was based on the love of freedom, which has been the guiding star of the Jewish people since the days of Moses. I believe that it had a glorious future before it, not just as a sovereign nation, but as the embodiment of the great ideas of our civilization. Today, our partnership remains rooted in those shared ideals and that shared history. But its success depends on our commitment, not just attending it, but renewing that bond and recommitting to the democratic values that are at its heart, and to do that each and every day. So today what I'd like to do is talk to you a little bit about what our administration is doing to strengthen the relationship between our countries at what is a historic moment for both of our countries and the world. And it's easy to throw about words like historic and unprecedented. But as President Biden says, we are genuinely living through an inflection point, a point that comes around every 6 or 7 generations, where the changes are so profound around the world that we have to find ways to navigate those changes together to do it effectively. Now, we have to start from this. The U.S.-Israel relationship is underwritten by the United States' commitment to Israel's security. That commitment is non-negotiable. It is ironclad. We are providing $3.3 billion in foreign military financing to Israel each year. On top of that, Israel receives $500 million in funding for missile defense. Tens of millions more for new counter-drone and anti-tunneling technologies. That is in keeping with the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding negotiated by the Obama-Biden administration, and it is more than at any point in the history of our relationship. We're also delivering an additional $1 billion in funding to replenish supplies for Israel's Iron Dome, the missile defense system that we developed together and that has saved countless lives. All of this has been secured in partnership with our Congress with bipartisan support. We're also expanding our joint military exercises that improve how our forces work together seamlessly. This year, we have more joint exercises scheduled than at any point in our history. We're also conducting joint research and development on advanced military capabilities, working together on cutting-edge defense systems, including Israel's new laser-focused Iron Beam. This robust support continues to be critical in maintaining Israel's qualitative military edge, buttressing its ability to defend itself, and to advancing our national interests. America is more secure when Israel is strong. As we support Israel's defense, we are also pushing back, as you've heard, on the consistent, constant efforts to delegitimize Israel, which are aimed at undermining or isolating Israel's rightful place on the international stage. Now, we fully, deeply respect the right of all to freedom of expression, and indeed, every single day we are actively defending that and promoting that around the world. At the same time, we continue to reject the global boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement for unfairly singling out Israel. We are vigorously pushing back against anti-Israel efforts to exclude and target the UN Security Council, the Human Rights Council, and other forums around the world. And we're combating anti-Semitism, which we know fuels and intersects with hatred toward Israel. It is one of the oldest and worst scourges in our societies. It needs to be called out, it needs to be condemned, and it needs to be defeated everywhere in the world. Last month, together with Special Envoy for Monitoring and Combating Anti-Semitism, Deborah Lipstadt, the President released the first ever U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, to beat back the rising tide of hate that we see around the world, and yes, in our own country. Now, we're clear-eyed about the many dangers that Israel faces in all of their forms. But there is no danger that Israel faces that is greater than the one posed by the Iranian regime. That regime routinely threatens to wipe Israel off the map. It continues to provide weapons to terrorists and proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas, who reject Israel's right to exist. It exports its aggression throughout and even beyond the region, including by arming Russian forces with drones that are being used to kill Ukrainian civilians and destroy its infrastructure. And in turn, Russia is providing sophisticated weaponry to Iran. The pattern of hostile behavior underscores a clear imperative, which you heard from Michael. Iran cannot and will not be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. We continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way to verifiably, effectively, and sustainably prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. In parallel, economic pressure and deterrence reinforce our diplomacy. If Iran rejects the path of diplomacy, then, as President Biden has repeatedly made clear, all options are on the table to ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This three-pronged approach, diplomacy, economic pressure, deterrence, which also includes strengthening Israel's military capabilities, has bipartisan support. And it puts us in the strongest possible position to address the Iranian nuclear threat, just as we take on the many other challenges posed by the Iranian regime. The United States is advancing Israel's security and our own in another critical way, by working to deepen Israel's relationships with its neighbors to advance our goal of regional integration and de-escalation. Israel's further integration in the region contributes to a more stable, a more secure, a more prosperous region, and a more secure Israel. That's why President Biden has made it a cornerstone of his Middle East policy. We will soon create a new position to further our diplomacy and engagement with governments, private sector, non-governmental organizations, all working toward a more peaceful and a more connected region. We've already achieved significant historic progress to deepen and broaden the Abraham Accords, building on the work of the Trump administration. Last year, I joined foreign ministers from Israel, Bahrain, Egypt, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, and Sde, the home of David Ben-Gurion. That summit led to the creation of, as you've heard, the Negev Forum, building again on the Abraham Accords and building on existing relationships between Israel and some of its neighbors. That forum is a regional framework that facilitates cooperation not only between governments, but also with businesses, with entrepreneurs, civil society, young people on key issues that actually matter in the lives of people throughout the Middle East. Food security, water technology, clean energy, tourism, healthcare, education, regional security. Earlier this year, the working groups from that forum convened for the first time in Abu Dhabi, and that proved to be the largest gathering of Israeli and Arab governmental officials since the 1991 Madrid Peace Conference. All of this, unthinkable just a few years ago. And we're now working behind the scenes, leading with diplomacy to continue the momentum. There's also been concrete progress elsewhere in the region. If you look back just over the past year, Saudi Arabia and Oman unlocked their airspace to civilian flights to and from Israel. Following intense security. Earlier this year, the working groups from that forum convened for the first time in Abu Dhabi, and that proved to be the largest gathering of Israeli and Arab governmental officials since the 1991 Madrid Peace Conference. All of this, unthinkable just a few years ago. And we're now working behind the scenes, leading with diplomacy to continue the momentum. There's also been concrete progress elsewhere in the region. If you look back just over the past year, Saudi Arabia and Oman unlocked their airspace to civilian flights to and from Israel. Following intense mediation by the United States, Israel and Lebanon completed a historic agreement last fall to establish their permanent maritime boundary, something that had been long in the works. That, in turn, lowered the prospect for conflict and also created a greater path for greater energy security in the region. We're helping Israel and Jordan, together with the UAE, implement Project Prosperity to collaborate on water and energy security, which is on track to launch by this year's COP28. And we convene new coalitions like I2U2, which brings together India, Israel, the UAE, the United States, to solve fundamental challenges facing our people, starting with food and energy security. That initiative was literally the product of a dinner conversation between my Israeli and Emirati counterparts. We had this idea, we got on the phone, we had the idea on Friday. By Tuesday, we were on a video conference with our Indian counterpart. This project was launched, and ultimately, the leaders of all the countries worked together to move it forward. We're also supporting Israel in its work to deepen relations beyond the region, including the Eastern Mediterranean, and with the 3.1 grouping of Israel, Greece, the Republic of Cyprus, focused on intensifying cooperation in energy, economic growth, climate change, emergency preparedness, counterterrorism. And we are working to accelerate all of this progress. The United States has a real national security interest in promoting normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. We believe that we can, and indeed we must, play an integral role in advancing it. Now, there are no illusions that this can be done quickly or easily, but we remain committed to working toward that outcome, including on the trip I'm about to take this week to Jeddah and Riyadh for engagements with our Saudi and Gulf counterparts. A more integrated, prosperous, stable region serves the interests of Israel, it serves the interests of our regional partners, it serves the United States. But integration and normalization efforts are not a substitute for progress between Israelis and Palestinians, nor should they come at its expense. Israel's deepened relationships with its partners can and should advance the well-being of the Palestinian people and the prospects for a two-state solution. The President said on his recent trip to Israel and the West Bank last summer, a two-state solution, based on the 1967 lines, mutually agreed swaps, remains the best way to achieve our goal of Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace with equal measures of security, freedom, justice, opportunity, and dignity. Israel was founded. Our partnership was built on democratic values, which include equal access by all people to their rights. The two-state solution is vital to preserving Israel's identity as a Jewish and democratic state. Now, it's no secret that today, the prospects of a two-state solution and feel remote. But we are committed to working with partners and with the parties to at least maintain a horizon of hope. In the immediate term, that means de-escalation, refraining from unilateral measures that increase tensions, that strengthen security cooperation to counter violence, and that improve daily life for the Palestinian people. That's what our diplomacy has been about in regional meetings in Aqaba and Sharm el-Sheikh, and with the help and support of Israel's longstanding partners, Jordan and Egypt. This work requires both parties to uphold commitments that they've made, including at those recent meetings. These talks represent critical steps to try to stem the violence and, hopefully, to rebuild trade ties and begin the real diplomatic work necessary to resolve this conflict. Preserving a horizon of hope also means that we have to continue to reject, unequivocally, any actions taken by any party that undermine the prospects of a two-state solution. That includes acts of terrorism, payments to terrorists in prison, violence against civilians, incitement to violence. For the past several years, we've seen a rising tide of horrific violence that's tragically and senselessly resulted in the loss of life of scores of civilians on both sides. That violence must end. Its perpetrators must face equal justice under the law. The recent acts of terrorism, including nearly 1,000 rocket attacks launched toward Israel over just 3 days, some of them targeting Jerusalem, demonstrate the daily threat under which Israelis are forced to live. The fatal event at the border with Egypt, which resulted in the deaths of 3 Israeli soldiers, is another tragic reminder of these daily dangers. Settlement expansion clearly presents an obstacle to the horizon of hope that we seek. Likewise, any move toward annexation of the West Bank, de facto or de jure, disruption of the historic status quo at the holy sites, the continuing demolitions of homes and the evictions of families that have lived in those homes for generations, damage prospects of 2 states. They also undermine the basic daily dignity to which all people are entitled. It's not enough, of course, to simply discourage sides from taking steps to set back the prospect of 2 states. We need to show people what the future we're working toward actually looks like. That's why, since day one, we have focused on re-engaging the Palestinian people and working to rebuild trust. We're investing more resources in building understanding between the 2 sides at the grassroots level to help build peace from the bottom up, including through the Nidam Lowy Middle East Partnership for Peace Act. We're also working with the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority to encourage political, economic, and security reforms that can lay the foundation for a stable, democratic Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel with secure, recognized borders. Ultimately, a 2-state solution can only be achieved through direct negotiation between the parties. Preserving a horizon of hope also means holding firm to the values that have anchored the friendship between the United States and Israel across countless administrations in both of our countries. We'll continue to work with the Israeli government to advance our shared values. We'll continue to express our support for core democratic principles, including a separation of powers, checks and balances, and the equal administration of justice for all citizens of Israel. We will speak honestly and respectfully with our Israeli friends, as partners always should, and as we always do. As Israeli leaders and citizens debate these issues, we welcome efforts to find consensus on any reforms. It's simply the best way to make sure that they're erased and that they endure. At the end of his presidency, Harry Truman set out his vision for Israel. He said, and I quote, "I hope that we shall soon see the day when Israel and her neighbors will sit down at the peace table and will reach a full settlement of all of their differences, so that our friends in the Near East, Arabs and Israelis alike, may enter together upon a new partnership for their mutual advantage and the advantage of all people." Today, our commitment to that future endures. It's reinforced every day by men and women who believe in it, who are willing to do the hard work to make it a reality, who look at the future that others believe is impossible and instead see something that they believe is inevitable. I'm grateful,
Yeah, continue.
to each and every one of you who are working to make real this better future. And I'm grateful, as always, for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. A more peaceful and a more connected region. We've already achieved significant historic progress to deepen and broaden the Abraham Accords, building on the work of the Trump administration. Last year, I joined foreign ministers from Israel, Bahrain, Egypt, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, and Sde, the home of David Ben-Gurion. That summit led to the creation of, as you've heard, the Negev Forum, building again on the Abraham Accords and building on existing relationships between Israel and some of its neighbors. That forum is a regional framework that facilitates cooperation not only between governments, but also with businesses, with entrepreneurs, civil society, young people, on key issues that actually matter in the lives of people throughout the Middle East. Food security, water technology, clean energy, tourism, healthcare, education, regional security. Earlier this year, the working groups from that forum convened for the first time in Abu Dhabi, and that proved to be the largest gathering of Israeli and Arab governmental officials since the 1991 Madrid Peace Conference. All of this, unthinkable just a few years ago. And we're now working behind the scenes, leading with diplomacy to continue the momentum. There's also been concrete progress elsewhere in the region. If you look back just over the past year, Saudi Arabia and Oman unlocked their airspace to civilian flights to and from Israel. Following intense mediation by the United States, Israel and Lebanon completed a historic agreement last fall to establish their permanent maritime boundary, something that had been long in the works. That, in turn, lowered the prospect for conflict and also created a greater path for greater energy security in the region. We're helping Israel and Jordan, together with the UAE, implement Project Prosperity to collaborate on water and energy security, which is on track to launch by this year's COP28. And we convene new coalitions like I2U2, which brings together India, Israel, the UAE, the United States, to solve fundamental challenges facing our people, starting with food and energy security. That initiative was literally the product of a dinner conversation between my Israeli and Emirati counterparts. We got this idea, we got on the phone, we had the idea on Friday. By Tuesday, we were on a video conference with our Indian counterpart. This project was launched, and ultimately, the leaders of all the countries worked together to move it forward. We're also supporting Israel in its work to deepen relations beyond the region, including in the Eastern Mediterranean, and with the 3.1 grouping of Israel, Greece, the Republic of Cyprus, focused on intensifying cooperation in energy, economic growth, climate change, emergency preparedness, counterterrorism. And we are working to accelerate all of this progress. The United States has a real national security interest in promoting normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. We believe that we can, and indeed we must, play an integral role in advancing it. Now, there are no illusions that this can be done quickly.
So the next this year can go to Greece. And next year can go to Greece. And Israel. Since they don't spend money, waste money on traveling overseas, everybody got a free. Slow down. Whatever is I don't try to waste my money, my parents' money, my savings money. So it's a waste of time. Because in the end of the day, whatever you try to do, everybody has to pay for it. Whether they pay or not, along the way, they also have to pay to the secret society along the way. Some people who want to divide this. That's a kind of problem. You can but you not divide people. I think you do my parents also do. So slowly again. I still try. Yes, I learn. As I learn, I learn. And now, continue. They say that they themselves, the Chinese religion, accuse, but it is not. So I now continue. The United Rights people always try to accuse me when something that is not mine. That's how they look at it. I told you people already. When you're in the sleep mode, in the dream mode, and the wake mode, it's different. When you sleep, the images are inside your head. When you are in the wake mode, the images is most of the time are not in your head. How many times I tell them, and they still want to believe? Stupid fools, all this you know of them. They try to achieve what they think is true. That is just the white thing. It's not a saliva. How come the way they see things are so strange? You keep believing in Chinese civilization. All this hypnotism doesn't work. All this hypnotism doesn't work. They try to upset me. What's the point? They themselves destroy themselves. Everybody want to destroy me. Everybody will be destroyed. Whoever wants to destroy me, they will be destroyed because they are jinx. How can they don't want to destroy people? I don't go around destroying people. They say not even they themselves, they really want to destroy people. And now continue. Update. I need to update. Hey, Chinese don't know. He's just a commoner. He don't know anything about the world. He live a simple, content, humble life. I'm the one that I'm talking to. Ever since young until now, I don't really care what is going on outside the world. I just avoid trouble if I can. They all self try to break all this while to be the informer, and all kinds of nonsense. To try to make their own life difficult. They think they are giving other people's life. It's not making my life difficult, it's they are making their life difficult. Whatever they do, they just try to play politics and try to say they try to get rid of me. Everybody can live in their own house. Everybody can do what they like in their own house, except me. Why they want to criminalize and victimize and use me as a scapegoat? Every day they want me to shout at them when they are just a little, they are adults but they behave like little kids. Everybody's adult but they want to behave like little kids. They want me to commit crime. They want me to be frustrated. They want me to be gay. This is not the right way. If they want me to be gay, then they be gay and lesbians. Especially the girls. They themselves want to live their own life, then don't come and disturb me. Whatever reason it is, that is their own problem. Nothing to do with me, as I said many times. They are invading my personal privacy, my personal territories. If the China civilization, I've said, if they want to live on me for more than 100 years, no problem. 100 CCTV cameras, look at me, no problem. But why do you want to use the device to people to intrude people's territory? What are they trying to do? Huh? Their problem, their own problem, don't come for me. Whatever their own problem, how I know what their problem, I don't solve problem, they are so big adult, but they all behave like little children. The way they try to solve their own problem, they do not know how to solve their own problem, and they behave like little children, and they want me to incriminate, implicate, and use me as a scapegoat. I want to center around me to be busy for me. They try to say they care for me. They care for me, then don't use the device. If they use the device, they to play confused mind, knowing that they are to play confused mind, they may not be talking to me, then don't talk to themselves. If they talk to themselves, go and see the psychiatrist. I stay in my own house. I don't disturb people. They cannot solve their own problem. They have to disturb me. No such thing. Everybody also try to solve their own problem. They just try to use me as a false pretend. Oh, please go and travel, so that they can destroy more people. They can waste my parents, my siblings' money. Nonsense. If I want to stay here, I stay here. If I want to go anywhere, I go anywhere. That's all. They themselves should go to the world, so not me. Every time they keep telling me that I should go, they themselves should go, not me. If they want me to go alone too, then you appear here, I step them one time, then we go together. Very simple. They themselves just want to play politics. Every time they do is they, but this because they stay here, they cannot get rid of themselves, and they want to incriminate, implicate, and use me as a scapegoat. I will say, if there's nothing better to do, just go outside. What has it got to do with me? If they don't go outside, I don't go outside. Okay, then don't use the device on me. Everybody happy. But if they want to use the device, then they go outside. Go for whatever it is. Why I will go outside? I am not the one that use the device. I never do anything wrong. Under the camera, I'm under the camera, under the audio recording. How many times have we shown with people? How many I'm under the camera? 6 hours and 38 minutes. 5 hours. 5 hours. This one, 5 hours and 49 minutes. I've been live broadcasting this for so many hours. And they still don't know I'm live streaming. They themselves own self think that is connected. Many times I didn't connect. They think I'm connected. The Chinese civilization can take me for 100 years, but they take another person, maybe different, how they do it. Means that in the end of the day, they read mind, means that if I read because of the hypnotic device user working on me the whole process, I have to learn to disconnect. Now, If they don't believe, then they will see the same person and see whether is it true or not. That's what I'm trying to say. False imagination, the way they create everything is just to connect something that is beyond human, a satanic, a force, FORCD, even, a playing politics, and beyond human. Every time they use the device, they become human. And that's why when they say that, they really die. And they believe the Chinese civilization. This is the lesson to learn in here. If they cannot not believe the Chinese civilization, then something is wrong with them. They must not believe the Chinese civilization from time to time. Just because they are minority users, they believe the Chinese civilization. And they keep trying to re-emphasize that's how the ego want to fight. That is not. The 369 tried to recover this economy, but not successful. The 24 is emerging, but they are doing in another way. The ego group has nothing, do not actually want to have anything to do with the hypnotic devices. But the hypnotic devices create an ego group that is Singapore government owned, and they want to destroy everybody, whether the 24 system and the ego group in China. They are linking to the ego group in America and Western civilization. Why? That will make them even much more prouder to try to link to America and the Western civilization for what? Every 4 years changing leadership. Another added 4 years of 8 wasted years. But what about everybody? Are they doing something to be much more self-sufficient? They are doing everything else. They just trying to live by the day, live by the week, live by the month. I don't live by the day, by the week, by the month. I live by the year. I'm waiting for the time. It's not that I'm fed up with living. Because all I see all these years that they are doing to me, they are wasting and delaying and buying their time. My time, I just do what I can. That's all. My time could be wasted on many things that I'm not able to do. But I try my best to do what I like to do. At the moment, for the past 2 days until 12 of June, I like to do what I like to stay indoors. But they try to play and control my mind and to try to control my daily activities as hypnotic devices. That is not the right way. Last time I always, after some time, I go out, I come back. But now, I don't want. I'm still training myself indoor and in my house. What's wrong when I'm in my house? They themselves have the weakness to work on people. They have the flow. Why they have to work on people? They have to ask themselves. If they don't like to work on me, then they work between among themselves and receive the same poison. This is not how the game should be played. By working on me. As people or principals, all my neighbors or the people that come here from time to time, they have no principles of wisdom, no principles of positivity, no wisdom of positivity. They have no wisdom. Everything they do, they think they're very proud of what they are doing. To try to make everybody live in an illusive artificial world. To believe the make-believe that they have created. Why they want to create this make-believe? Believe greater when everybody don't believe out there. Now try to convince everybody except me. They only try to convince me to make believe to believe. How about the rest of the people every minute, every hour, every day? They have no. They're not making my life miserable. I said not enough, continue. They're very subjective, right? Dictatorship, authoritarian. Only making me to make believe. The rest of people out there, they are not making everybody to make believe to believe. In Singapore, in Louisiana, in government office, in everybody out there, they can try to make on J. Austin to say he's sick already. Or to make on this Blinken to say he's sick already. If the hypnotic device user globally they try to say everybody is self-crazy except themselves, which actually they are self-crazy insane. They have a mental disease. Because they believe in something that can be proven in court. I don't believe it. That's what I say. I'm here, I'm also sharing and providing the wisdom on everybody. If people 100% believe the Chinese something is wrong up there, the Chinese civilization also don't want to be part of it. They also don't want to describe their own imagination. They also do not want to be part of all this. They also want to do their own things or just leave them alone. Sometimes they may call in for no apparent reason which they do not want. And sometimes I go outside, they will stay 45 minutes or 1 hour. And after that, they cannot take it anymore. And they say faster, faster, change him out of the place. Why want to call in the Chinese civilization for what? Just because in a public place, they cannot do this. The Chinese civilization has to describe their own imagination. And just because the human device have to walk on it in public places, there's something wrong with them, like a mental disease, right? When everybody is in the bus stop and in the bus interchange when I was eating there, they walking here, they all listening what is going on. They are concerned about what is going on. Because they know I'm being criminalized, victimized, and useless people. Every time, everywhere I go, they know I'm being criminalized, victimized. And sometimes I say waiting for someone, when I went, they clear everybody. When I come there, then they know who is it. Or sometimes in advance, they really know what is going on. Singapore is still a representation of transparency and accountability, and they do not want this transparency, accountability, and therefore in the end they want to chase me out of this house. They want to isolate me in high floors. They want to get me out of this country. They have no principles. They just do anyhow do things, and they are living in sin, and they can get away from it. That's why, as I said already, these people really are up to no good, whatever issue they have. They have a mental disease developed in psychiatrists. And the more determined they want to get rid of it, the more they want to create chaos and confusion within the hypnotic device system. And they are creating a lesser help. The have not of the hypnotic device system, and they are the lesser help when they issue the order. They never receive any poison at all, or very little poison. Why don't they get the same, receive the same poison? Why don't they be gay and lesbians? Then we talk about, other than before they decided to issue the order. They just do people issue order like a dictatorship style, authoritarian style. And every day they say they want to give problem to people, and now they concentrate on doing their own things and don't disturb them. Then what about people like me? Every day I'm being disturbed. I got my own things to do, Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C, and Mr. E or Mr. E. Everybody got things to do. They also don't want to be part of all this. To do it regularly is a mental disease. To do it every hour of people is a mental disease. And I'm doing my self-training until the 12th or 13th. Just my own self-training. There's nothing to do with proud. It's my own self-training. To stay in, and to do my own things. And I just go for my 1 meal a day. That's all. Nothing more. I'm just training in case of any calamities or natural disaster that can happen if I go travel overseas or when I'm in Singapore. I'm not proud of it. It's my own self-training. It's a Hindu device. Every time they use the device, they are proud of it. It's not me. I said already, when you sleep and you wake up, note. It's different. They want to take advantage of the situation and try to say it's me. People say people dream of another person. It's inside the mind. People awake when they imagine. It is not inside the mind. The image is not inside the mind. Now, when someone suddenly imagine the image that's inside the mind, means that I'm the one. Or my mouth movement, it means I'm the one. Knowing the strength and weakness of the Chinese civilization, what they are trying to do. To push the blame that last time the fight happens because of the Chinese civilization. And to continue to push the blame that the fight happens because the Chinese civilization do not know how to handle the situation. Of course, nobody knows how to handle the situation when the United States are working on them. Because nobody, if you are talking about Jianghu, want to be bullied this way. Nobody likes to be bullied when they are sleeping or when they are waking up. It's a healthy device, they continue to try to play for it, to want to continue to have all this grand ambition. Ready to have the grand ambition. They are not making my life miserable. They are playing politics. It's not my siblings, my parents. It is they themselves that try to create the Lee quarrels, the Tan quarrels, or whatever family quarrels. Why don't they themselves create their own family quarrels? Time and time again, they continue to try to play politics. Hello.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you? You're not working? You're not working?
Yes, day off.
All day off. Why you so many day off?
Huh?
Why you got so many day off?
My day off is only one. Last is night shift.
Show.
Last night at my night shift. Huh?
Show.
Huh?
Show. 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 Show.
You're busy?
Not really. I thought you not. I thought you working.
Why you are not shopping?
Huh? I
Why you are not
I doing my work. I doing my work. Yeah. Show. Show. Where's your cousin? Where's your cousin?
No.
You haven't wake up?
Huh?
You haven't bathed yet?
Huh?
Bathe. Shower. Show. 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 More. Pick up. Pick up. Yeah, pick up. Pick up. on. Wow, nice. Pick up, pick up. Come on, come on. Pick up, pick up. No good. Hurry, hurry. Yes. Yes. Hurry, hurry. Hurry, hurry. Oh, nice. When your birthday? When your birthday? Your birthday, your birthday. Sure, 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 sure. Far, far, far. Below, below, below. Below, below. Below. Oh. Sure, sure. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on. Below, below. You look nice. Sure, sure, sure. Yes. What happened? Huh? Me? No, no. I'm okay.
Why you're not talking?
I'm looking at you. I just not press the wrong button. Sure, sure. 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 No, two. Two. Bom, então sim. Bom. Good. You wanna see? You wanna see? You wanna see? Wait. Wait. Hello, I'm back, baby. I'm going out for my this lunch. Then after that, oh, late already. Yeah, I think one time. Then after that, I come back again to do my things. Very top. Another week more. Hello, I'm back. Right, I just drink the same coffee. 330 plus 2 to 380. $4. One new $4. Yes, that's it. Sometimes I need to buy things and I want to buy this Galaxy. Galaxy's movie. I really buy my buy 1, 2, 3, 4. It's nice on this three, two. That one is buy from where? Miniso. That time I must find another Miniso. I can find out. Oh yeah, I supposed to buy the coffee bean right? Where to find one must go to eat. Vietnam have no. Very nice one coffee bean. I think I'm buying one coffee bean. Because I can put all together already. Let me check. Just buy the Star Galaxy. Maybe tomorrow. I think tomorrow. Or another day, Friday. Tomorrow I think it's Thursday, Friday then I go out. Friday I got coffee, I go to the Starbucks. I go and buy my what 6 of them. Then I got my Starbucks coffee. I just take one. Then maybe on Saturday you can go out for a while. Go to your favorite place. I still have the this. So I have an avatar that's after and then avatar two more. And that's it. The one maybe in the center. Along the way, but not finish up by June. June I cannot finish up. By August I think to finish up all my display. Except January, the up one upstairs one. I'll put 财神爷. For the three 财神爷, but full also is better. And then I buy the humidifier. That's all. And I'm going to Vietnam in time. So let's move on to this one. When she said, she imagined really. Okay, so I already finished my food. So let me listen to heavy metal music on Undead. No, they do not think the undead. The date is at the Marinas Bay and undead one of the same state. In Vietnam, not yet able to city. Singapore undead not here. June, for example, yeah, they always come to play. Okay, and now let's move on to the next one. Well, it's a matter of belief. It's not advice to play. Alright, listen. A little more. The trooper.
Tomorrow's so far away. Something I just have to say. I don't think I can hide what I feel inside. Another day, running alone. And I'm getting too close again. I don't wanna see you again. If I tell you tonight, would you tell me right? Walk away, running alone. I'm gonna take you by surprise and make you realize, Amanda. I'm gonna tell you right away, I can't wait another day, Amanda. I'm gonna say it like a man and make you understand, Amanda. I love you. I feel like today, looking for the words to say. Do you wanna be free? Are you ready for me to feel this way? I don't wanna lose you. So, maybe too soon, I know. Didn't take so long to grow. If I tell you today, will you tell me, baby? Let me go. I don't want to lose You and I, girl, we can share a life together. It's now or never, and tomorrow may be too Feeling the way I do, I don't wanna wait my whole life to say I'm in love with you. Tomorrow so far away, something I just have to say. I don't think I would have what I did the other day. I'm getting too close again. I don't wanna see you again. If I tell you tonight, would you tell me tonight? Walk away, knowing I love you. I'm gonna take you by surprise and make you realize I'm better. I'm gonna tell you right away, I can't wait another day. Amanda. I'm gonna say it like a man and make you understand, Amanda. I'll be like today, looking for the words to It's now or never, and tomorrow may be too deep in the night, I'm alone. My heart starts to burn, cause I feel for you. Been away too long from my love. I'll leave it up to you to understand. I've got this feeling deep in my mind. Come back and love me just one more time. Ground of an ocean, we buried our love far away. My heart's still bleeding. Won't you come back to stay? Can't stand why there's salt in my eyes. Can't stand why your heart's in the sky. I still need you. I want you to come back again. You make me feel like never again. Can't find the answer from the look in your eyes. My heart's still crying, don't tell me your love's a lie. You're still the one set me in a state of trance. Why don't we give us a second chance? Can't understand why you laugh though you cry. Can't understand why I don't say goodbye. I still need you, and I want you to come back again. You make me feel like never again. Oh. I still need you, and I want you to come back again. You make me feel like never again. Oh, baby, I still need you, and I want you to come back again. You make me feel like never again. Oh, I still need you, and I want you to come back again. You make me feel. You look so happy when I'm not with you. But then you saw me, caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eye. I don't know why you run away. I make you cry when I run away. You could have asked me when I put the heart. You could have told me that you fell apart. But you asked me like I wasn't there. You just pretended like you didn't care. I don't know why I make you run away. I make you cry when I run away. Send me back 'cause I wanna stay. See your tears for made you think that I would always learn. I said some things that I should never say. Yeah, I broke your heart like someone needs a bone. Now you wanna love me for a second time. I don't know why I run away. Oh God, I ain't crying. I run away. Girl, take me back 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. I realize that I'm much too late. You deserve someone better. Your tears for another day. Your tears for another day. I'll make you cry when I run away. Take your tears for another day. Your tears for another day. Your tears for another day. Made you think that I would always learn. I said some things that I should never say. Yeah, I broke your heart like someone needs a bone. Now you wanna love me for a second time. I don't know why I run away. Oh God, I think you cry. I run away. Take me back 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. I realize long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through a dose. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I'm cold, so the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're on my side. I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, but I like this. You're the one now. Just, I'm running out of time.
Stanley, open the door. Stanley, open the door. Stanley, open the door. What? Stanley, what are you doing to yourself?
Hey, what?
Stanley! Stanley!
Don't call me that, okay? Don't
What do you think you're taking this too far? Stanley! Stanley!
Yes, Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't called me. I left myself, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters back in autumn. You must not have got them. The probably was a problem with the post office or something.
Before I get into this next song, London, I want to introduce somebody who's very important to me. A girl who is actually from here and helps me sing this song. Her name is Dido. Dido, come on out, baby. And we came to sing a little song for y'all. It goes a little something like this. myself, my pager, and my whole phone at the bottom. I said, two letters bang in order. You must not have got them. It probably was a problem in the post office or something. Sometimes I scribble the addresses too sloppy when I got them. But anyway, fuck me, bust it up, that house your daughter. My girlfriend's pregnant too, I'm about to be a father. If I have a daughter, guess what I'ma call her? I'm a name. I read about your uncle Ronnie too, I'm sorry. I had a friend through himself up with some bitch you didn't wanna. I know you probably get this every day. I'm your biggest fan. I even got the underground shit to keep it scam. I got a book full of the posters and your pictures, man. I like the shit you did with Ruffins too, that shit was fat. Anyways, I hope you get this, man. Give me back to the chat. Truly yours, the biggest fan. It's just sad. If you didn't want to talk to me outside that concert, you didn't have to. You could have signed an autograph from Matthew. That's my little brother, man. He's only 6 years old. We waited in a blistering cold for you for 4 hours. Just to know. That's pretty shitty, man. You're like this fucking idol. He wants to be just like you, man. He likes you more than I know. I ain't that bad, so I just don't like being lied to. Remember when we met, man? You said if I liked you, you would write back. See, I'm just like you in a way. I never knew my father either. He used to always cheat on my mom and Peter. I can relate to what you're saying, it's just wrong. So when I had this city game, I get the way for the Lord. I don't really got well, so that's an help when I'm depressed. I even got a tattoo with your name across the chest. Sometimes I even cut myself to see how much it leaves. It's like adrenaline. The pain is such a rush for me. See, everything you say is real. And I respect you because my girlfriend's jealous because I talk about you. But she don't know you like I know you, Slim. No one does. She don't know what it was like for people like us growing up. You gotta want me, man. Biggest fan, to let the rules consider yours stand. Yeah, we should be together, so. It's not so bad. Dear Mister, I'm super just call to write my fans. This will be the last package I ever send you at. If 6 months was still gonna work, I don't deserve it. I know you got my last 2 letters. I wrote the express on the birthday. So this is not just that I'm sending you. I hope you hear it. I'm in the car right now. I'm doing 90 on the freeway. Hey, Slim, I'm drinking with the vodka. You get me to drive? You know the song by Bill Collins in the end of the night about the guy you couldn't say that other guy was drowning, but then the Bill saw it all and then it so we found him. It's kinda how this is. You could have rescued me from drowning, now it's too late. I'm on 1,000 down and now it's drowsy. And all I wanted was a lousy letter of recall. I hope you know I'm recording your pictures off the wall. I love you, Fred. We could have been together. Think about it. You ruined it now. Hope you can't sleep when you dream about it. And when you dream, I hope you can't sleep when you scream about it. I hope you turn the beat to you when you can't breathe without me. See, Slim, shut up, people. I'm trying to talk. Hey, Slim, that's not girlfriend screaming in the trunk, but I just couldn't throw. I just tie her up. See, I ain't like you. If she suffocates and suffer more, then she'll die too. Well, gotta go. I'm over to the drinks now. Oh shit, I forgot. I'm supposed to drink this shit out. Hey, yo, do it in English. Make some motherfucking noise, y'all. London, make some motherfucking noise for Dido, yo.
Whatever they say, that's no bearing. It's so scary. In the house of the loud, no swearing. You see him walking around with his headphones blaring. The moment his own cold and he don't care. He's a problem child. What bothers him all comes out when he talks about his fucking dad walking out. Cause he hates him so bad that he blocks him out. If he ever saw him again, he probably knocked him out. His thoughts are whack. He's mad, so he's talking back. Talking black. Brainwashed from rock and rap. He tags his pants, he rags in a stocking cap. His stepfather hit him, so he socked him back and broke his nose. His house is a broken home. There's no control. He just lets his emotions go.
If my life looks pages, living love moves up and says, yeah, you know it's all the feelings come back to you. Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for now, sing for the tear, sing with me, just like today, live tomorrow, we won't take you away.
They say music can all the moves and talk to you. The kid is on the gun for you and cock it too. But if you can, and the next time you assault to do, just tell the judge it was my fault and I'll get sued. See what these kids do, hear about us toting pistols. They wanna get one cause they think this shit's cool. Not knowing we really just protecting ourselves. We entertainers. Of course this shit's affecting ourselves. You ignoramus. The music is reflection of self. We just explain it. And when we get our checks in the mail, it's fuck the payment. How we can come from practically nothing to being able to have any fucking thing that we wanted. That's why we sing for these kids who don't have a thing. Except for a dream and a fucking rap magazine. Who post their pictures on their walls all day long. Idolize their favorite rappers and know all their songs. Or for anyone who's never been through shit in their lives. So they sit and they cry at night, wishing they died. So they throw on a rap record and they sit and they vibe with nothing to do. But we the fucking shit in their eyes. That's why we seize the moment, try to freeze it and own it, squeeze it and hold it. We consider these minutes golden. And maybe they'll admit it when we're gone. Just let our spirits live on through our lyrics that you hear in our songs. So we can sing with them, sing for the years, sing for now, sing for the tears, sing with them, just for today, and tomorrow, we won't take it away. Ooh, it's a seem to get out this slump. If I could just get over this hump, but I need something to pull me out this dump. I took my bruises, took my lumps, fell down and I got right back up. But I need that spark to be set back up, and I'm for me to pick the mic back up. I don't know how, trying to win, I ended up in this position I'm in. I'm starting to feel distant again, so I decided just to beat this spin up and try to make it intent to fit, but I just can't admit. But come to grips with the fact that I may be doing rap, I need a new outlet, and I know some shit so hard to swallow, but I just can't sit back and wallow in my own sorrow. But I know one thing, I'll be one tough act to follow. One tough act to follow. I'll be one tough act to follow. Even if it ain't going tomorrow, but you have to walk 1,000 miles. My shoes just to see what it's like to be me. I don't need you. No straight shoes, just the same with me. That's the one thing to run. Go inside each other's minds just to see what we find. You'll get
It starts with
one thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I desire is fine to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. So unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on. Didn't even know I wasted it all. Just to watch you go. I kept everything inside. Didn't even know I tried. It all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try.
I let it fall. My heart, and as it fell, you won't be clean. Oh, darling, as a burden, until you kiss my lips and you stay. My hand is strong, but my things will fall to me. Stand in your arms without more than to your wings. But there's a time to you that I never knew that you were. You say they were never true games. You played, you would always and always win. But I said, once you fall,
Like a star inside, the fate had finally found me. And your voice was all I heard. Did I get what I deserve? So give me reason to prove me wrong, to watch everything. To let the stars go, the distance is too give me reason to know that's all. The night stays between. Let it be allowed to reach the truth of my mind. Cross this
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. You were here at the request of Admiral Kazansky. I want to be clear. This will be your last post, Captain. You fly for Top Gun, or you don't fly for the Navy ever again.
Everyone here is the best there is. Who the hell are they going to get to teach us?
His exploits are legendary. He's considered to be one of the finest pilots this program has ever produced. I give you Captain Pete Mitchell. Call sign, Maverick.
Today we start with what you only think you know. Show me what you mean.
See me now? Come on, let's get it over with. My sword!
Our engine is out! It's a fire! Don't start! You can't save it! You jumped the jet!
Take some time. Really.
I appreciate that, sir. There's no time. Mission.
I'll be taking over the training. The end is inevitable, Maverick.
Sir, you're grounded, Captain. Permanently.
You kind of headed for extinction.
Sir, that is all.
I think this is it.
Come on, Pete. You've been saying that as long as I've known you. And the next thing I know, you're off to Bosnia and Iraq. Both times.
I think this is different.
Pete, trust me. As improbable as it seems right now, somehow you'll be back in the fight again. You're taking the fire.
The only thing I do about timing, Captain. You have put me in a difficult position, Captain. So what do? Risk the lives of my pilots and perhaps the success of this mission? Or risk my career by appointing you team leader?
Never meet them again.
Those are your pilots. If anything happens to them, you'll never forgive yourself.
We got 2 minutes to target. Jeremy, we got move. Increase speed.
We got you, lad. Don't wait for me.
Let's take the word. Talk to me, Dad. Come on, baby, you're doing it. Don't think. Just do it. It's up to us now.
Heavens of clouds have been great for me close. Wrap me in your aching arms. I see that you're hurting. Why you take so long to tell me you need me? I see that you're bleeding. You don't need to show me again. But if you decide to, I'll ride in this life with you. I won't let go till the end.
Raise your head, look into my wishful eyes. That fear that's inside you will lift if time. I can see everything you're on to now. Your prayers will be answered. Let God whisper how to tell me indeed if I see that you'll be here. It's no need to show me again. But if you decide to outrun this life with you, I won't let go till the end. Tonight, but don't you let go of my hand. You can ride every last year. I want it to understand. Promise you don't hold my hand. Hold my hand, hold my hand. I'll be right here. Hold my hand, hold my hand, hold my hand. I'll be right here. Hold my hand. I know you're scared and your pain isn't perfect, but don't you give up on yourself. I've heard the story of girls who once told me that I would be happy again. I heard from the heavens. Sitting as an angel, contemplating my fate. Places where we go when we break and go. 'Cause I've been told it's a vacation. What's the reason for feeling like my day? Thoughts running through my head. And She asked me protection, about love and affection. Well, I don't know. Down the waterfall, wherever will may take me. I know that life won't break me. Will I come too far? Revelate. Tell us. She reflects to my bones. When love is dead.
We're showing love to Manchester and London right now. Put your hands in the air in the name of love. Hey, what's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mama. I think the whole world's addicted to the trauma. Only attracted to things that bring the drama. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists there living in the USA. Hey, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only got love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. And to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then your body get irate. Yeah, hey, this is what you demonstrate. And that's exactly how anger works, operates. Man, you gotta have love and to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate.
People killing, people dying, choosing hurt, pain, and never. If you practice what you preach, would you turn me others? Father, 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 help us. It's guidance from above. People got me questioning. Where is the love? God, love, love, where is the love? Ain't the same, always change. You think it's strange, is the world the same? Love is so strong, why the peace of love that don't belong
Chemical gases filling in the little one. I'm going suffering. After you got answer, ask yourself, is the love really going to want to ask myself? Really, what is going on with this world that we living in? People keep on making all these shoes and these visions of it. Not respecting each other, you deny thy brother. A war's going on, but the reasons undercover. Truth is kept secret. Talking to the world, if you never know truth, you never know love. What's the love that got started? What's the love going down? What's the love? People killing, people dying, children up and crying. You practice what you preach. You turn the other cheek. Father, 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 sense of God is from above. People got me questioning. Where is the love, y'all? Where's the love, y'all? Where's the love, y'all? Where's the love, man? Where's the love? Where's the love? Where's the love? Shoulder, I don't get older, y'all. People get older. Most of us only got my money. Selfishness kind of smiley with the wrong wrong information always shown by the media. Negative images, it's like a criteria. Infecting the young minds back to the bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinema. Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. But instead of leading us away from unity, that's the reason why sometimes I feel it under. That's the reason why sometimes I feel it down. It's not when I want sometimes. Gotta keep my faith alive. Baby, don't you wanna know? You got gross, 'cause I just wanna fly. Baby, did you ever feel the pain in the morning rain? Just some shit to the bone. Baby, I just wanna fly, wanna live but don't wanna die. Baby, I just wanna breathe. Baby, I just don't believe. Maybe you're the same as me. We'll see things I've never seen. You and I are gonna live forever. I said, baby, I told you I know. Oh, you got it, girls. 'Cause I just wanna fly. Lately, did you ever feel the pain in the morning rain? I just saw shit to the bone. Maybe I will never be all the things that I'd like to be. Now it's not the time to cry, not the time to find out why. I think you're the same as me. We'll see things I'll never see. You and I are gonna live forever. Gotta grows, 'cause I just wanna fly. Lately, did you ever feel the pain? The morning rain, as the sun shits in the phone. Maybe I just wanna fly, wanna live, but don't wanna die. Maybe I just wanna breathe, maybe I just wanna believe. Maybe you're the same as me, wanna see things I've never seen. If you and I are gonna live forever, we're gonna live forever. 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 We're gonna live forever.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had it out. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And I'm better off. Slip inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you might find a better place to play? You said that you'd never be, but all the things that you see slowly fade away. So start a revolution from my brain. Cause you said the phrase I had went to mind. Step by side, summertime. Stand up beside the fireplace. Take that look from off your face. You ain't ever gonna burn my heart out. So Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. So
Take you to the place where you go, where nobody knows if it's not okay. Please don't put your life in the hands of a rock and roll band. We'll throw it all away. I'm gonna start a revolution from my bed. Cause you set the brains I had went to my step outside, the summertime's in bloom. Stand up beside the fireplace. Take that look from off your face. Cause you ain't ever gonna burn my heart so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late. She's walking on by. My soul slides away. But don't look back in anger. I heard you say.
Je suis désolé. Lo siento. Perdóname. Please forgive I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna know. Please don't say it's sorry. I heard it all before. And I take care of myself. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna know. Please don't say forgive me. I've seen it all before. And I
Okay, let me go through the some of the diaries of along the way. They may be in Singapore, they may not be in Singapore, they could pass the message in this other countries, they may issue order, maybe issue another issue, but I doubt so. There is, I said, Popo is not a movement, it's just a hobby or favorite color, that's all. And it's a representation sometimes according to suit. So, so at the end of the day, sometimes you do not know where the source comes from. But as I said, at the end of the day, sometimes people along the way they have secrets of communication, whatever it is along the way you realize. So anyway, let's see what else. Again, sometimes the wallet is attacked. Bitcoin, Ether, Ether, tourists can fly by sea, plane, helicopter. So let's see what this is. This one of the same. So hopefully see what happens. So what we have is the GoPro which is maybe I did not before. I don't really like to go island because there's nothing there and it's not about mosquito. It's really nothing there. And it's just an island and sometimes I just go there during the daytime and then in the night. So it's quite far from the city type. So I wouldn't want to go there. I actually supposed to go here this party and but I didn't go there. It could be very kind of lousy kind of area. But this is a small town and there's some hotels. Not much, but I'm not going to the north. I said, not this year or next year. Maybe in time more concrete in Vietnam or America or but I really can't go to this area. Not to revive, to just keep around the place and I think that it's actually nothing much to because that one they could close down. As maybe they don't acknowledge and there's no other internet game to play. And it's quite boring over there, there's nothing really only playing out in homes and then in time they will may have more investment but they are more focusing on the iPhone. And none of the iPhone is actually very fast. And then if I'm not wrong, there was a highway for cars. So don't say that it will be a way. But I supposed to go here and go here. But it's like I said, it's not much over there. It's more very kind of boring place. Not a lot of people to try to make the border between Vietnam and China. If you want to take a bus, go there, but then it is very far. You see that it goes all the way to end up with the China, so you go to that. So unless you want to go to that route, it would be but there's nothing to look at it when looking at global internet stuff. It's not much things to talk about because China has all these data centers. So there's no people who go to this Halong Bay, all this. But I said it's not able to win the war because they also have data channels as well. So it's a no-brainer unless you have a major smartphone technology. If the major smartphone technology or drones technology is about this land of these missiles, then we can just write go back now and destroy Malaysia and some go back and shoot some of those things. I think from some percent we can try to secure no problem, but I'm not sure what to say. So the major squadrons will wipe out the whole Vietnam. And they ask me how long Vietnam will be destroyed, But as I said, Vietnam and China, they are good friends, right? So they want to try to make sure Vietnam, because it's more important and more friends and enemies and neighboring and long-time friends, also Russia is also looking in Vietnam. You may know what Russia is thinking about it, but still they have the Vietnamese to protect them, to work with the Russia and Vietnamese. So to have an embassy in Hanoi is not the greatest concern, because they also want to get businessmen. All about Vietnam is to get businessmen. It's just like another ice, like Canada, Five Eyes, Canada, China, America, Five Eyes would be America, Canada, Australia, and then I think New Zealand something like that, also UK, Five Eyes. So let's look on the next one. And something like this island, this picture, then here we can do the evening from then you stay in the hotel. I didn't know much about it, but I said the ambience, all kind of always raining. It's an ecological area, as I said, in Vietnam there's not ecological area. Really ecological area, it's not connected. So in the end of the day, this ecological, tourist ecologically is getting close to Hanoi. More and more people will represent embassy, more American people will be there to focus and want to understand more about Vietnam. This opens the door to the heritage of Vietnam. Again, the Vietnamese will know a lot of details about the foreigners and everything, and then they teach them how to go around destroying the Americans, because of course they want to learn from stories, they want to tell because they have done it. And it will also prevent them from, but I say that these American citizens, they don't know it's going to steal the nation, they spend a lot of money currencies, but the currencies that they know is spending is good for them, but they are not spending like what the island. So with that, the currency will not be that very strong. The Indians went there and they tried to have more like the remittances and money exchange to weaken the currencies, but again, I say there's still a lot of money because they like American foreigners. Again, they are the also the eyes, the ears, not the dog. Now they're not the eyes when they're exported anywhere, especially from America and the Spaniards. A lot of information about how they use so much information they share them with but again, there are many people, all of them just trust them with our Chinese allies. Sometimes they may want to check their allies, but they also defend their country. A lot of people there, but there may hate for them, but again, there are a lot of fake news and everything. But my year in Vietnam, it was not okay. It was a fruitful year. It was tough. It was along the way, there are many people studying me, Facebook, internet access and everything. Their internet can be linked to another show. They have a lot of information, whatever they have. So it is a very nice place, a beautiful place. Everybody can go to Vietnam as long as they do not take politics. I don't take politics. And it's a very nice place, but to destroy Vietnam, don't need to, because we have the Vietnam Invasion that will eventually destroy Vietnam. It is not that they are killers and jinx, but it's just that unfortunately the government will destroy many of the lands to China and many other countries coming down all the way to Singapore. So there are three forms of destruction. The Battle Invasion, one from the north to the south, that's the second, and one from the South China Sea. As more organization arise and when China starts, when America starts to have more direct conflict with China, there could be a military confrontation, and at the time, within 2 years or 3 years, I'm very sure there will be that unification in the South China Sea. So there will be one way to go. Once in a while, maybe one like to do some trade and everything. people in Singapore are not thinking about national defense. They have put it like very important. All this I would say also any country in the world because I will be true. The Vietnamese may know many things, but they don't know how to join me, how they put everything. The Singapore defense have been voted time and time again. They do not know how to defend their country. Though they love their country, they do not know how to defend their country. They over depend on anyone. So there should be more, like I said already, now shown that the American, China, and this Singapore military cooperation has good, and they should continue to have more. China already, I wrote that China military cooperation partnership with Malaysia, Indonesia, and then with the Vietnam and the rest of the countries like Cambodia, everything in Southeast Asia, or they can have China with ASEAN countries, including Philippines, because we need to be part of ASEAN. If I do not know how to be part of it. It's the unity to further allow the security or national defense of each and every country together to unite in this whole region than trying to have much more conflict and differences or tension, especially in military. Malaysia is one thing that will be not really a highlight of focus, but it will be on and off problem that many countries between among themselves are not able to overcome. That's why I said they may want to quickly finish this ISS, but I said it is really necessary to have this, but it shouldn't come to Singapore. But again, since it comes to Singapore, then good. The multiverse is also a disadvantage situation to focus this as part of the political playing politics. That is deciding China or America or America, China, or maybe America to play the politics. But I said it's not going to be because that way slaughtering the citizens trying to install on me or individually isolate them makes no sense because everybody now our country is really very these national defense and blindfolding defense system, even telling them if they do not have to listen, then it's really wrong. So let's digital own capabilities and any side of information. So again, that's solution and more solution. So Vietnam restaurant cheap, this one is also the long game that you are extra education to understand the lack of textbooks. In time will maybe much more simple, but in time it will transform into more of the IT or the online learning into online learning classroom, physical classrooms or online learning and everything to the home, whether it is online learning students or maybe go to class. I want to open place to so I'm not really sure it could be somewhere in Malaysia. It's nothing much, it's just that everything need to be turned back to normality, and this is more like things will be hopefully much more improved. Many Starbucks coffee bean may continue to increase the numbers and high coffee is already almost being sold. So now they will focus on coffee bean and Starbucks now. So there is lots of opportunity for Starbucks to continue to open its branches and of course Popeyes to open in McDonald's and Burger King, KFC, Domino's Pizza, Pizza Hut, all these will open. Not only in Saigon but in any other town. Like for example, lots of Americans can open up there on the Darden or so it becomes the three main areas like I said. From the north is whereby Hanoi and then the extension of supporting is like Haiphong. And further down is Darden supporting Hue and Hua Nan. And then further down is Saigon and followed by supporting Canberra and Woodtown. So you can say these are some of the things that can be kind of supporting them. But there's a lot of support in each really. As I said, in Vietnam, the whole Vietnam is broken up into a few, and each town is very important all the way down. There's the defense, I don't know All I know is they know how to defend their countries. And they are actually mainly known for fishing and to farming, to be self-sufficient. And then the people themselves, the fish and everything is healthy. They will seek the healthy content after honest living. And like I said, from Kinzer, they can go all the way down to different areas of the south. Yeah. So it's very interesting, very fun actually to travel and some people on the way. So I don't know much about the national defense, but they are very trained ever since they are young nowadays. A lot of these things maybe they could be investigated but don't investigate it. You know, then could be linked to their own government, local governments or the army. They all have. So those then on the weak, they are weak on the outside, but actually they're very strong on the inside. They can be gays and lesbians, but they are very, they will be trained also by Russia, and in the end of the day, they are the eyes. They can be the hands and legs in their country, but again, don't hate them, don't think anything negative towards them because they are actually defending people. There are people all over, they can still refer to that people that thinks the secret society, they like to go to Malaysia because Malaysia is a better place to make money rather than as prostitute. So fly in an era of technology with online check-in service, Jetstar, I think that is a relation. And then Blackjet and so that's why I said the Vietnamese don't really come so many of them here. But I said they are not for spy, they are here to understand about Singapore and many other things, and also they also want to export, trade, do business, and also they like to calculate if they can to link and just like the this Wingtron, they say headquarters, recycle batteries, motorcycles, vehicles, wind farms, all this. So it's more about business and talking about eyes and ears, hands and legs. So don't always suspicious over people out there. It all comes with knowing more about the business or how is the business doing and also they can do more business. Because they want people to come here and invest and they send a lot of people. So the hotel industry is very send a lot of directors in the hotel industry to come here to learn. So it's a training area that will learn more in Vietnam than in Philippines. So many people, directors and all this will always come and they will start with cleaning, housekeeping, all kinds of technology. Just they want to learn the international standards or at least somewhat the international standard that Singapore is establishing for the 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. So that's one thing that they're willing to learn and improve. Learn for the positivity and learn regarding to the business or work and try to improve. So we can actually focus more on manpower to hire more Vietnamese for important skills. On the technical, like Myanmar, we hire them for technical, or for the shipbuilding industry for technical and construction kind of industry. And always thinking of hiring them for prostitution. The prostitute is more about girls, they just go to this Malaysia. And also sometimes they go to this Japan. Japan is very famous for Filipinos, Vietnamese, all over Laos and others. They just go there because of money. So with simple steps, let's say you can complete online checking, and then you can choose the preferred fees and all these. So I think it's a normal kind of online booking in Vietnam. You can actually book that. People can book directly in Vietnam. I think people have so your online checking is available for this now when it's easy when you go so many places. So whether it's a Webjet or Vietnam Airlines, it's quite good the way they have the service and everything. So and if you go there, so that's why now they go all over. Webjet is like last time it was like aggressive like Air Asia. So here's not so many Asia. So again, the next time I go to Cebu, they may want me to go to Cebu. They were just so exciting for me to go and see how to improve seafood and how to do the business of seafood and matrimonial and everybody was trying to know and all of this. Yeah, it's interesting because they are not smart and everybody loves the country. They know that I'm an important person. And when I go to Philippines, I go to anywhere, they know how these people play the game and everything. In the meantime, they will sometimes also check with their PR ministry in Singapore, and then they find out who they are and whether they, a lot of them they know they are hypocrite in this. So again, it's like when eye versus eyes from spy versus spy. But it's not really spy, it's just that at the end of the day, these people are unofficial, unofficial. They want to lock the world through many channels and everything in Singapore. Singapore is, like I said, many things are not able to detect in the all the foreign agents and everything. Sometimes they use the PR industry, so they able to do. So I said, so whatever is Singapore do not have the initial to detect their to detect this foreign spy or whatever it is. So let's move on. I think I'll check 2 meter. Then later then I think that's about it in this. As I said, in the end of the day, they also may not wish me to stay in this hotel. But as I said, I have to do what I have to do. Maybe I finish my tour, or maybe I'm not really sure. But this is it's a really great opportunity, great privilege that in the stay in the internet for in the internet gaming cafe and continue to train my experience. don't go to Huai'an. Huai'an is expensive. Huai'an is expensive. Huai'an is expensive. So again, like if you go to Dana, but because of the bad weather condition, but now with all this energy, hopefully they will revive back. They will come back again. Because sometimes they need to push the cart, and then when they push the cart in the end of the day, sometimes rainy and all this, so that kind of condition, they very difficult to operate their business. But sometimes I try to find some place, they always meet halfway. Sometimes again, sometimes of a land or right? Because the Chinese know how to be communicate each other from afar. Sometimes they know my distance, where I'm traveling, so they take a shortcut route. They try to be creative or someone follow me. There's another fellow. So they hire, like I said, one Singaporean, you can hire about 12 Vietnamese, 8 to 10 Vietnamese. That's why they're willing to, spend so happily and sometimes very demanding like the Indian girl. You do not know how is it like when the time demand this, demand that. So then so Indians are like that. They run and then you very yourself. And from main con to the sub con to the sub con to the sub until the end everything is free. And sometimes I save so much money, earn so much money, and they give the people workers very little. They pay them 2 months back pay. 2 months back pay. So if they leave the company, now they are being forced to work on me, but internet gaming will be another, not a revival, a challenge for me actually. A problem is that I have to go back to that problem, not really problem. But I said, maybe I go again after I stay travel from this place. It's a little tiring, but it's funny. So, internet game cafe in Nachan. Nothing much. There is one, that one, but it's not very good. But I like that. And heroes, I doubt so, but I made. It's a Chinese, and it's a good place. You can stay there, and the next morning, again you have to go and clear and everything. So if you don't clear, it's okay. Because as long as you're in the toilet. So I may not clear. So, but again, as I said, the purpose of it is to go to different places and then go like hunting and Buntang and not revival of Kunta, not revival of the Kunta, or maybe to further in the south to Rabia and to all these places. Fortunately, I need to clear all this, but I don't know whether I can find because I will come. So I may stay 1 day or 2 days, I'm not really sure. But it's a lot of traveling and a lot of journey. It's tough, it's tedious, but again, to me, I feel it's very, not really necessary, but to me, I find it's a skill to retrain my time in a quick succession within 1 month. They say today is a crazy idea, but I don't know. It's a training thing now. You will never write from there to there. There's some people they write very fast. That's their problem. I don't write fast. I say I only travel up to 60 only, travel slow. And the rest all then I don't travel very fast. 60, I don't 70. But I said at the moment I'm not very sure I can, if I can, I try to change those that I can change. The boss is fantastic when you go to the people waiting with think after that you take the shuttle, Amazon shuttle, then in Ghana you can have that kind of situation. And after you fly direct to Singapore. As I'm speaking, maybe many people have found really like, so still many days, another continue 10 days or 15 days, and then what else? Maybe, but I doubt so because a lot of things I remember they don't stabilize. I'll be much more interested in Singapore and China, the visa, China, so that we can have 1 month visa free to come out to Hong Kong and doing that will be much more as far as I keep able continue to try to take care of my legs and train. I'm not on motorcycle but walking. So that's much more important than using the objective of travel. That's anytime I review my travel, not revise the place or review the place. There's something who just revise travel site, standing thing. And the other and of course like endurance staying with I don't understand why they stay in that nature. Sometimes I'm so silly because what to do. And yeah, maybe they want to make you do this, do that, and maybe they say they read this and read that now. But I said I don't bother. But I said maybe sometimes certain time I can clear. Maybe the day before earlier. Then I just clear already. Then after that, then after I clear it, then I clear already. Then after I go morning, maybe I may not. So unless I meet someone very tired, I just go and stay in my hotel for 1 day. I just go there and just clear whatever I want, and just go to the hotel and eat whatever. It's not say escaping, it's really quite inconvenient. So I say sometimes I just also like sharing. There's nothing for me to find that is that interesting. So that's why I say sometimes I don't travel. So I may not want to travel. But I said in Ghana is a fantastic place. And going to United Kingdom is also a fantastic place. And going to in hotel sometimes like I said in last time was a pet and every time they just people just want to think that they want to make my life but they never travel all this type of experience all this time. Then they don't know what to say. They just want to say that living um, in this background is not fun. Then and the people are hypocrite every day. How they look at it. Stay, I said, look at many things in a very small view. Look at things in a small view. And then they don't know many things. They must go live. And not say just sit or I did. Then they will understand. I could be just simple because I got so many other things. I said many it's not because of this and that. So think that you go many places, even you take bus with the people, you will sometimes feel how they live their life. You get a better understanding. It's about in life you kind of go through people, go through experience and you get better understanding. But for them they just keep insisting to try to play politics. Just because they have to go to work and just because they have to make money in certain ways. And then even when I go to work, they're not forgiving. So now is very important. To them, they want to force me to do something which I do not want. All my life, I'm not being forced. But like last 5 minutes, if there's someone who cares for me, if I want to go to America this time, I can go. That's all. So family, he never really understood. That time he may know many things are the cheap they want to do. but may not be true, and help whether America, China, or other countries came up with an interesting concept. By that time, I think I already stopped smoking. He may know. By that time, I could be smoking. But like I say, this is the case of many people that do not realize it just because they want to destroy people, whether they are informer or double informer, or just because they have done a lot of bad past. Some of them are superstitious or suspicious over others are nothing at all. They want to destroy your home, they want to destroy your family. Where are your families? They have a good family, but they want to destroy other people's family. So that's why now they what the earth is trying to tell me, the Chinese self, this is okay. Fine. I don't fulfill my vow. Their wish is my command. So again, what they're trying to say is that if you want to die together, let's die together. Okay, we shall see who dies. Because in the end of the day, I know what is going on. And they cannot win over Singapore. How can they win the rest of the country? So in the end of the day, I don't win other countries, I win Singapore. I just said it. If people want to look at me, whatever, let them know. Because in time, they will know exactly what kind of person I am. Trying to fool people to say I'm a bad person, or to fool some of people all the time, all the people, some people, not all the people all the time. They cannot do it. So you have to fool all the people all the time. So during open stroke week again, all these are very interesting. It's not that in the end of the day you must live in Vietnam or you must marry a girl to live in Vietnam. It's Vietnam, the life is quite sad, but at least much better in terms of there are many international savers in hotel, the things they do, and even sometimes in restaurants and all things. They don't anyhow do things. They are very not because of hypnotic device, but that's the way I see it. The family teach them good kind of inculcate that kind of a good education for the children. They come to the experience they never try to encourage or motivate their children to do work. So in the two most wanted foreigners arrested by Vietnamese, I say I got no time to play this with people. This is not the way I look at it to continue to save people because I'm a peaceful positive and trying to play all this makes no sense because I'm very sure many of them will get it. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I try to say, they were trying to say, oh, want to stay longer, stay longer, buy things, they try to cycle me, to buy a snack, then later they come for, we want to get work. They want to measure what is how I look at life, whether it's my things here, my computer time, or my house, or my this life traveling outside, or whatever. So wherever you go, you must continue to live with not say sanity or insanity, but with ethics, laws, and principles of possibility. I don't let people ever since many years ago, if I am a gay, long time ago gay, try to insist to be a gay, then now they must be a real gay and lesbian. Don't try to play politics. Just because they are gay and lesbians, they feel maybe sad that they are gay and lesbian, and then they want to destroy us. That's not the way. Don't go around destroying people because they are creating a lot of problem on other people, including this decent person. Yes, I know they hate themselves because maybe young they become gay or they're being forced to become gay, forced to become civil society or they make a lot of mistakes along the way. Well, this is their life. They still can continue to live with, as a simple humble and honest living if they want. In Singapore, it's always opportunity for anyone, whether they are locals or foreigners, to continue. People we have from jail or bad past, they become doctors, they become drivers, taxi drivers or whatever. They still have lots of money or self-sufficient money. They continue simple command, don't use the device for nobody's land or the addictive to using the device or a mental illness, and they must to use the device. I say many times, say many times, don't go back to some. This is Singapore. This is not the USA. So if they say that literally speaking is all nonsense, they are very politics. They want to say that in the end, they don't believe that 人在江湖. Then whereas the elders, the very faster go and shout their elders from 3 times a day, on the top 3 times a day. So again, a 70-year-old boy poisoned his parents because he was obedient to his parents. And they say this is not the one to get rid of him. No, this is not the one. Look, I say here, this is my house. Why would you get rid of me? I buy the things I never regret because this is my thing. When someone always go to Philippines, they ask me, is that I'm very happy. My dream comes true that I finally managed to get what I want. I don't owe a lot of money. I still pay my bills just like them. But they themselves are just trying to play politics. Just because they cannot they are trying to dictatorship and not over other people, and they cannot receive the same poison, and they didn't receive, and sometimes they receive a little bit, they not very happy, and then they push the people. I heard, I mean, to be nice, pretty much, and interesting, we shall see who will last the next 7 years. Because in the end of the day, I'm very sure. You try to play the politics, whether China or America, they want to whack his product or whatever. I'm not in the politics. I say today I said something about China and America because I know the negative consequences for the life of the world. Even if I work, also, so I think the problem is that I have many things to do. I haven't finished my school. I don't work and go through it because I have no time. There are many things that I have to continue to do. If I stay at home around listening, why I cannot listen to music? Many people tell me, Uncle, why you cannot listen to music? Why you cannot listen to music? Why you cannot sit at the Starbucks and listen? Nothing wrong. When you sit there, I do my thing, you go see, and I will okay. You know, you know who are the people involved who are bullying? Who are the people that link to bullying? In Singapore, I'm much safer than outside. But sometimes I need to travel so that I come back and share my views and opinions with many people. I don't want to stay with New York in Singapore, but that's it, one and all, to share my views with everybody. Maybe they are not happy, they have to go on. But in the end, they want to do. They themselves are being linked and being forced to work. That's why I said they not divide global. Once they get everybody involved to work on it, then the hunter becomes a hunter. They are addicted to using it to issue order to tanks. So next, Ho Chi Minh opens food week 17 years old. I said, don't care whether the Chinese civilization are for China or for America. Because now it's not about one man for himself. These 7 years, they will be living a life of wisdom. If they have the wisdom, they don't practice, then good luck. Nobody can help. I also can help. Even if I'm billion I'm not going to help. I'm not because I'm selfish. Because they themselves never have the wisdom, they do not know how to overcome. They want to say they want to reduce, no way they will be able to. Because I said, I always move forward. But certain time, I need to rest. Because my physical condition, I want to self-train myself and to gather energy or stamina to continue to travel when the time comes. I don't come here for 2 days, I think, because this is how they try to sabo me. When I come back from Philippines, in Singapore, they want after a few days, I go to Thailand. Some people know, you should stay longer, they want to know many things about you. When I overseas, sometimes you hear a lot of news, I don't know whether it's true. But when I come here, and when I travel, you want to get so many information. Who is the one that's working with me? Why they are working with me? Is it true? to what stage I've been worked on. And they will increase the same poison on other people. Or at least they know who these people are and how evil, how hypocrite, or whatever they are. Like I said, to some of the people all the time. All the people, some of the time, all the people, all the time. So in Singapore government, they should learn to behave themselves and myself. Because in the end of the day, I do not like this kind of negative process because I know in the end, yeah, the naughty guys, why they don't any? Why the naughty guys don't any? Why they want to ask me any? Then you say, well, any, then you come here now. Why I must kill myself? Why don't they and kill themselves? Since they believe in me, since they believe they are communicating with me, I don't believe in communicating. I just still continue to play the game. I keep telling them many times they saw the movie, right? At the time, I come and ask them to come here and talk to me. Why you want to talk to me? They know they cannot win me with the job. That's why they come out and force video and try to destroy as many people. And then also come up with the all these stories about this how the Chinese against what this how the weakness, how the Chinese win. And that's why in the end of the day they are being suburb because the news come from all the way from China to Singapore. Many things, many people along the way discover many things. When I was in Philippines, they all know what is going on. Whereas Vietnam, I don't know, maybe they know very quiet. They're very careful, cautious, and they're very careful or diplomatic. Wherever I go in Philippines, many people, they rather good than also they only they observe me and they say you don't know anything at all. I do not know anything at all. What is going on with these people trying to solve me? And usually as good, they know I'm doing this so restriction. Sometimes they tell me, hey, after doing some commentary because they're really sounding, I don't bother. Sometimes they don't want to hear so much because actually they know already. They say that they are trying to make me self-commentary. But again, in the end of the day, sometimes they know and sometimes they afraid of maybe they also part of the team to try to prevent me from telling as many people as many stories as possible. But look, thanks to the when I was in Hunan with our live streaming, now they also know, they also would not want to be part of it. We can try to be as evil as possible, but then they really do not want to talk because they know the stories is going to be very unfortunate stories. All these years, I managed to go through. No matter how, I managed to try my best to go through. I'm defenseless. Every day I'm being bullied. I'm being disturbed. I have no defense. The I know. It's a lovely writing thing for I know. But I have what believe, I don't believe. Because I don't believe. And every time they say, after we go overseas, they'll tell you, I know that you tell me all this. Whoever tell me about all these people about them, no point. Because they have a mental disease. When I go outside sometimes in Europe or somewhere, these people are crazy. Just do your own things. So I cannot hear because I listen to news and they know that maybe I'm not listening, they just tell me that they kill me. I cannot hear what they're trying to tell me. And they keep trying to insist that I'm being psycho, I should go to the look onto, or I should go to the outro to look onto, which is alpha. And then they say that I should go back home, actually go back to my member, but my home is in my member, or go back to my home. Whatever it is, they just trying to play politics. When I go outside, it's not making my life easier. Because in the end of the day, I didn't connect. Sometimes I just walk out, I don't know what is going on. I said, oh, you really passed through this stage already. Already. I have all the stage we passed through. How do you continue to, you want to end, then the Chinese come on. Don't be a so to if this is how you want to live your life, you will never, you'll forever regret for the rest of your life when the bad weather condition comes all the way to Singapore. I'm very sure. Whether I go to China and I'm very, very sure. Because I know that in outside in this world, there are justice. That how people continue to bully you, when in the end of the day, the objective is to just you. Or have a person, some people say, how do you have a, we are on a personal banking and they come revenge on you. Yeah, I never feel like some say it's all nonsense. I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether anyone is arriving or anyone. There's no truth. That time that the girl management also they didn't indicate research and everything all this long time ago. And why should I find about it? Because it's all over. My ex-wife is not over. Even if one day my daughter decided to follow me to go to stay somewhere else, not in Singapore or something, I will still give her some time. Because in the end of the day, as a thank you for her all these years for taking care of my daughter, I respect her. But in time, maybe I will give a house to her. I'm not very sure. Because in the end of the day, she now wants to be prostitute. But if let's say next time she wants to go to other place or still stay there, and or go to other town as for her university education or for her work, she can go, no problem. Because at the end of the day, then many things, then she can take care. Then I have a peace of mind. But like I said, sooner or later, she must come out from this two-quarter comfort, long-term two-quarter. Because at the moment, many things don't have the benefit. But in time, she has to come. She must stay. And yes, as I said, I don't want to say so much. And at the end of the day, Mr. Hamilton guys keep insisting that they should go to the local. Yeah, true. And go. What are you going to do in this place? Trying to play this when I in this this service office or in Philippines, everybody try to attack me. They can't win me. Don't talk about here. You want to win me? Very simple. Come here. I step you, injure you for, and then I go to jail. That's all very simple. Whether I love that or it doesn't matter. Because in the end of the day, you want to ever come and injure you, I won't kill you. It's not a matter of whether next door or what. If you want me to kill you, I'll injure you. You want someone? Okay, fine. You want me to kill you? No, I go out now. Now you take me out. You kill me. No problem. Because in the end of the day, people know that don't need to play politics. Don't say I don't have, I don't support, but I dare to kill. Because in the end of the day, it's about principle. Whether they say that I'm anti-China or pro-China, that is not important. I learned in China what is basic before China. I learned about principles of positivity. And when I'm in China, I learn about even in America standing for your own rights. And in China, it's the same, standing for your own rights. In the pub, not towards the pub, not say stand on front line and we do all kinds of illegal things or bad things. Really, when people live, they must have that ethics, morals, and principles of positivity. Don't be like this and then all this. You want, if you are working in operation, you want to play politics, never mind. But when you are not, you better come out from that. Because they better come out. Because in that kind of situation, to live that kind of situation doesn't solve anything. See, so again, Liverpool most wanted foreigners, and I don't know who is looking for them. And then Vietnam, so that's why they say they want to go Vietnam. No, I always say when time comes for me to go overseas, I go overseas. When time comes to go overseas, I go overseas. Why cannot say no? Many people must say why they always being chased out? Why many people are being chased out of the house? This is your house. They live there. What are they trying to do? And every time I go out, I say, hey, they are playing. Maybe they want to play mahjong. Maybe they want to transfer here, transfer there, or do all kinds of illegal, or they want to sleep. So they will send the team to come investigate. This time when they wanted to come out, I will share with many people that these people are out. Even when I go to any service office, I can live stream. Not in the telecom booth, but in this conference room, I can tell everybody what is going on. So you see, for them, they are men of no principle. There are some people that, yeah, true, they are people of negativity, principles of negativity, not principles of positivity. As I go out, I share with people, they know, they agree. No need to play the politics that when I go out, they pretend to be good people and bad people. And here they say they want to pretend to be bad people. You don't have to let all the other Xiaoran and all this and outside all kinds of Xiaoran people. Look, before the pneumatic device was implemented, I didn't want to avoid trouble if I can. By what? If I see endangered, I don't worry. And I see it myself. So, I see it in the neighborhood, I see it. When I walk on the you go in the shop, you let these people follow you. Then I go and turn around and see them as my neighbors. You want to walk on me, someone follow me and then try to see what I do. Never mind. But again, don't follow me, don't use device to walk me and follow me from behind. Sometimes I say it's reverse, I know. But look, that how you turn around. What? You turn around and you want to do what? All this nonsense. Have they suffered? Have they everyday suffered? They don't have, go. If they are not gay, go. They're not lesbian, go. Don't play politics. They just want to humiliate and shame people and now that you have the biting and all this and that and this and that and this and that. I have no animosity against these people. These are my good neighbors. I have no animosity against them and all this. It's a device that is satanic and force people and also make them beyond human. I really have no animosity against all these people. But when they use the device, they became children of the devil. And how can I live in this process of this process of I have to positivity which is not possible. I have to continue to try to counter and live through the process of negativity. Have they gone through before? How many minutes? How many hours? They never think about how people like me, it's not saying my, it's not making my life difficult. It's every day. Why I must delay like them and buy and waste like them, their time like them, and go through all this nonsense? Why not? I have things to do. I don't want to, not say I want to forget about the bad experience or I try to avoid the bad experience. Knowing is a bad process. Why would you continue? I don't understand why they are so sometimes addicted to it. So tourists have fun and many times sit with you and I think there's no other things to say. And again, what is the this rise I said now, Philippines no more on the rise, Thailand also the same. And Chinese remember at the day it's not really not true. So a lot of all this natural resource, this farming crops, vegetables is already shortage. The thing sometimes they don't believe when things happen, then they will understand what I'm saying. So Golden Gate changed its name by yesterday. It's not very good, isn't it? So that I said even this even this the barbecue that one the golden meat yeah I think I should go on this day. And the golden meat that one they all their things all from Singapore. Last time it's in the big because maybe of course so not everybody not say they listen to them, they know what the taste because they all been worked on and they do not like the force of so their owners, their business people and all this, and you go and work on them and you try to play politics out of them, it becomes not only winning the 8 powers, but playing politics and the ability to using the device and others, and they're not happy. Always surprised now. They can never know. It is about the principles. So end of it, people want to go to the they have their own mistake. But again, the price are not cheap. But again, the portion is lesser, like the appetizers and all this without paying. Give a lot of freebies, all these freebies will be less. But it's very healthy. I can eat every day. No problem. Really, I can eat every day. I still have money. But I don't because I said one meal I can eat in the internet gaming cafe for 30,000 to 40,000. That's how they look at it. For 30,000 for 40,000, 30,000 is not too expensive. Now people eat 20,000 or 25,000. In the afternoon, all this internet, I can order and they send the food to me. Sometimes I don't feel like eating because sometimes they may have food, sometimes they don't have this time, they really surprise, but they are happy to service me. But I say I'm not eating a lot of all this, I just drink water. I bring my water also. And over there you cannot like this because they don't like people to bring their own water. But the other one also you can bring your own water. It's just the space is small. I don't mind to stay there if I want to. And then I can use the one, doesn't matter, it's just for free. I can use it. They may work on me. Who cares? I'm still to continue to live. So again, there's a lot of freebies over there, but I said I am not decide what is my journey will be like. Because a long time never travel from. So when a long time never travel from, it's time for me to practice and travel. It's a bit, like I said, maybe not easy, but I have to continue to travel. And there's something I want to travel about to get used to all the daily things you do, charge this, charge that, and you get your all the things right, or just stay in the hotel for one night, and then after that, continue the next day. When you can travel slow, you can travel fast. Vietnam's PG is much slower. By the time I managed to kind of break my own personal record, I think 2 to 2.5 hours for one night by the highway. But as I said, but the England this but as I said, coastline in Victor, because for one place as well, yeah, I may go and visit. It's a very beautiful place. It's not called Bagan. And there is no petrol, but maybe in some places. So I may travel a few of those places. I may not go by long journey. So I have not decided. Maybe I go all the way to this Pinion next. Or go to Nachan, maybe to relook at everything. But I said there's not even any cafe except heroes. We have to redo the heroes. And not 1 month, but just 2 days or maybe the hotel and hotel sector by sector. There's a lot of fun things. I said if you stay 1 year, there's a lot of fun things each. You can stay there for 1 month and then continue the next month and the next month. Yes, many things. There are many places I don't stay and take my friends. So, when talking about that, I doubt maybe she may not want one and it's still early because I know by June she's already and then still has watched the story unfold in June. And then after that in June, also have the this end of this year. So a lot of things will still need to help out. In Singapore, you can spend more, but I say anytime when you have the visa free China, then of course, then I will go and travel more. China is not say cheap, it's some things still expensive. And knowing girls, of course, in this Vietnam, it's not saying I'm 希望 or anything. It's just that sometimes you have a friend. In each town, you must have a friend. In each town. It's not that we stay together. Sometimes just go out eating together and we teach each other. Not sometimes it's good to have friends and even in Laos, there are friends in Laos. And thinking that we have so but not going there because it's too far, expenses and it's not worth going on. And then after that, I'm not being welcome. I stay there for another 1-2 weeks or even 1 month. And all this is a waste of money. So I might as well spend my money on something that I prefer to that I never been before. Sometimes people ask me, oh, why I need to always travel. Sometimes it's very hard to explain. It's not escaping for everything, but traveling you can learn many things. But people say themselves cannot travel. That's why sometimes some people tell me, uncle, you guys are too hard at night. Every month you go and travel, I say, because I need to learn something all the time. And then once you go back to the big circle again of staying in service for kids, or you consider a big circle or small circle, whether any other service office. To stay like 24/7, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, I find that's because they will come back, they will still chase it out of you. In time they may want to go out often and come back. Because they're very tired. They want to see the world and things, but sometimes I don't want to see the world. They always try to be controversial. They want to isolate you instead after they were already quite self-sufficient in what they do. Then they want me to go outside. And they want to spread it first. The objective is to first work on you, and then after that get the intel of whatever you share, China News Asia, America, China, global current affairs, and let the values keep up to so that you have that power for sharing the wisdom positively, sharing the wisdom. So just like what I said, then and share the But then now, and I just start talking to everybody downstairs, everyone the what's going on, how what are things I look for and all this. Then I tell them to take a break. Everybody do all things later or some information they share with you. And then just make information to everybody to do. Sometimes send different information to all of ASEAN or Southeast Asia to do what they want to do. And then after that, see whether the result. That's how they. But when I'm here, they find that there's not much to benefit, then they're very upset. So the only way they want to go outside and spread the gospel. Even outside of this, they also whatever it is. But sometimes they spread more, they become comfort because it was a transfer comfort. So the only thing they want to do more now is the overseas. Then they will control everything, they want to know everything on the ground and all this. They want to know what kind of information, they want to gather inform. That's where they are wrong. Mostly people may or not may or may not betray their country, but still the information they get may not be true. So they think that they get true. Again, this is just part of it. Another part of it is to influence the people. Another part of it is to have business, to do business, to have more business, or whatever. So it's about many things. When they connected, there are many things connected in a positive manner and connected in a negative. So it becomes a circle. I already said it. What I lived in the year 2002 is still 2021, 2022. And now, when I go travel for year 2023, 24, it's another circle. Why they want to do this, I don't know. Whether they make a lot of money, I do not know. Maybe they try to survive. But whatever they try to survive, because if they go in the path, in the wisdom of positive, they will be good. But they are not in the wisdom of positive. So let's see what else. Maybe this. So in the end, they say, actually, it's not that I don't want to go back now, but because as a firework, since my friend want to meet me, so I just check with her. Okay, that's all. I don't see any more about anything. I just watch the news. So sometimes I just share a little bit. I never share too long. Sometimes in the morning when I'm in the service, I just talk about gaming and certain. I don't like to share about the. When I watch about YouTube, some news, I just share a little bit of news. Sometimes I just do my things. And then they never delay by seldom, but sometimes I said morning always. Then I go out to buy things, I go to buy breakfast. And then after I eat already, I do my thing. And so I share with people about the gaming or whatever. But they already go through all this process. The service office already they want to go through this process again here, and after they say they go through all this already, they want to go through the same process in Vietnam or wherever I work. It's something wrong with all these people. So, during this experience with the trip, the people never pick the coconut boat, people pick the coconut boat. And then it's an interesting move of culture. And then country market just ways to things over here. Then some just do some one famous yeah, milestone, zero milestone, so so I don't like to go to the durian I never tried before, but maybe one of these days. And then many things I said, but I said already at the moment they not go through the one thing, and then it's going to be not very good because my advice is going on to the south. Don't stay in this don't stay in this central not after September actually. October it was September something. But like I said, I'm not very sure what we will do how long I'll be going to it's not like I'm going to stay there for 1 week. I'll be going to stay for 1 week. So it's not because I don't like it. Because like I said, I sometimes I feel normally in Singapore it's more of taking my health and self-treatment. Once I like see now I'm fine with earning my food. I continue to conserve my energy or whatever, drink more water, discipline, health, food, energy, stamina. But at the moment I never go out. So I not have the time to experience it. Maybe I got more time 1 week to eat one meal a day. And then maybe if I'm not going to give me time before I go to I eat ready, then I do one meal and then I go to as far as possible. 1 week round. All the way every I always say we finish every stop. Go to important shopping mall, just go to shop around. Then go to the next MRT, walk on the next shopping mall. It's not crazy, but it's a self-training, more 脚力 the leg the energy and stamina and endurance. That's what I want. Sometimes I may not carry a lot of things, but I will just try to get that energy, that kind of stamina training. So the last time I'll be running standing all the way from Jurong East and then coming back all the way to some of the students stop home for a while or to fully on stop for a while. And then to this then I walk again after that then go just go again to fire. So it's kind of a endurance kind of a training. 都可以这样讲。Keep training like I said, it's a very healthy training. Even you drink water, whatever you drink. Sometimes you tell me to drink water, I train myself without water. I never put water unless I really have to. Then I drink just in case. But normally I don't go to empty, I drink water. I just go until the stop. A rest area like coffee bean or Starbucks, a rest area, just stop there, buy water or drink coffee, and just sit there, rest, gather my energy back. do normality, and after that, I don't I don't complain because I know this is to help me to exercise, take care of my health, and also to train for whatever future goal. I will go to China the same. Last time I trained, every time also when I know I'm going to try, I will carry my weights, carry my last time I was carry up, go up because of the train I carry go up. Sometimes tell me it's a greatest mistake. I never know I was enjoying, I was fit. I just do it from my good, whatever good. Next round I'll be not this one. I'll be more backpack because I buy from China by the time I already have. So I will make sure that one is for the good one. And then I have a laptop and maybe I just need a small one. And then I have the one that is a small one for checking. Or I have two. One is outside. Because if I get issue or whatever is the walk away. The walk away put below sometimes I put below my all my lunch and now I put below and I use that as a sitting. I don't bring any I just buy the little chips. I don't live the way of life, but I can eat pop so it's useful. Now I find it useful. When I'm in Sumo, I cannot really. My lifestyle can change. And noodles cannot because the time you buy all this and the sausage right, that's not my way of living. So I just buy the Chinese also they have Chinese also have potato chicken. So I buy the potato chip and I just eat. The journey in travel normally is yeah, you can go to the kitchen, the end, the vehicle, the cabin to take food, or sometimes they can send the food to you. Yeah, if you want to, no problem. But as I said, I already trained. I'm very happy that so far I'm okay. Until end of 12 is warm up. So I will not say ambitious because I need to train for 1 month, one food a day. It's not because saving money, not because of buying. This is immaterial for me because some of the things I have to quickly buy because some of the things I didn't have and they may not sell anymore. So having the normal clothes I already have, so anytime I can repack and get ready. So the next round will be buying this backpack and then pack up all my winter clothes. This one is more for the Vietnam clothes, Indo-China and then after that, then the next one is more for Australia and China. So that one will pack all the winter clothes getting ready for all long sleeve and all. But again, if I go for China, I can buy the much more, I can bring more thicker and much more expensive. But I don't buy. I don't have to shop. I just bring whatever clothes I have. To go to Moscow, yes, maybe, but again, you have the hand, but they have individual room. If you are hustler, you have a bed, 4-bedder, 6-bedder, or 8-bedder, that kind, not the hospital bed. Or you can stay in your own room and then you just wash your clothes and hang. But it depends on the situation. One thing they don't have a laundry. That's why I say, sometimes you can bring like if you stay in Jiangsu, which is very common or 7天, but again, 新疆这 will be the best. And then you just ask the then you can wash it. It can be quite expensive, but just, in life there's no laundry. That's why I said income they may change this to laundry or the best you go to this yeah you have 10块 that time was $6, maybe now 10块钱. The 10块钱 so a day. And when I go to some place like last time I stayed in Harbin and Shenyang, I don't know, but I stayed in Harbin, I stayed in hostel. So you want to stay in 4 bedroom, can say 6 days, 8 days. Sometimes you can stay 2 days. You stay for 2 days. 10块钱、10块钱、20块、20块、10块钱。Right. So 10块钱 you just pay for the 2 days. Then you put your bag, you stay with all your things. Then you have more space. They have lockers, but maybe the lockers too small. And sometimes people rent out, that's why during summer, because in the winter like this, you also need to bring your this air freshener, not only air freshener, this Dettol, and also your this body, but actually body, but one also can bring your skin. So again training means self-training. It's really life training. Not life current you can say so, but not really life training because there's no war. So life over travel sometimes really we can experience a lot of good things. So that's continue to share some good things. So I have to hire more of this. Oh, you know, 2 hours. So you must buy and get. You can buy actually, but I said I also going with the time. I'll go for this again. Most likely if I travel under 80, if around that 80 to 82, then I could be coming back on 22 of July. So during this time I have the opportunity to train for another day. 1 month, then I'll go to Malaysia to try to finish my training. I'm not going to do Muslim because I don't have time for this. So I will go to Malaysia and take my time and start with the training with the leg walking. And then I may go to Malaysia and I may move around, not in circles, but some days I'm not may not buy a lot of clothes because that's not my objective. Anyway, down there can wash many places. That's a bit fun. Yeah, I'm to be staying outside the hotel. Again, I said I could be staying 1 night, and then after that, after that, I go to other place. So I could be staying in hotel, I could be also not staying in hotel. So they won't chase me home. That's how I look. So I want to stay in the bus. That's why I say bus and boxing good because it's a lot of mosquitoes. Because along the way you can wear shorts or you can wear long pants. But then bus can be good. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, so I wear shorts. So this one is very good. In time, if I really need to show, I just show some of them. Then I come back and buy. Those I don't have to show them, I just bring them. Still wear, and maybe after that I'm thinking to buy some more. But I said if I go to Vietnam or Busan, because mine is all long pants, so that I come back to Vietnam and check that there's still more advantage. Then the next trip would be very sure I could go or I could be going all the way to Bangkok before going to Vietnam. So I'm not really sure. Just go outside. And then so there are many things wait until the time. So I already have quite self-sufficient training. So after that I see complete training. That's life training, life training. This is training, self-training. What is life training? In Malaysia. So this myself, because I like 自己锻炼自己，自己磨练自己。So I said it's not my goal. In the end of the day, I have to look at everything. It's not that because I'm being forced to live the moment. Actually, I also don't like to go so fast. Like keep rushing, keep charging, keep slapping, keep slapping. Sometimes I need to breathe and mess around. But if you just maybe think many things in a particular you try to go. Okay. You see, as long as the land is there, if I'm not there, people will go again, 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 right? So it makes no sense, right? If I don't go, someone will go. I say today, Mr. A. Then maybe after 1 month, Mr. A will not go, Mr. B will go. Whether it belongs to the same team or not. So in the end of the day, they can also go, or somebody go to Malaysia. Why not go to Malaysia? So maybe like I said, maybe that I have to go always go. In the end, I do not control my daily activities and my monthly schedule. I'm not being controlled by anybody because I have to look at my situation according to myself. So in the end of the day, it's a I say if people never travel, go and travel and see for yourself the relevant things, whether by car, by vehicle, by bicycle, by motorcycles, by walking, they really can get many, many good things. That's why I enjoy walking, health and things. So all these I don't get it. I try to get all these treasures so that I can speed up my pilot and my trips. Like you see now I also train for 7 days. I plan to train for 7 days until Monday. Then I go. So a lot of food we absorb. Like I said, it's just that sometimes I want to go outside. So to play safe. But now I know already how to prepare, to take care of whatever it is. And then in the end of it, it says closer, closer, closer. All these people that I did all this like I said, you sign on with the police missing. So in the end of the day, many of them they decide to join ever since the long was established. Some of the yourself is what I think so whatever that skill is good. I don't
Being born, the poorest of the poor, but given the opportunity, a chance to realize their potential.
It's the thing.
Wednesday on CNA.
What are the financial forces driving Asia's rise? From cross-border business expansion and technology for digital connectivity to capturing growth opportunities in the region and beyond. trends, innovations, and corporate deals that are building Asia. Catch a new episode every fortnight on CNA and CNA.Asia. CNA Leadership Summit, Trust Voters, coming this July.
My most recent video went viral.
Going viral. Leading up to National Day, we decided to create a TikTok video about how Singapore got its name. Some luck come up. I was kind of just cruising around the ocean, then stumbled upon an island and claimed that he saw a lion live in its forest. I think a lot of Singaporeans don't even realize that lions don't live in this part of the world. It's not what he has seen. Probably a Malay tiger. Okay, if Sina means lion, right? Well, what is the Sanskrit word for tiger? It's Viagra. We could have been Viagra porn. My phone was vibrating non-stop. It went all the way up to a few hundred K. I think it's close to 300K now. We got a lot of audience views from other parts of the world. So that was surprising.
This video was an inspiration that I got from someone else. It's very, very useful for kids, for people one. To my surprise, it actually went to like close to 100,000 views in just the first 24 hours. And I was even more surprised that it kept going all around the world. And the end was like, I think it hit 1.9 million views. Wow. Honestly, I was very happy because that was my goal, like to reach out to a huge audience.
Hai, kalian makan atau malam? Mahasiswa baru atau mahasiswa lama? Yuk, kita kenalin tipe-tipe mahasiswa yang ada di kampus. Yang pertama adalah kura-kura, kemudian kuliah-lapaknya yang organisasi seperti
Itu seperti repotnya membayangkan itu ada 300.000 orang di Indonesia yang menonton video saya gitu yang sebelumnya siapa sih saya gitu nggak ada yang kenal gitu ya kan. Iya tuh saya langsung bikin lagi gitu ya. Dan juga semakin dikenal ya, jadi kemana-mana dipanggilnya itu Ibu Ira TikTok gitu. Jadi bahkan mungkin orang-orang pada bilang gitu ya, dosen online Indonesia katanya.
ถึงมึงจะอยากด่าให้กูเจ็บแต่กูไม่เจ็บหรอกปรากฏว่าภายในคืนเดียวยอดวิวได้10 ล้านวิวทำไมโพสต์นี้ถึงไวรัลใช่ไหมคะหนูคิดว่าง่ายๆเลยอาจจะเป็นหน้าตาที่สวยมากๆด้วยตอนแรกก็อาจจะเป็นแบบว่าความสามารถด้วยนะคนก็จะแบบAmazing ซึ่งดีใจมากเพราะว่าหนูไม่คิดว่าหนูตั้งกล้องถ่ายเองน้องไม่ได้ถ่ายด้วยนะตั้งกล้องโง่ๆเลยค่ะถ่ายเองเลยเนี่ยแล้วก็เกิดเป็นไวรัลแล้วก็ดังขึ้นมาเลยค่ะยอมรับเลยว่าโพสต์นี้เป็นโพสต์ที่ทำให้ฝ้ายมีแรงบันดาลใจแล้วก็มีกำลังใจมากแล้วก็เลยรู้สึกว่าเรามีกำลังใจค่ะแต่ก็รู้สึกภูมิใจที่คนใน TikTok หรือว่าคนส่วนใหญ่ทั่วไปเนี่ยมองว่าเป็นคนปกติเพราะว่าหนูอยากให้ทุกคนมองว่าเป็นเด็กปกติไม่ได้อยากให้มองว่าพิการ
When is the best time to post on Facebook? It got 11,000 likes, 176 comments, 123,000 views on TikTok. There is a vendor that says she got 4,295 sales for a day because she followed what I told her to do on this specific video. I am very happy because they were able to sell their products in the middle of the pandemic. I received a lot of following because of that viral video, and it keeps increasing as the days go by.
shocking because I was like, oh, you telling me that 167K people clicked on my most horrible, vulnerable pictures, but it didn't really register in my brain. There have been a few like volunteers who have reached out to me from all around the world.
But I do know what it's like to be in a pit that you can't crawl out of, and it feels
I guess our connections are always very heartfelt because we know pain and a special kind of suffering that nobody else would relate to unless you've gone through the same thing. So it's something very unique to us, and so it gives me hope as well, you know. I've now privated my first post because I didn't feel comfortable with the idea of potentially millions of people seeing it. I preach vulnerability a lot because I think we need more of that, but I'm still learning how to be vulnerable. Yeah.
On our 10th post, this video went viral, and I think it kick-started the whole journey. I have goosebumps talking about it now. It's just a very random video, as you can tell. Just the tapao that you see on the day-to-day, but nobody really made it into miniature version. And we received, I think, 168K views, and that's how everything started. The second one is the denim strap. It's about upcycling, sustainability, and I think people resonated with what we're doing.
What if there was a song that started off like, and the bass went like, oh my god.
The making up.
Videos that show the whole process of making our earrings gain a lot more traction. I think mainly because people are curious as to how we make certain earrings. And I realized how much waste we were throwing away when we do R&D. So one of Wool's trademarks is using denim strap as our earring type and reduce as much waste as I can. So we started taking some of the behind the scenes of my popo helping me, and our followers really like it. 没有用的，等下去就掉了，然后黄黄的，不要浪费了。上个礼拜刚刚做的，这个也是很漂亮。人家说刚刚你是在你的家看到有这些日历，被我做成小本了，看到吗？给年轻人知道啊，有这种东西啊，让他们看到啊，没以后啊没有人知道有这个东西。漂亮吗？好看吗？好看。
Yes. We're back now from Las Vegas. Oklahoma City, one of these elephants, Houston, Texas, from down beneath the Surfside, Florida.
All right, let's move on now. US and Chinese officials held talks in Beijing on Monday amid the rising tensions between the two countries. According to the US State Department, these talks were candid and productive.
Right. The talks were held between Daniel Kritenbrink, who is Assistant U.S. Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, along with Sarah Baran, who is National Security Council Senior Director for China, and Chinese officials Ma Zhangshu and Yang Tao. The US State Department has said that both the sides discussed bilateral relationship, cross-strait issues, among other matters here.
Remember, just a day before US and Chinese warships had a dangerous interaction in the Taiwan Strait. The US military's Indo-Pacific Command said that a Chinese ship came close to American destroyer USS Chung Hoon, causing it to slow down to avoid a collision, while China, on the other hand, has rejected US version of the events and has accused it of making the provocation first.
Last week, too, the United States has said that a Chinese jet performed unnecessarily aggressive maneuvers near an American aircraft over the South China Sea. Both these incidents were confirmed by White House as part of an increasing level of aggressiveness by the Chinese military. In the latest meeting, too, US officials made it clear that the country would compete vigorously and stand up for US interests and values.
Now, amidst the rising tensions, both the nations are engaging in continued diplomacy. There have been a series of meetings between the United States and the Chinese officials in the last few weeks. However, last week, China had refused a meeting between Chinese Defense Minister Li Shangfu and US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Singapore. Despite efforts for diplomacy, military escalation continues, intensifying US-China rivalry.
Now, earlier we spoke to Susan Tehrani, who explains how these talks come as tensions are at an all-time high between the two sides and what we can expect going forward.
The meeting comes as the Biden administration tries to navigate its complicated relationship with China, and while Washington has time and again expressed its desire to open the lines of communication with Beijing, well, China for the most part has resisted until now. But these are mid-level talks. They are important. They come shortly after two military incidents between the two sides in the past week alone. However, many are wondering if and when U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will finally pay a visit to Beijing after his trip was canceled in February over the Chinese spy balloon incident. Also, reporters are constantly asking the White House whether President Biden will eventually have that long anticipated talk with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping. According to White House National Security Advisor, they will, quote unquote, at some point. President Biden recently in May said that he predicted that a quote unquote thaw will be established in relations between the two sides very shortly.
And Susan also explains, aside from the geopolitical challenges that have been going on for years, what are some of the other points of contention between the two sides recently? Here's Susan again.
The two sides really don't see eye to eye on a number of issues. However, more recently, the United States has been keen on engaging with China and hoping to bring Beijing to the table to discuss some kind of nuclear weapons accord. What the U.S. hopes to do is establish a global accord, and China included, where it specifies that artificial intelligence can never be used to authorize the use of nuclear weapons without a human decision in the loop. However, that's very unlikely to happen. And so far, China has resisted talking about its nuclear program with the United States on any front, let alone to sign some kind of accord with Washington. China, for its part, is concerned that the Biden administration will impose new restrictions on U.S. investment in China. Also, China wants the United States to lift those sanctions against its defense minister, which Washington imposed back in 2018 because the defense minister was involved in the purchase of military weapons from Russia.
Tonight, mystery in the sky, what we're learning about the critical mission to protect the nation's capital. A private plane puts Washington on high alert, sending fighter jets soaring into action at supersonic speeds. The new details as investigators race to piece together the mystery. The Cessna pilot seen slumped over by F-16 fighter crews. The clues being combed through at the crash site, and what we know about the family on board. A mother and a 2-year-old among the lives lost. Investigation inflection point, Donald Trump's lawyers meeting with special counsel Jack Smith. Over the classified documents case, the grand jury set to reconvene. All of its more Republican contenders jump into the 2024 race. A Chinese warship nearly colliding into an American destroyer days after a Chinese jet flew by an American surveillance plane. China's new warning to the U.S. An NBC News exclusive, the investigation into a dangerous drug partnership on U.S. soil. Chinese criminal groups working with Mexican cartels. How America became the middleman. Plus, our look into the future with Apple's new virtual reality headset. But is its price tag a reality for shoppers?
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. It's great to be back with you. Tonight, the mystery behind the tragic fate of a private jet that flew for hours in radio silence as investigators focused on a remote section of Virginia where the plane crashed to Earth on Sunday. A highly experienced pilot and his 3 passengers, including a small child, were killed. The plane tracked on radars that flew from Tennessee toward its destination, Long Island, New York, only to turn around and fly back south, with the plane not responding to controllers. Its pilot appearing to be slumped over, according to the crews of Air Force F-16s sent to intercept the plane as it neared sensitive airspace over the D.C. area. The fighters breaking the sound barrier in a supersonic pursuit of the wayward plane, which crashed over rural Virginia. Tom Costello now with what we know so far.
In a remote, thick Virginia forest, investigators are piecing through the remains of that private citation jet that apparent real estate broker was on board with her 2-year-old daughter, Ari, their nanny, and the pilot headed for the Hamptons.
We're just devastated. I have to tell people every day that we love them.
It started at 1:13 p.m. Sunday as the plane left Tennessee headed for Long Island, New York. But at 1:28, just 15 minutes later, the veteran pilot stopped responding to air traffic control commands. The plane continued north all the way to Long Island before doing a U-turn and heading back towards Tennessee, still failing to respond to controllers. 6 Air Force fighter jets were scrambled along the East Coast. As the plane approached restricted D.C. airspace, 2 F-16s were authorized to go supersonic.
They had to break the sound barrier to get up to speed to get to the aircraft in question.
Their twin booms startling residents and pets on the ground. As they fired flares, then flew straight at the citation, calling the pilot. They quickly saw the pilot was slumped over and unresponsive as his plane continued flying into Virginia, where it crashed, having traveled 300 miles without radio communication. The NTSB is considering whether a sudden loss of cabin air pressure could have incapacitated everyone on board. Just as golf legend Payne Stewart and 5 others were killed in 1999 when their plane lost cabin pressure, then crashed in South Dakota.
You have a matter of seconds to get your oxygen mask on, or you will not be able to breathe. It could be anywhere from a matter of 15 seconds up to a minute to get that mask on, and if you don't, you will indeed pass out.
So, Tom, if the pilot was incapacitated, how could the plane have done that U-turn and started heading south again?
That's what I've been asking all day. One theory is that the plane's autopilot had been programmed to fly to Long Island, then return to Tennessee. Once the plane hit its New York destination, the autopilot might then have plotted the return course without the pilot. Now, the plane was not required to have any black boxes. The NTSB is hoping to learn whether there were black boxes and also whether other avionics systems might have provided some clues as to what happened last week.
All right, Tom Costello starting us off. Thank you. Lawyers for former President Trump met today with a special counsel as the probe of Mr. Trump's handling of classified documents appears to be reaching an inflection point. It comes as more Republicans jump into the race for president. Garrett Haig reports.
Tonight, the special counsel's probe of Donald Trump's handling of classified documents entering a pivotal stage, with the former president's attorneys meeting with senior officials, including special counsel Jack Smith, but not the Attorney General, at DOJ headquarters this morning. According to a person familiar with the matter, the meeting a possible sign the investigation may be wrapping up. Mr. Trump defending himself last week.
All I know is this: everything I did was right. We have the Presidential Records Act, which I abided by 100%.
Mr. Trump is already the first former president ever to be charged with a crime. The grand jury investigating him, set to reconvene this week, could also make him the first to face federal indictment. The former president today attacking the investigation as a witch hunt on social media, writing, "How can DOJ possibly charge me, who did nothing wrong, when no other presidents were charged?" Despite his legal challenges, Mr. Trump still holds a commanding lead in polls of the 2024 primary race, as the field of his opponents continues to take shape, with 10 major candidates expected to be in the race by week's end.
Thank you, Iowa. I'll see you soon.
Former Vice President Mike Pence filing paperwork today to make his White House bid official ahead of a formal announcement Wednesday. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum also expected to join the race this week. And New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, a frequent Trump critic who had long flirted with the White House bid, saying today he would not run. Telling the Washington Post he believes candidates with, quote, no path to victory should drop out so as not to divide the Republican opposition to Mr. Trump, and pledging he'd work from outside the race to block Mr. Trump from claiming the nomination.
Former President Trump and his message, his style, his brand have cost us dearly, and he doesn't represent the Republican Party.
So, Garrett, Mr. Trump is still the front runner. Is the rest of the field changing their approach to him?
Slightly, Lester. This past weekend, several candidates criticized Mr. Trump for his recent praise of Kim Jong-un, and perhaps his top rival, Ron DeSantis, took aim at Mr. Trump's immigration policies, tentative steps towards taking on the party frontrunner more directly. Lester?
Garrett, thank you. In Virginia, the mother of a 6-year-old student who shot his teacher will plead guilty to federal charges. Deja Taylor's attorney said her client will plead guilty to gun and drug charges stemming from the shooting at Witch Neck Elementary. And in a statement, she also wished teacher Abby Zwerner a complete recovery. Tensions are escalating between the U.S. and China after yet another close encounter between the two countries. And tonight there is more fallout. Here's Janice McEfray.
Tonight, tension mounting between the U.S. and China after another close call, this time in the Taiwan Strait.
They want us to stop flying and sailing and operating in support of international law. Not going to happen.
The Defense Department releasing this video showing a Chinese warship nearly colliding with an American destroyer, coming within 150 yards of it, forcing the ship to slow down to avoid a crash. The encounter happened Saturday during a joint military drill with the Canadian frigate, but it was in Singapore where the incident boiled over, with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and China's Minister of Defense Li Shangfu at the same security conference, and traded barbs over provocation. Secretary Austin accused the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, of being unsafe.
Accidents can happen that could cause things to spiral out of control.
Li telling the U.S. the best way to avoid problems here is to, quote, mind your own business.
As the PLA modernizes and as it expands, it's able to conduct more intercepts so they become more normal.
It's happening more often. Just last week over the South China Sea, a Chinese fighter jet flew across the nose of an American surveillance plane. And earlier this year, NBC News was on board a U.S. Navy aircraft when it was intercepted by a Chinese jet that flew 500 feet off the wing for over an hour. U.S.-China relations have hit new lows since the U.S. shot down that Chinese balloon earlier this year.
China says these encounters are justified to protect its sovereignty in what is a deepening rivalry with the U.S. and Asia. Lester?
Janice McEfray in Beijing, thank you. In Ukraine, new efforts in the east are provoking a war of words from Russia as it claims a major Ukrainian offensive has failed. Molly Hunter reports from a country on the apparent eve of major battle, where sirens are sounding once again tonight.
Tonight, Ukraine is accusing Russia of spreading misinformation. The Russian Ministry of Defense announcing today that a major Ukrainian offensive had failed on the Eastern Front in Donetsk. Releasing this drone video, Russia says shows Ukrainian tanks being stopped in their tracks. The ministry also claiming hundreds of Ukrainian troops had been killed. NBC News has not independently verified these reports. One Ukrainian official calling it an absolute lie. they did not cause us any losses. Ukraine's deputy defense minister saying, we are continuing the defense, including counteroffensive actions. But Ukraine is not labeling any battlefield advances, including those in Bakhmut today, as a spring or nearly summer counteroffensive. Instead, the Ukrainian military announcing a slick campaign of silence. It follows a deadly weekend. A 2-year-old girl killed in a Russian strike in the Ukrainian city of Dnipro. And tonight, the Ukrainian foreign minister confirming Ukraine is equipped and ready.
When you go on the counteroffensive, one thing is to have enough of weapons to begin.
But he added, it's a whole other thing to have enough to win it.
Now, Lester, the foreign minister also said NATO membership won't stop this war, but it will stop future wars. And you hear those sirens right now. The air alert sirens have been active at Kharkiv all day long. Ukrainian cities across the country tonight on high alert. Lester?
Well, we remain safe. Thank you. In 60 seconds, our inside look at the global crime groups that federal officials believe are fueling human trafficking in the marijuana black market. And later, Apple's huge virtual reality announcement and the price tag that is already turning heads. We're back now with our investigation into human trafficking in the illicit marijuana industry. Before tonight, it was hard to tell who was responsible. Now, Jacob Soborov reports that a sophisticated international money laundering partnership may be to blame, with deadly consequences. It's the latest report in our series, Captives of Cannabis.
It's early in the morning in Riverside County, California. These sheriff's deputies are about to execute a dozen search warrants on residential homes. They say they're going to find illegal marijuana grows there and victims of human trafficking working on those grows. But first, they're going to go after the leader of the operation. Is this person a mid-level operator, kingpin, mastermind?
I would say this is a mid-level operator. We believe the people that are ultimately in control are likely in China.
What did you guys find in there?
We found several documents that ultimately link these suspects living in this home to several of the other locations that we've been investigating.
The couple's arrested. Deputies focus on the organized crime ring. They say this grow appears to be a part of it.
We don't know how large this organization is, but we do believe that it is global to some extent.
If it is so big, how come you guys are out here alone? Where's the federal government? Where's the DEA?
That's a great question. It's a great question.
To push for answers, we met Bill Bodden, DEA special agent in charge of Los Angeles, for an exclusive interview.
In our reporting, we've seen Chinese nationals involved in the illicit cannabis trade. The law enforcement that we've been talking to says that they believe that the bosses of those operations are back in China. How is that connected to what you're seeing?
The Chinese criminal organizations have such a desire for U.S. dollars in cash that they're getting into a variety of criminal enterprises to create that cash. And I'm surprised to hear that them running cannabis grows, it's generating cash that they're then using to accomplish capital flight out of China.
In other words, the DEA says this form of organized crime is one that extends far beyond black market cannabis and is rooted in a desire for Chinese nationals in the U.S. to get their money out of China due to recent restrictions on how much they can take out of the country. A U.S. Treasury official tells NBC News that Chinese criminal organizations are operating in the U.S. and now working with Mexican cartels by helping them launder money made from meth, fentanyl, and other drugs. They do so by loaning out the cartel's dollars to unsuspecting Chinese people living in America. These criminal organizations are then repaid in Chinese currency back in China, and the money launderers buy Chinese products and have them shipped to Mexico, where they're sold and give that money in pesos back to the cartels. In the end, no money actually crosses international borders, and the Treasury Department says the dirty dollars are, quote, disappearing into thin air. The DEA says instead of products like the clothes and appliances that were once widely available here in LA's wholesale district, the products money launderers are sending from China to Mexico are deadly.
Guess which product is very available in China that's not available here at all? Precursor chemicals. It was the synthetic drug explosion in 2015 and 2016 when this capital flight model started. Precursor chemicals were used as a way to transfer wealth.
In Mexico, the precursors are made into meth and fentanyl, synthetic drugs that have caused U.S. overdose deaths to more than double since 2015.
Hey,
Sinaloa cartel, let me introduce you to Chinese organized crime. That's what happened. And by working together, they've been able to get millions, if not billions of dollars out of China into the United States, and they've been able to use a synthetic drug trade to do it.
For you in the DEA, on the day you discover all of the constellations in the heavens, you will bring room to all of your accomplishments with your own hands.
It's like nothing we've seen before.
Until then,
The
ethnic
truth
cartels,
remains
Chinese
vague.
organized crime,
The years passed
the United
by,
States as their middle.
which is why I had believed I was already liberated from the fate I was
We're
murdered.
going to tell you about when we come back from the iPod, the AirPod, the iPad, the Apple Watch. Apple's latest vision of the future change how we see virtual reality. But back now with a warning for drivers, gas prices could climb higher this summer after Saudi Arabia said it would cut oil production by millions of barrels per day. Production cuts in July. We expect it to last at least a month. An announcement from Apple, the tech giant debuting a headset on virtual reality with captured reality. As Jacob Moore points out, try
Introducing Apple Vision Pro.
Apple is a mixed reality headset.
You can see, hear, and interact with digital content just like it's in your physical space.
This is what it looks like.
When Steve Jobs revealed the iPhone back in 2007, Apple went on to change our lives, putting social media at our fingertips and upending the music business. It released the iPad, Apple Watch, AirPods, but the company has been looking for something as transformative as the iPhone for more than a decade. Today, announcing a $3,500 headset.
We believe Apple Vision Pro is a revolutionary product.
The Vision Pro offering life-size video calls, lifelike app experiences, and the ability to capture and watch multi-dimensional videos. Apple now rivals with Meta and Google in this space. Mark Zuckerberg renamed his company the market leader in honor of his virtual reality ambitions and released a new VR headset last week. But the market doesn't really exist yet. While Apple sells more than 200 million iPhones each year, fewer than 9 million headsets have been sold by any company. The Wall Street Journal's Joanna Stern, contributor for NBC News, was among the first to test drive Apple's new headset, available to U.S. customers early 2024.
In comparison to other VR headsets out there, this thing is very sleek. It is very comfortable to wear. But that is in comparison to what are some pretty clunky, what I call nerd helmets.
The company, known for inventing new categories, fighting to dominate one that hasn't quite materialized, at least not yet. Jake Ward, NBC News, Cupertino, California. That's nightly news for this Monday. Thank you for watching, everyone. I'm Lester Holt. Please take care of yourself and each other. Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Tonight, the sonic boom heard around the Capitol. Investigators are seeking answers after the crash from an unresponsive plane flew near the Capitol region, prompting U.S. fighter jets to scramble to intercept it, what authorities are now saying. Plus,
So if Tucker did not get some insurance, he would have died.
He would have been
shelling out thousands of dollars for transplants, additional adoptions, and more. We'll show the extreme measures that some are taking to save their furry friends. And
Today, I'm excited to announce an entirely new AR platform with a revolutionary new product.
the future is here. Apple CEO Tim Cook speaks exclusively with ABC's Robin Roberts on what's considered the biggest tech launch in years. The question is, are consumers ready? Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We're following those stories and much more, including the California Attorney General is now accusing the state of Florida
of state-sanctioned kidnapping after a second jet with more than a dozen migrants touched down in Sacramento just hours ago. What that AG now says about the Florida governor and the private jet that was used. Plus, it's every 2024 candidate for him or herself, the laundry list of contenders joining the presidential campaign in the coming days. But does it help or hurt the man ahead of the pack, Donald Trump? And Binance is the biggest crypto exchange in the world, and tonight they're being accused of lying to investors. What's behind the charges announced against them? Our correspondents are fanned out across the country, covering those stories and much more for us tonight. But we do begin tonight with the troubling questions after a small Cessna jet triggered quite a scare in Washington, D.C. 6 F-16 fighter jets moved to intercept the small plane Sunday after it flew into restricted airspace. The supersonic speed of the F-16s triggered a sonic boom heard throughout the D.C. metro area, captured on ring cameras like this one. Fighter jets from Joint Base Andrews were the first to reach the Cessna passenger and set off flares, but the pilot was unresponsive. Not long after, the jet crashed in a remote spot in the Shenandoah Valley southwest of the Capitol, and we're learning tonight that it took 90 minutes to scramble those F-16s. How was this plane able to fly? It was supposed to be the country's most protected airspace for so long. Our Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz, leads us off tonight from Washington.
Tonight, urgent new questions in the investigation into this deadly plane crash in Virginia, causing chaos in the nation's capital and fighter jets to be deployed. A small Cessna jet slamming into this rugged mountainside after the pilot passed out, all 4 on board killed. It was just an hour before the crash, a thunderous roar in and around Washington, D.C., rocking homes, terrifying residents.
We thought it was probably an earthquake.
Authorities tonight saying that sound a sonic boom from one of the 6 F-16 fighter jets breaking the sound barrier after rocketing to supersonic speeds to catch the small plane. That Cessna jet taking off from Tennessee at around 1:15 Sunday afternoon, heading to an airport on New York's Long Island. But less than 15 minutes after takeoff, the FAA saying the pilot was no longer responding to air traffic controllers' instructions. 8 minutes later, the FAA alerting NORAD and other Homeland Security officials. The plane largely on autopilot, then turning around, heading back over the busy New York City airspace and continuing back towards D.C. But it would take 90 minutes before the military finally launched those F-16s, intercepting the Cessna just 20 miles northeast of Washington's Reagan National Airport. For the next half hour, those F-16s trying to get the civilian pilot's attention, firing flares and issuing warnings by radio. Multiple reports saying those fighter pilots saw the pilot of the private jet slumped over.
The pressurization system in an airplane compresses the air within the cabin so there's enough oxygen for people to function normally. If the pressurization fails, then there's not enough oxygen in the cabin, people get hypoxia, they lose consciousness, and sometimes die.
Tonight, family members mourning the lives lost, in addition to the pilot, Adina Azarian, a prominent New York City real estate agent, her 2-year-old daughter Aria, and her nanny.
Just heartbreaking details there. Martha Raddatz joins us now from Washington. And Martha, are officials concerned tonight over the fact that this plane was in the air for more than an hour on autopilot over what's supposed to be the most well-protected airspace in the country?
That is really the big question, Lindsay. We're talking about the nation's capital in New York City, and still, it took 90 minutes before those fighter jets were launched. Both the military and federal officials will no doubt take a hard look at how this happened. Lindsay?
Martha Raddatz, our thanks to you as always. Now, the lawyers for former President Trump have met with Justice Department officials for several hours today. It comes as the DOJ's probe of his handling of classified documents may be nearing an end. Trump's lawyers had asked for a meeting, claiming no president has been, quote, baselessly investigated in such an unlawful fashion. Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas.
It is far that prosecutors could be getting very close to finishing their investigation. Donald Trump's attorneys today meeting with special counsel Jack Smith at DOJ headquarters for nearly 2 hours, making the case that their client should not be charged with mishandling hundreds of classified documents. Within minutes, Trump responding on social media, clearly worried he could be indicted, asking how he could possibly be charged when he, quote, did nothing wrong. But federal prosecutors suspect Trump illegally retained classified material and may have obstructed justice when the government tried to recover the documents from Mar-a-Lago. Today's meeting comes just days after ABC News learned the government obtained an audio recording from 6 months after leaving office where Trump allegedly admits he kept a classified document involving a potential military action against Iran.
You know, I don't know anything about it. All I know is this: everything I did was right.
He says he didn't do anything wrong. Pierre Thomas joins us now. Pierre, give us a sense of what might be left in the investigation before it wraps up.
Well, Lindsay, all signs point to the classified documents investigation winding down, with perhaps only a few more witnesses expected to appear before a grand jury in the next coming days. Lindsay?
Pierre Thomas for us from the nation's capital. Thanks so much, Pierre. We move on now to the growing tensions between the U.S. and China. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin accuses China of bullying his Chinese counterpart, telling the U.S. to, quote, mind your own business. Comes in the wake of a close encounter in the Taiwan Strait. The Pentagon released video of a Chinese Navy ship cutting across the path of an American destroyer just 150 yards away. The U.S. called that an unsafe maneuver. Here's ABC's chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell.
Tonight, as tensions mount between the two countries, the U.S. accusing Beijing of deliberate aggression after a Chinese warship intercepted a pair of American and Canadian ships sailing through the Taiwan Strait. Video released by the U.S. Navy capturing the view from the American ship USS Chengdu on Saturday as the Chinese destroyer comes within 150 yards of the ship's bow, crossing dangerously in front of it.
It's unsafe, it's unprofessional. And as to why they're doing it, I think, again, I think that's a great question to ask them.
The captain of the Canadian HMCS Montreal telling reporters from Canada's Global News who were on the ship that the Chinese sailors told the Americans to move or risk a collision.
The fact that this was announced over the radio prior to doing it clearly indicated that it was intentional.
The Americans asking the Chinese to stay clear of the ship, but ultimately forced to slow down to avoid a crash. China's defense minister telling the US to mind its own business, warning any severe confrontation between the US and China would be an unbearable disaster for the world. This incident is the latest in a series of what the White House calls provocations by China. More than a week ago, a Chinese fighter jet came within 400 feet of a US reconnaissance plane over the South China Sea.
It won't be long before somebody gets hurt. That's the concern with these unsafe and unprofessional intercepts. They can lead to misunderstandings. They can lead to miscalculations.
Ian Pannell joins us now in studio. And Ian, what is the Pentagon saying about the potential for miscalculations with these interceptions?
I mean, I think a lot of this is code word for the risk of escalation. That's clearly what everyone's concerned about. The possibility of a real-world clash between American and Chinese forces, albeit something that could be started accidentally. Now, having said that, the fourth high-level meeting is taking place between American and Chinese officials in Beijing right at this moment to try and reduce those tensions, try and reduce those risks. I think when you've got aircraft, you've got ships coming quite so close together, clearly the possibility for a real-world disaster starts to look very real.
And at the end, I must say, because we were talking about obviously a very serious topic, but I almost didn't recognize you in your suit and tie. Looking very dapper and great to see you here in the flesh. Always such great reporting from you out in the field, so we appreciate you being here in person. And to the war in Ukraine, where tonight there are signs that Ukraine's long-awaited counteroffensive may now be taking shape. Fighting has stepped up along several fronts, and combat forces are gathering in, quote, assembly areas. Is Ukraine still just probing Russia's defenses, or has their counteroffensive begun? ABC's Tom Swiffy Burridge is in Ukraine tonight.
Tonight, Ukrainian forces on the offensive, recapturing more ground, according to Ukrainian officials, with a prominent US national security group suggesting Ukraine's counter-offensive is beginning, pointing to increased combat activity in different parts of the front line. Ukraine recapturing ground near the city of Bakhmut, according to a senior Ukrainian defense official. Our team watching a recent phase of Ukrainian operations in that area play out in this command center. Tonight, Russia's Ministry of Defense releasing this video, claiming it shows troops repelling Ukrainian attacks. Lindsay, President Zelensky tonight congratulating troops for that advance near Bakhmut. And our team witnessing a lot more military activity with Ukraine's offensive ramping up. Lindsay?
Tom, thank you. In Iowa, one of the residents injured in that terrible apartment building collapse has now sued the city of Davenport. The complaint filed alleged multiple accounts of negligence. It notes more lawsuits are likely, saying that the city and the building's current and former owners knew the conditions were worsening and failed to warn the residents. This news comes just after police recovered 3 bodies from the site after days of searching. No other individuals are thought to be missing. One of the most notorious spies in U.S. history has died at a Supermax prison in Colorado. Robert Hansen was an FBI agent who for 2 decades sold U.S. secrets to the Soviet Union and then to Russia. Investigators say some of those he betrayed were executed. Here's ABC's Terry Moran.
He was one of America's most notorious traitors, a double agent responsible for one of the worst intelligence disasters in U.S. history. Robert Hansen, arrested in Virginia on a cold Sunday in February 2001 after making one final drop.
这只小狗成为中国人探索宇宙的第一。
I said if people want to get rid of me, it's your contribution. Yeah, they should know. And I never do any harm to people. They shouldn't try to use the technology device to try to take advantage of the situation to bully people. My family to be upset. Why I cannot stay? Every day they themselves just try to sabo me. Ever since when I was in year 2013. They themselves have mental problems. Every day they want to cause problems to me. Every day they want to find trouble with me until they get a mental disease. When they become a happy, they have mental disease and they want to do something. I just sometimes I learn something and they never fix it. Last time I was sharing my
must be a young hunter.
I think
That's
service
I hope you find your friend.
about the base building and I still sometimes try to understand what it's like. Hey, how come? I just want to And then they hired cheap. They wanted to, and if the Indians on the Indians die,
There's literally no end to these kids. Hey, can you take your friend?
if the Singaporean or the issue of to find the Chinese civilization and destroy it, then Indian is it's simple. So in the end, this kind of thing that they do that but it's then that's the reason. That if people try to destroy people, then they will be destroyed. But somebody will be destroyed. It has no relation, there's no relation, it can be proven individually. I think I'm the one that
I was just trying to, I've been observing this. We can't just keep spending on it. It's like we have no other choice.
And then I use other people, I use the resources of other people, and that you're okay, and then they want to do and destroy them. Their way of looking at all this, what do they want? They just try to force people to live, to go into debt. But I mean, something they just try to cover up. Really, when I was in China, I really don't know what is going on. Why they keep wanting people to kill themselves, and they should be the one to kill themselves. Really, they should be killing themselves and always forcing me to kill myself. I never do anything wrong from the year 2001 to 2001. Until they keep trying to push the blame on me that I came back to Singapore, I have to come back to Singapore because they want to live the way it was, everything. And the year 2015, one night and one day. Why do you want me to? I never did anything wrong. I said what is going on. Everybody knows I'm looking at minimize and by the people in Singapore. But they push the blame on the Chinese girls are good. Remember what happened down to anything goes on, just push the blame on the Chinese government. Everything they do, they want to push the blame on the Chinese government. It's a bit like Diablo. Until now, they keep accusing me and push all the blame on me. And parents are saying they don't know what's going on. They never push the blame on me. They just let me live how I want to live. who can defend him? It's the it's fun, but I'm not able to play. Let's try to think through again. A lot of time I'll play this oxygen first and breath after the play. This is a good game. Yeah, that's so good. They all haven't played it. Do the setting. I think the setting was good. So it is we can look together. 50% play. That's what I said. All these years, they keep trying to bring me, and then they want to say that this good life is the life. You do not know what's going on. All I know is once I have money, I want to share if I can. But sometimes I also short-trip that through the years. It's not because it forced me to short-trip. Even after my leg injury, I would have stayed in many places long time ago. I mean, stay here, stay there, stay here, stay there. And without anyone disturbing me, I'll be traveling overseas. I continue to say enjoy life. I continue to live the experience. I don't play politics. But the university keep trying to center around it and play all kinds of politics. And they are trying for the last 4 or 5 years. Since 2018 now, I'm about it until now. And I say, no, you mean what are you doing? 4 years. Every time you know what you're doing. They center around it twice this week. They want to make money through my live stream or my direct. Go and make money. But they shouldn't use the device to help people. I'm not just like one of them. But I don't know how many people who get this because of this, but you can only say that the whole process is a negative process. Right now I can explain they want to listen. They keep trying to get me on me. Why do I get on me for that? But this is my house. There's not going to get on me. There's not going to be anything that will get on me. best of 1 year, and I just trying to catch up with. I just trying to catch up with the lost time that I need to learn something or something. And then if you say, oh, you keep buying, what kind of politics they're trying to keep? Wherever it's not your business. Many people are saying that everything is all idea. No, it's in there. We are really doing politics. And you don't do anything wrong. I'm not asking for teaching one, but I said this is not my fault. I've been disturbed all these years. And then you go on with wrong. And then in the end, they still not sense of which one you want to do. I do tell them. We're not supposed to. This is my question. Okay. Yes, that is not. It's quite easy. So it's because the angle is not so steep. I think once you come back, you can't wobble. Now it goes there. Because the length. What is this? Sometimes it depends on the angle. I cannot see. Over. Yes. So this one is the Dutch. Always goes to the right. Put that one. Now it's right. Is it yellow? Bonus